Hello, hello, hello. Okay, cool. Making sure everything looks okay. My camera was so bright, I moved the camera light off the screen. It's kind of fine because sometimes it's too dark. I don't understand. The lighting doesn't change in here, but the camera light does. But we are back. Welcome. Hello. If you're watching this on YouTube, this is a VOD. You can check it live on Twitch 3 days-ish a week. We're playing Cupid Parasite today. We are on the second to last route. I have modified my controller. We are starting the route, so I have nothing to say about it. I don't have a dark enough blue for him, so he's gonna have to live. But we're back, and I'm terrified of what's gonna happen. Honestly, I'd rather be playing Radiant Tale right now. That was such a good game so far. We're only done one chapter, one route, not chapter. But it's so beautiful. I'm so excited. But the thing is, I always save my favorites for last. But I've heard some things. And Alan is my favorite. Just to be clear, we're second to last right now. Alan is my favorite. I've heard good things about his route. We're just not there yet. So
アフタードラマシェルビー・スネイル
this time I spend my beloved wife.
愛おしい妻との時間は
The time I
何
spend
者
with
に
my
も代え
beloved
難いな
was a
今日の朝食は何にしようか
What should we have for breakfast? Oh, you. But yeah, we're gonna see. I'm also still curious if I need to get a different headset because this one doesn't pick up the volume as well. Things for later days. But here we are. This is the start of Shelby's route. As everyone knows, I did a review of this game, so I played the first chapter already, so I do know what happens at the very beginning. But it's beautiful, and I love it, and I'm excited. Good morning, Shelby.
今日もお前は早起きだな
You're up early again, Leah. Ken.
おはよ
Good morning. Missed you so much. Shelby leaned in, pulling my face close for a good morning kiss. 2 weeks had flown by since our wedding. We commuted between our home on 8th and 1st Avenue, adjusting our life situations based on work. Mama, hi! Now I was more. Oh goodness, DMs. Oh, that's right. We have a thingamabob. Totes. Asia's lurking. That sounds right. I should be lurking too. The good news is hopefully we'll get a good chunk of this done today and tomorrow. I'm hoping to finish Shelby between today and tomorrow. And that way next week, all I am working on is Alan. And I might dedicate, because I already said next week we're flying to California on the weekend. It's going to be so exciting. I haven't been to California in quite a while. I just saw one of the bingos. So I haven't been into California for quite a while, but we're gonna have a lot of fun. We're going to the IFI, little fun thing they're doing. So I'm excited to go because I've never been to an event for Atome before, and I know it's not specifically Atome. They have other stuff going on too. All right, where is? Did it delete it? It was yelling at me that the picture was gone because I got rid of the Destiny Parasite one. You sound so done already. With this one, I am. This game hurt my feelings, if I'm being honest. I have had my feelings hurt by this game. I was so looking forward to this. Cupid Parasite was like one of my favorite games I've played this year. So the fact that the fan disc is so different and like they had some moments, right? The first one had moments. This one has nothing but moments. Um, but here we go. We have breathing, goddamn it. Which honestly, he's gonna do it. Ken can breathe all he likes. Chocolate, alcohol, quote, makeup sexy time. Okay. Healthy relationship, Parasite 5 missing, kissing sounds, which we just actually had. That already happened. Marriage is tough, man. How many times can this guy go? Oh, okay. Shelby Snell SS rank debut. Carrying thy queen, interrupted moment, MC, intimate, kiss, make out, etc. Free space. Finding out about Cupid. Ooh, that'd be interesting. I don't even know if he needs to. Like, she's not Cupid anymore. So, I almost feels like he doesn't even need to. Miscommunication. Unpog. This is definitely a Cupid Parasite ending. Oh, that hurts. Other disapproving relationships. Owen, my betrothed cameo. Shirtless Shelby. Why is he coming closer? Work over love again. Not anything, not everything is perfect, and that's okay. Parasite is under attack. Rival is a meanie. Ooh, there's a rival maybe. Beach scene. Hey yo, let's ho! It's more silly in the annoying way. This fantasy, I don't mind silly, but it's just stupid. I think you can do both, right? You can have a game be kind of silly, and it still like hits all the notes you want. Like, there's definitely a couple times we've laughed while playing the Radiant Tell one already. Like, they've made jokes. Like, her conversation she was having with Jinia the other day was just like, there were just moments where like, this is just so funny. It's a missed opportunity. All right. Ahem. Now, as more than just a bridal advisor, I was also Shelby's secretary, helping him manage his business. Can't hear you. Well, that's. Despite our hectic work schedule, we enjoyed our lives together.
今日の予定はそうか9時から会議か
It's like they don't take anything seriously. This game is a meme. Honestly, that's how I feel. Agree. I'm putting that in the chat since I know the ad's still playing for y'all. Let's look at today's schedule. There's a meeting starting at 9. Do you think we can squeeze in breakfast?
そうだな十分時間はありそうだ
I just like his voice. Oh, it's not fair. I think there should be just enough time. Perfect. So no bananas, only breakfast today.
ああ
Right. It looked like they looked up random tropes and was just like, furry F yeah. Honestly, it felt more like they were just like, what's spicy? And then they just like did a randomizer. And then they picked like 6 random things because like it doesn't make sense. Some of it just doesn't make sense. They're like, you know what girls like? Being locked in houses forever. Not true. You know what also girls like? Iron Man. Now that is true. But I don't want Gil to be Iron Man. Talking lobsters, totally cool. Unnecessary. Unnecessary. Because Earth was grounded in kind of reality, and then like they were their own. It's like, I don't even know. Shelby cast a slightly weary smile towards the banana he had left at the bedside. Bananas, known for their blood sugar boosting properties, were his go-to breakfast, especially when waking up for online meetings. His diet used to consist solely of bananas, supplements, and jelly drinks. And somehow he had a 6-pack. Like, however, as a married couple, we made a point to share breakfast before work. It's like, I don't know the word is sensitive spice. They picked like taboo. They went with taboo spice. Which I think, and not even like the good, I don't know, that's a good taboo. Like, what's the word I'm looking for? What's the word I'm looking for? Like, let's be real, right? We're talking about like romance and like kinks and whatnot. They picked some weird kinks. They picked weird kinks, and I don't appreciate it. I want biting. I want nails. I'm fine with bondage. This is weird. Regardless of how busy we got, we cherished our shared moments. Even with his calendar brimming with meetings and conferences, Shelby still managed this routine. I feel like he should be in so many meetings and conferences. Also, isn't that like... I'm trying to think. I don't want to see someone stare at me if I get it on. I totally forgot about that. Did I blink that from my mind? Yeah, no, I was fine with there being a... like trying to steal your Mr. Steal Your Girl. Not Mr. Watch You Have Sex with Your Girl. That's not my vibe. It's Shelby. Yeah, look, it's Shelby. Do you remember this man? Ray, I know your pain. What does that mean? Unfortunately, due to his schedule, we dined separately in the evenings, and he would just consume jelly drinks. Shelby, you've been working nonstop for 9 days. You need a rest soon.
ああ、そうか。確かにお前の言う通りだな。
Ah, you're right. Man, this guy.
今までは一人で走り続けるのが当たり前だったが、こうして注意してくれる人がいるというのは幸せなことだな。
You're working too
感
hard,
謝してい
Ken.
る。
You're doing too good a job, Ken, for this game. It's easy to lose track when you're used to powering through. I appreciate your reminder. Thank you. I'm lurking for emotional support, and because I'm working, what do you mean emotional support, Ray? Ray, what does that mean? He smiled at me through the mirror as I applied my
お
eyeshadow.
前とももう少しゆっくり過ごしたいしな。
I
どこ
just
かで
said
きちんと休みを取ると
I
しよ
like fighting, I like bondage, I like, I don't know, should I keep going? What else do I like? I need a list. Give me like a list. Like you're a doctor's office, have you ever had? And it's all like, are you okay with? And I'd be like, oh, that's fine. Like, that's fine. At this point, what would surprise you? It's not that it would be surprising, it's what would disappoint me. I'm past the point of being surprised. I'm at the point of what could go wrong. Like, I'm disaster planning. This game has given me PTSD. We had aliens. We had talking lobsters. We had our love interest turn into a wolf man, and we made love to that man. We've had a stalker guy to confess his love to us and then watch us have sex with our husband. We had someone lock us in our own house and not let us leave. And also, same guy, different route, made an Iron Man suit. We also had people who kidnapped us because we said something mean about them and their terrible food. Like, what? Why? Why did that happen? What does it even mean? We also had the weakest fashion show I've ever been to. Like, what else could happen? This game is such a fever dream. Like, I don't even understand. So yeah, it's not about what could surprise me. It's like, what could disappoint me more? Am I gonna be more disappointed? They've got me to the point where I'm at the bottom, and like, how much more can we dig? I even didn't even mention Zeus. And then we gotta see Zeus, but like, he didn't have a route. Like, what is this? What is this? Twitter would just destroy that outer space, would they? I don't know. I should really unwind a bit. Let's take some time off soon.
それにハネムーンもまだだったしな。
Go on a honeymoon.
休みが取れたら行かないか。
Also, like I said, I did a review of this. I played the first chapters of each of these games. At no point did I'm good at predicting the ending of stories. None of it led up to that. Talking lobsters was not on my list. A man that turned into a lobster was not on my list. We haven't had our honeymoon yet. What do you think about going when I finally take a break? Our honeymoon. Hearing him mention it filled me with joy. Yeah, I'd love to. We embraced and Shelby blushed, seemingly caught off guard by his own suggestion.
おい。
Ah, I love his voice. I'm not mad I got the limited edition. It's a great showpiece to the weirdest Otome game in my volume. Honestly, I love it. You're like showing people like you're at a museum. You're like, and this one there is a man that turns into a lobster. You can't date him though. His name's Omar. It's like, I don't know. Shelby Snell, my husband, even after our wedding, seeing him flustered brought a smile to my face. That actually reminded me, speaking of limited editions, I'm hoping 9 Rips limited edition gets announced on Saturday. I hope next Saturday they announce it. I wanna see it in person. I'm hoping. I'm praying. I'm on my knees. Please. Shelby Snell, my husband, even after our wedding, seeing him flustered brought a smile to my face. Shelby, where do you want to go for our honeymoon?
ああ、それなんだが、ちょうど気になっている場所があるんだ。
There is one place I'm interested in. Where's that? He reached over to the bedside table, retrieving
実
the
は
paper.
招待状をもらったんだ。
I received this
ロ
invitation.
サンヨークに新しくできた人工島ダムールパラディからの招待状だ。
I'm going the wrong way. I'm going the wrong way. It's for the newly built artificial island in Los York, Diamor Paradis. Oh. Invitation. Oh, that was my bad. No necktie today. Ooh, we're letting loose. A few days later. Actually, we embarked on our honeymoon trip to Diamor Paradis. This recent constructed artificial island in Los York Bay, known as the Paradise of Love, has become a hotspot for couples. Its unique pear shape stood out in the latest city map. Why? It is pear shaped. Why did I not? Does it stand out? Legend had it that dating someone there ensured a lasting relationship, even though it's an artificially man-made island that's only recently been constructed. We have legends for it now. Offering both day trips and overnight stays, this elaborate amusement park promised a week's worth of entertainment. It was managed by a major French corporation, Omar Holding. Eli Omar, the vice president in charge of development in Los York, had personally sent Shelby an invitation. We've never done business with Omar Holding before, have we?
ああ、ダムールパラディはそのオマールホールディングスが初めてロサンヨークで始めた新事業だからな。
And quit it. Wrong thing. What the heck am I clicking on? Diamor Paradis is Omar Holding's first venture in Los
事業の成功のためにも今後の足がかりのためにもロサンヨーク企業の経営者には必ず招待状を送っているのだろう。
They're probably sending out invitations to Los York business owners. Oops, sorry, there was more to it, but my screen was covering it. To establish connections. I see. Amusement parks had nothing to do with our work, but I wondered if Omar Holding was simply making a friendly gesture. My thoughts were interrupted as Shelby began to explain further.
オマールホールディングスは一族経営の歴史ある大企業だったはずだが
Omar Holdings is a major family-run corporation with a storied history.
招待状に同封されていた資料にはホテル、食品、エンタメ、アパレルとご丁寧にマルチに展開している事業について書かれていた。
The invitation details their portfolio of business spanning from hotels and food to entertainment and apparel.
顔を広げるとともに企業としての資本力を見せ優位なポジションを獲得するつもりなのだろう。
Why would an
大
amusement
企業の
park
新規参入ではよくあるやり方だ。
not be part of a dating marriage corporation? Because they want it to seem like she came up with this idea in a second where she's like, we could make plans and they could go there. Also, there's overnight stays and a casino. I've never heard of anyone going to that place for a wedding like thing. We're going there as our honeymoon. Like, you know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't somebody else want to go there? Plus, it's close to where they live. They don't have to travel too far. It seems like they're leveraging their resources to make their presence a strategy for large corporations. I see.
息子の副社長はまだ27だという話だがこのロサンヨーク事業を全て担っているらしい。
The VP's
かなり
son
やり手のようだな。
is just 27, but he's already overseen all of their businesses in Los York. He must be adept at what he does. And he's hot, but he turns into a lobster if he eats lobster, so you win some, you lose some.
おそらく誘ったというからには何かしらの商談があるのだろうが。
While this is purely speculation, I believe they might have invited us to discuss some potential business collaborations, like a joint venture with Cupid Corp.
かもしれないな。
Possibly. Like, imagine having your, like, little... What are they called? What are they called? I forgot the name. Wedding, not wedding, date, where they go on dates and they have, like, the room and you get a mingle. Like that there at an amusement park. Wow. Running a campaign with free tickets for newlywed couples might be something our customers would appreciate. How does that help the Amor Paradis, my guy? Or or maybe even hosting a matchmaking event. The prospects of increasing their chances matchmaking event of marriage could definitely draw a crowd. As I threw out different possibilities, Shelby burst into laughter.
相変わらずだな、お前
Oh,
は。
you never change, do you? No, but this game has. What do you mean?
仕事熱心だという意味だ。
You're always so passionate about your work. Oh, did I do it again? I realized my work habit as Cupid were hard to shake. I was drawn to some opportunity for matchmaking.
私もつい考えてしまうからな。
I get it though.
気
I'm
持
the
ちはわ
same
かる。
way. I think you were thinking of a mixer. No, they're called the matchmaking. So they have their own word for it. It's this right here. It's like a matchmaking party. Hello, Sleazy. I get it though. I'm the same way.
だが、今はハネムーン中だろ。
Right now we're on our honeymoon. We should be focusing on that, don't you think? It was true. Shelby was typically hyper-focused on work, but today he was reminding me to enjoy our vacation, even though we were having a conversation about why we got tickets to this place to begin with. This was our first trip together as a married couple, and our honeymoon at that. It was time to relax and set work aside. How was the musical? The musical was good. We had fun. Okay, Shelby, agreed. No more work talk.
もちろんだ。
Of course. The two of us stuck close together as we gazed out at the sea from the ferry. A newly constructed... Do I have sinuses today? Like, that's the second time I've breathed in and I felt like I had a moment where I couldn't. Could be true. Honestly. Or I get it getting a cold. Either one's fine. A newly constructed island nestled in the tranquil seas of Lost York Bay was now coming into view. I was curious about what lay ahead. Everything. The steam whistle's shrill blast caught my attention, signaling the land was fast approaching. As the ferry neared the shore, the entrance of Diamor Paradis came into view. I was eager about our honeymoon trip. Ooh. Upon docking, the grandeur of the entrance was striking. Wow.
ほう。
Unfortunately, I've seen this a
これは
lot. We've been
立
here
派だな。
before. Oh, this is quite a labyrinth. I had envisioned something more understated, but the scale of the entrance gave us a hint of the magnitude of the place. The vibrant decor was charming, and the vast array of different stores sent a thrill of excitement through me. Look, 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 Shelby! Isn't the souvenir adorable?
土産はまだ早いだろう。
It's a bit early to be shopping for souvenirs, don't you think? Shelby flashed a bemused smile as he joined me in exploring the stores. He was just as fascinated by the new facilities as I was.
この床素材はすごいな。汚れにくい作りの上、うまく光を反射するようになっている。
What a weird thing to notice. This flooring is impressive. It's dirt resistant and reflects light beautifully. How do you know? How do you know?
動線も見事なものだ。必ずこの景色が見えるようにうまく作られているな。
The way they direct traffic is well thought out. You can always enjoy the view no matter where you are. Oh, Shelby, we agreed not to talk about work today.
ああ、すまない。私から言ったんだったな。
Right, I was the one who insisted on it too. Shelby looked uneasy and wrapped his arm around my shoulder. I don't have silver, I'm sorry. This is the best I could do for you, my guy. Doesn't match him well. It's supposed to match his color, though. Seeing me, however, he seemed momentarily at loss for words. Shelby, what's wrong?
いや、新婚旅行に集中するというのもなかなか大変そうだと思ってな。
I was just reflecting on how difficult it is to fully focus on the honeymoon. Does he love his work that much? Well, you don't have to completely forget about your work. I love my job too.
いや、違う。仕事ではなく、お前が可愛すぎるから。
It's not that. It's not about work. It's about how cute you are. Aww. Huh?
いや、なんでもない。 とにかく歩いてみよう。あそこのギフトショップだったか。
Nothing. Anyways, let's take a walk. Didn't you mention wanting to check out a gift shop over there? Shelby's blushing diverted his gaze from me and began to walk towards the shop I had pointed out earlier. I noted his reddening ears and couldn't help but giggle. Shelby, more like simp. I wanted it to rhyme in my head. Shelby, he still isn't used to this yet. Reflecting on our past, I realized that ever since we started living together, Shelby was often bashful. When Shelby and I decided to live together, we weren't lovers. There was no romantic feelings between us. I could vividly recall the day we moved under the same roof. It was part of the secret project to safeguard the company. We played the role of a married couple to uphold Shelby's devoted husband image. I'm realizing I the camera back now. Some months back, I was working as a bridal advisor dealing with problematic members of the Cupid Corps known as the Parasite 5. One member who was notoriously difficult was a man called Monsieur S. Monsieur S had a stand-in for his matchmaking activities and never attended parties or interviews. I did my best to help him find potential spouses. Let's go, my favorite song. Following my conclusion of the matchmaking share house program, Parasite House, all members of the Parasite 5 I was managing quit their membership except one. The remaining member was Monsieur S. I was pondering how to guide him better when Shelby summoned me. It's so much better on the next route. This song. It was then that Shelby disclosed he was Monsieur S. Shelby, the president of CC, had been using a representative for matchmaking. He had cultivated a false public image of being a devoted husband despite his bachelorhood. He felt it was too late to reverse that narrative. He had used a stand-in for matchmaking activities in an attempt to transform this lie into reality. You'll see. What will we see, Ray? This song? Or... Imagine this song playing and Alan has his shirt off. That's probably... However, no one was keen on marrying someone who wouldn't reveal themselves. Completely backed into a corner, he sought my advice. And then so much happened. We posed as a married couple and held receptions for vital clients. We attempted to deceive paparazzi, trying to prove that the president was actually married by creating deceptive silhouettes in the bedroom. In the end, when photos were about to be leaked, he publicly declared his single status. It's cute at the right moment. He'd been aware that the inevitable backlash we'd both receive. It was all to protect me.
どうした？
What's wrong? Nothing. I was just in my head, my guy. I was remembering what happened before we got married. Shelby turned to me questioningly. I was just thinking about everything that happened before we got married.
確かにたくさんあった。私の人生の中で一番濃密な一年だったのは間違いないな。
It was the most eventful year of my life. Really?
当然だろう。
Definitely. Shelby smiled, lost in thought. He pulled me in closer and laughed.
お前と出会ってからの時間はこれまでとはまるで違った。
We were dancing to the music in our head. What's this? This is Cupid Parasite again. So in this one, this is a new route. I think you were here for Miraness's route, the fortune teller. So it's the same story, but it's a different character route in it. Since I mentioned you, met you, my life has transformed.
それこそ一生分 感情をかき乱されたと言ってもいいぐらいにな。
You've stirred up my lifetime's. You've stirred up a lifetime worth of emotion in me. Hi. I'm legit busting it down so hard. Prim's like standing, now just dancing. Yeah, like that. Oh no, the song ended. Leah looked like she had no idea what I meant while I laughed to
まっ
myself.
たく自覚がないのか。
Desho, desho. That's a reminder. I need to make my sound bites for Radiant Tell. I'll probably do that tonight. She really has no clue. I'm thinking making the sound bites and having them on their own little thing, and hopefully I can get it where each picture pops up with a different picture that's related to the sound, maybe. She has no clue, my dude. Every single day before our wedding was thrilling, emotional. Every morning she was the first thing I saw when I woke up, and every evening she was there to greet me when I returned home. She offered me countless suggestions and acting lessons to help me convincingly maintain my role as a devoted husband. She innocently proposed that we call each other by our first names and that we should have breakfast together. I found it endearing. It surprised me that someone like her could even exist.
だがそれが心地よかった。理想の生活だと思えるぐらいに。
Her presence brought a sense of comfort that felt ideal to me.
それでも私としてはこれはあくまで会社のためだけでい
Is
つか
Simpy Snell on
終
there?
えるつもりでいたんだがな。
I don't think we have he's simping on here. No, okay. Listen, this is a man who's like, I love my wife, all right? And he means it. I thought of it as a temporary arrangement for the company's sake, assuming it would eventually end. But to my surprise, I couldn't control the surge of emotions that gradually developed. I found myself falling
そ
for
ば
her.
にいて守りたい。守れる男でいたい。
Ra's just a simp. He's a simp, but he's married, so it's fine. I yearned to be by her side, to protect her, to become a man worthy of her. However, our roles were defined. I was her superior and she was my subordinate. Our relationship was contractual, but gradually evolved. My desire to be near her, to disclose my feelings, intensified. And he doesn't even know she's a goddess, right? But he thinks she's a goddess already. I longed for her presence, to shower her with affection, but being with her, being by her side was all I wanted, but soon it wasn't enough. I wished not to spoil her, but to be spoiled in return.
誰かに寄りかかる心地よさなんて自分は必要としていなかったつもりだったのにな。
I always assumed I didn't need the reassurance that comes from relying on another. Yet meeting her made me realize the profound joy of having supportive companions in difficult times. Thoughts of her had stirred a tempest of emotions within me. It was then that I finally came to grips with my own feelings. The sensation of loving someone for the first time, I understood its meaning.
それであの時ついキスをしてしまったんだ
Yeah, still my least favorite CG, but I'm glad you guys decided to bring it back. I couldn't resist kissing her in that moment. And then she confessed that she harbored feelings for me as well. In my inebriated state, my feelings spilled forth. All reasons seeming to have deserted me then. Passion nudged me, I kissed her, yet Leah immediately fell asleep and
あの後は本当に苦労したな。
the aftermath of that was difficult. Yeah, because you force kissed her. I carried her to bed. It was a strategic move, hoping to confess my feelings as soon as she woke. Even while she slept, I longed to kiss her. But I reminded myself that it wouldn't be right while she was unconscious. Thank you, sir. So I suppressed my longing and eagerly awaited the morning. I planned to express my love when she awoke, but I fell asleep before I knew what morning was upon
目
us.
を覚まして彼女が横にいたのはあの朝が 初めてだったな。
That morning marked the first time I woke up beside her. My emotions, I wish you'd get off this picture. My emotions had been soaring. The memory of her admission of affection from the night before was still vivid in my mind. We had admitted our feelings for each other, so I assumed we were going to become lovers. That is, until I discovered that she had forgotten everything. Because that's what happens when you're too drunk to function. Because of her drunkenness, she didn't remember anything she had
おかげ
said.
で自分の気持ちを告げるのが遅くなったが、
That revelation led to a significant delay in my own declaration of love. However, we overcame those challenges and eventually got married. So suave, so fancy. My first ever wedding. I don't think that's how you refer to it. Unless you have been married more than once. I was finally marrying the woman I love.
だが結婚をしてからも日増しに愛おしくなるとはな。自
Despite
分で
being
も
married, my
予
love
想
for
でき
her
ていなかった。
only seemed to intensify with each passing day. I never anticipated that. Shelby. Upon hearing her voice, the surge of love was nearly overwhelming. I found myself on the brink of ignoring our surroundings to steal a kiss. However, we were in public. True Lost Yorks often displayed their affection freely, but I still harbored a certain shyness. It had been so long since I had dated anyone. I believed marriage was an impossibility for me. I was still adjusting to the concept of married life, let alone the idea of casually kissing my wife in public.
いや、そのどんな土産を買おうか悩んでいた。
I was just thinking about what sort of souvenirs we should get. Really?
ああ、せっかくだし残るものがいいだろう。お揃いのいや。
We should get something we can keep, perhaps a matching... No, never mind. I diverted my gaze and tried to compose myself. In the past, I never allowed my emotions to overtake me, hence I was unprepared to deal with these overwhelming feelings. We usually spent time together either at home or at the office. I never realized how hard it could be to suppress my desires while on a date. What about matching t-shirts? I like the idea of a matching look.
ペアルック。
Matching look? Is that a problem?
いや、ダメではないか。どこに着ていくのかと思ってな。
It's not that. I just wonder where we would wear them. To bed, bro. Pajamas, maybe.
パジャマ。
Pajamas. I couldn't resist picturing how adorable that would look. Brushing aside the idea of matching outfits, I envisioned her in a souvenir t-shirt styled in the tropical fashion of the Amor Paradis.
悪くない。
That's not a bad idea. Huh?
あ、いや。
It's nothing. Look at this. This straw hat's so cute. What do you think? She was beaming at me through the tiny mirror attached to the shop's rat hat. Cough, cough, cough. Shelby, are you okay?
大丈夫だ。問題ない。
I'm fine. That hat looks
似合っ
beautiful
ていると思う。
on you. That's great. I bet this one would look good on you, Shelby. Here, try it on. She reached to place the hat on my head. I like his voice actor. Oh yeah, Ken is one of my favorite voices. He does a lot of breathing. He breathes so well. Yeah, Ken is so good. Ken is great. Her perfume sweetly lingers around her neck, intoxicating me. I love how he's acting like this. Like he's doing too good for this game. I'm waiting for Alan. I bet Alan's does the same. But like, I feel like the voice actor for Jupiter knew that what he was doing was terrible, and that's why he gave us the worst growls I've ever heard in my life. I can't wait to hear him in 9-Rip. Oh my god, I'm so excited for 9-Rip. I cannot. I'm so happy.
これはまずいな。
This is not good.
すまない。それより喉が渇いたな。まず ジュースでも飲むとしよ
I'm sorry, I need a drink. Can we get something to refresh ourselves? Her cuteness was overwhelming, threatening to overload my senses. He's just like looking at her and she's just like this constantly to him. He's like, please continue to be a simp. I love it. Honestly, yes. In a desperate attempt to regain control, I quickly purchased the 2 hats and rushed to a nearby shop for a coconut juice. Watching her joyously sipping from the straw caused my mind to lose it. He is so in love. He's got so many problems. Shelby's been acting odd all day. He had been mumbling to himself for a while as I continued savoring my coconut juice. The drink Shelby bought was refreshing and succulent, perfect for a hot day. So delicious. Even though the drink was incredibly refreshing, Shelby seemed unaffected. This man. He closed his eyes as he drank. It seemed like he was immersed in the flavors. We finished our drinks, returning the empty shelves to the shop, and resumed our journey hand in hand. He's trying to stay calm. I love it. Yeah, he is not. He's not subtle. She's just dense. Where should we go next? As I tried to recall the map at the entrance, my attention was caught by an adorable ride. I want one. Look, Shelby, isn't that a cute
う。
ride?
トゥクトゥクラビーダビー号
Lovey-dovey auto rickshaw? The sign referred to a 3-wheel vehicle, the lovey-dovey auto rickshaw. We all need one. A quick explanation written on the side explained that riders could use it to tour the entire island.
なるほどな。広いダムールパラディの島内はこれに乗って移動をするようにできているのか。よく考えられている。
I think you're putting too much thought into it, man. It's a ride. Want to take a ride? I see. The lovey-dovey auto rickshaw is quite clever. It allows visitors to easily tour the fast-paced Diamorphetides. Since we're here, should we give it a try?
あ、そうだな。
I think that's a great idea. What is... I don't know why I never noticed this in literally every other route that came here. What are these little things hanging from the sky? It looks like it's meant to catch something, but it's so high up. Like, how could it? And there's like a bell attached to it. I don't understand. We both hopped onto the lovey-dovey auto rickshaw and it took off. They're so cute! The slow speed of the ride allowed us to fully appreciate the beautiful views of the island. Leaning out of the vehicle, I reveled in the soft breeze against my cheeks. Wow, Shelby, look! We can see the ocean from
海
here.
ならさっき船の上からも見ただろう。
Is that the game where you can toss beanbags into the baskets? Oh, you know what? That's probably... I don't know, because I assume that cord is so you can retrieve whatever's in there, but the cord's also so high you'd have to be a giant to get it. So I don't know. I mean, that also could be the beanbag. I don't know. You could see the ocean from the ferry earlier. I know, but this view is different. It's just so gorgeous. It's just the fact that it looked like it was like the size of a palm tree away. Being from a city, we seldom visited the beach, making the ocean view incredibly exciting. As the auto rickshaw leisurely toured the Diamorphetides, we passed various stalls, a show hall, and an impressive restaurant. Oh, it's time. Look for the dolphins. Shelby, look, dolphins are swimming out
いる
there.
か？リゾート風とはいえここはロサンヨークだぞ。わざわざ島で飼っているわけもないだろうし。
Dolphins? Even though this is a resort, we're still in Lost York. I doubt they'll ship dolphins here. But look, they're just jumping out of the water. Shelby failed to spot the dolphins despite my excited attempt to pick them out.
そうか。それはとても元気なイルカだな。
Well, those dolphins must be in good health. Does that mean they're dead otherwise? You don't believe me. That's not fair. I swear I saw them. Laughing, I playfully shook Shelby's arm.
く なんだその可愛い顔は。
What's with that cute
いや、
face?
ここでなら構わないか。他に誰も見ていないしな。
I guess I can't resist when you're acting so adorable. It's just us here after all. What's
その
wrong?
はしゃいでいるお前があまりにも可愛いからな。
Seeing you
こうし
playful
た
like
く
that makes
なっ
you
たん
look
だ。
too cute. It makes me want to do this. Shelby wrapped his arm around my waist, my hat tipped as he planted a kiss on my temple. Ah, public displays of affection from Shelby were rare. Like, oh my god. He whispered reassurance that we were safe. It implied that if we were on the auto rickshaw, he would have kissed my lips. Shelby's excitement was hard to read, but I could tell he was enjoying the experience as much as I was. The honeymoon had certainly added a new dimension to our relationship.
ほら、見てみろ。あちらの景色も見事だ。
Leah, take a look. The view over there is great. Awesome, awesome. I agree. You're great to look at too, Shelby. Alright, we're gonna save there because that one said spicy. We're gonna load this one and choose the other option. Back at it. Shelby, look, they're selling mint chocolate chip popcorn.
ああ、そうだな。後で食べてみるか。
Seems so. Should we try some later? Honestly, no, because that sounded like the worst tasting popcorn I've ever heard of. Absolutely!
その顔、いや、その。ほら、見てみろ。
I'm trying not to hit the skip button because, as a reminder, I played the first chapter, so if I hit skip, it's just gonna keep going. He tenderly stroked my hair, whispering my name. Shelby seems to be enjoying this too. Ever since we arrived on the island, Shelby struggled to switch off from work, but it was clear he was relishing in this experience. Diamor Paradis seems to possess a magical power that helps even the most relentless workaholic unwind. As we rode the auto rickshaw, we leisurely observed the various shops that surrounded us. After a while, a large structure came into view. It resembled a facility straight out of a spy heist movie, a casino. Wow, look,
カジ
Shelby.
ノか。
A casino.
考えてみれば、ロサンヨークに大きなカジノはないな。だから作ったのか。
Lobster doesn't really have any large casinos. Maybe that's why they built this one here.
さすがだな。よくロサンヨークのことを研究している。
It's impressive. They definitely did their research on Lost York. True, to find casinos of this size, you'd normally have to go all the way to Nas, Venice. Should we check it out? Let's go to Nas, Venice. Nas, Venice. Let's go.
そうだな。
Let's. We disembarked the auto rickshaw and ventured into the bustling casino. Wow! There appeared to be no dress code as everyone was in casual attire. It seemed like a relaxed environment where we could enjoy ourselves.
そういえばカジノは大学の頃にやったきりだな。
I haven't set foot in a casino since my college days. So you've played before?
ああ、すべて SS でいたかったからな。一通り練習はした。
I used to try my hand at everything. I practice all the games. He was trying to say he was SS at all the games. How does one even practice casino games? It was very much like Shelby to focus on mastering something rather than on profiting from it. Can you teach me then? My knowledge of casino is solely from movies.
ああ、任せてくれ。
Not a problem. We proceeded to explore the casino and try out the various games. Diamor Paradis Casino was designed to be beginner friendly, implementing betting limits so that you couldn't lose a large amount of money. What? Okay. But in a different game, we won over $2 million here. So it appears that most patrons were enjoying the experience without suffering major losses. The casino Utilize cute heart-shaped chips, enhancing the resort atmosphere. Oh my god, that'd be cute. After exploring most of the games, we headed over to the show hall where a magic show was taking place. Wow, how did they do that? It was my first live magic show and I was captivated. No matter how intently I watched, I couldn't figure out the trick. Shelby, do you know how they did that? Shelby! I whispered in his ear and he flinched as if tickled before nodding in response.
ああ、そうだな。おそらくだが、大体再現はできるはずだ。
Yes, I think I could recreate most of it. He's even SS in magic. Huh. Is there anything Shelby can't do? His marksmanship was also SS. He's basically a spy. Remember when he pulled a gun out at Owen? How many times can I call him a simp? Simpy McSimperson. Arm in arm with Shelby, I rested my head on his shoulder, reminiscing about the time he had protected me. Caught off guard by my close proximity, Shelby he blushed, visible even in the dim light. During a brief blackout for the show, he snuck a quick kiss. He is cute, but that haircut, I know. But if you asked him directly, he would tell you it's an SS haircut. I forgot what happened to Owen in this route. In this route, he was arrested for trying to sabotage Cupid corpse because he was being brainwashed by Mars. He's gone. Simple answer, he's gone. We continue to tour Diamor Paradis, soaking up the atmosphere. As evening turned into night, we ventured out to the night market for dinner. Wow, look, Shelby, so many stalls. I want strawberry candy. I want minced pork rice. I want a soup dumpling. I can't read that one. I want a meat bun. I don't really care for pho, but I'll eat it. I love him for being a simp, a lot better than annoying ass obsessed bitch who didn't tell MC about the wedding and being a yandere ass. Oh man. Asia, you got so censored. Wait, when? Oh, because she's not just saying F this shit.
Ah,
Indeed.
そうだな。
They all look so tempting. Where should we start?
そうだな。せっかくだから少しずつ食べてみるか。
Gil is so creepy. That's a fact. Gil is so creepy. Look at that. Muma, you realized it was Gil without knowing. I love it. Look. Since we're here, let's try a bit of everything. Sounds like a plan. Twitch trying to protect Gil from me. Did it censor it for somebody? Oh, it doesn't censor it for me. I remembered now. Someone showed a screenshot. None of your stuff censored on mine, but other people put like get a bunch of. We ventured to the nearest stall, sampling everything that caught our eye before moving on to the next.
と、これはどう食べるものなんだ?
How do you eat this? You mix it with a spoon first, then scoop it up.
こうか。
What are we eating? Like this.
なるほど。こういう味か。うまいな。
It's quite tasty, this man. He savored various foods. We'd never even tried before. One dish resembled a crepe. Biting into it, a burst of juicy flavor surprised me. The skewers were also delicious, albeit piping hot.
この中に入っている肉汁、相当熱いな。
Careful, the juice
気をつけて
inside
食べ
is
た方がいい。
really hot. You might burn yourself. That's how soup dumplings are. Maybe I should poke a hole in it and let it cool down.
ああ、だが濃厚でうまそうだ。
The flavor is exceptional. First off, guys, if you get hot food, wait 5 minutes before you eat it. Just give it 5 minutes to cool down. I think during the Sympathy Kiss stream, I was censored a lot. I want to fuck Usui literally, and some censored was my hatred for the route. An evil ass bitch pissed me off. Yeah, there was a lot of censoring because I was all like, "What are you guys talking about? There's nothing wrong with what Asia's saying. I have proved all of the words." We tried soups, paninis, and dishes with names I couldn't even pronounce. The variety definitely contributed to the feeling of being at a resort. There were many foods here that we couldn't find in Lost York.
しかし初めて見る料理ばかりだ。これは確かに興味深い。
There's so many cuisines I've never seen before. This is fascinating.
世界中を旅した気分になるな。忙しいロサンヨーカーからすればありがたい限りだろう。
It feels like we're traveling the world. It's a great experience for busy Lost Yorkers like us. This is my kind of date. Bring on the food. Literally, yes. That's all I want. Feed me. I saw on Instagram that many people come here specifically for the food. This is amazing.
ああ、そうだな。
You're definitely right about that. Diamond Paradis really was a chic new hangout. I imagined many Lost Yorkers could frequent this place on their days off. It seemed like the perfect spot for a party. After some time exploring, we finally arrived at the hotel room we were invited to. Look at that. I mean, we've seen this before in Rookie. Not Rookie. Yeah, no, in Rookie's route, but hey. Wow, look at this, Shelby. This room is incredible.
ああ、
Yes. The hotel robes are adorable. I worked up a sweat. Do you mind if I shower first? Let's shower together. Like, what is
あ、
this?
ああ、わかった。
Go ahead. I wonder what's wrong with Shelby. He seems so apprehensive. You never saw this background? Oh, in Rookie's route, this is where they had their wedding. One of the stories. I wasn't paying attention to Rookie's route. That's so fair. They may have been here in Raul's route too. I think they stayed at a hotel. I noticed Shelby acting strangely as soon as we entered the room. His expression was thoughtful and distant. Maybe he's just overwhelmed by how fancy this place is. The room was indeed extravagant. I'd have to make sure to thank Mr. Omar for his generous invitation. Thank him deeply. Nonetheless, after a full day out, I was exhausted. I craved a shower and a good night's sleep. Leaving Shelby in his thoughts, I slipped into the bathroom.
なんだ、あの可愛い生き物は。
Is she always this cute when she's confused? No, you're just simping. Finally alone, I let out a long sigh. Even I wasn't sure why I was so giddy. We spent every day together, yet Leah looked adorable since the beginning of the day. He's adorable simp. Actually, I think I recall this seeming like maybe he's being influenced by something in the air. Please continue to be a simp. I love it. It wasn't until we were inside the luxurious suite that it hit me. We were on our honeymoon.
まずいな。
It's like, I need to pull it together. Slap yourself. I knew sleep wouldn't come easy that night. Knowing Lynette. Lynette? Who's Lynette? Who's Lynette? You're not here with Lynette. She'd likely head to bed straight after her shower. Love's literally in the air. That's it. In this game, they're being trapped here. They're becoming da 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 da. It's all a ploy to get people to want to spend more money and spend more time on this island. Truthfully, I had no intention of letting her sleep, but I had to maintain my cool. Honeymoon night, yes sir.
平常心だ。平常心。
Just keep calm. I hoped to avoid revealing how much I'd been anticipating this honeymoon. I had to keep my cool at all times. I wanted to present myself as a composed adult in front of her instead of as incomposed adult like I've been acting. Shelby, I'm out. Seeing her emerge from the bath in her robe, my mind went blank. She looked absolutely adorable.
お、お前。
Oh my. Thanks for letting me shower first. It's your turn now. As she passed, I caught a whiff of her floral scent. It was likely from the bath soap supplied by the hotel. It was sweet, exotic scent that felt perfectly appropriate for a resort. I had to swallow the surge of emotion rising in my throat. I have to stay calm. I repeated that mantra to myself. However, unaware of my struggle, Leah bounced on the bed. Shelby, look, the bed is covered in flower petals. Isn't it beautiful? Like, oh my gosh. Shelby. Shelby? She must have been surprised when I suddenly joined her on the bed. Her wide eyed, innocent look made me catch my breath.
まずい。
He'll be in
こ
the
れは
shower for a while after
可
this.
愛すぎるだろ。
I'm in trouble. She's just too adorable. Oh man, we're killing this man. I knew I couldn't hold back any longer. She was just too irresistible. How could it be that this adorable woman is my wife? My heart swelled with happiness thinking about how I managed to marry someone like her. Whatever rational thought I had left allowed me to utter the next words.
いや、お前と結婚できてよかったと思ってな。
I accept. I was just thinking about how lucky I am to have married you. I feel exactly the same way, my guy. She reached out and caressed my cheek. Her innocent touch, like one would give to a large friendly dog, stirred something in me. Before I knew it, I was leaning in for a kiss. I think we had kissing sounds on the bingo card. We got it. Leah. Oh, the slight twitch of her shoulders only further stroked my desire. She whimpered, a tiny sound that shattered any remaining restraint I had. Nah, there was
な
kissy
あ、
sounds.
悪い。我慢の限界だ。
Dear God, this man. MC has to initiate it. MC can't make kissing sounds. I'm MC's voice. Leah, I'm sorry. I can't hold back any longer. Shelby. Her cheeks flushed as she realized my intention. She met my gaze with heat in her eyes and rolled onto her side, exposing her neck in a gesture of surrender. Without another thought, I moved to kiss her neck. Her clean, warm skin tasted sweet and slightly tangy. I'm so sorry. What? And that's Shelby, guys. That's how Shelby do. And yet, they're gonna ruin him. How are they gonna ruin this man for me? How are they gonna do it? Where's Ray? Ray! Ugh. The following morning, we continued to enjoy our vacation at Diamor Paradis. The bright morning sun woke us, and my gaze met Shelby as he laid beside me.
お
You're
は
here
よ
too? I don't want to know. Good morning. Good morning, sir. Good morning, Shelby. Did you take a shower last night? You said that he's gonna ruin this. Looking him eating chocolate. Betcha he does like chocolate. He does like chocolate. The other thing too is she gets drunk off chocolate, by the way. When you say chocolate wasted, it actually is true for her. Each morning, Shelby is there when I wake up, when I drift off to sleep despite being used to it. Yawn, I overslept. Oh, I slept so well, just
こ
kidding.
んなに眠ったのは久しぶりだ。
I'm just questioning how they're gonna ruin this. Look at this moment. Look at this great moment. It's been a while since I had a restful sleep.
マットレスもピローもブランケットもゲストの深い眠りのために丁寧に考えられているようだな。
All I hope is that he gets a decent route. I feel like he will be number 2 in the ranking, or of course number 1 will be Alan no matter what. Yeah, Alan could turn into an elephant and he can still be number 1. Alan. The mattress, pillows, and blankets are all designed for the guest comforts. Shelby's smile was gentle as he caressed my cheeks and hand. Shelby had always neglected sleep. Even after we got married, he often stayed up late. This is what it meant to me. Wait, that's why it meant so much to me that he had chosen to sleep in, and I hugged him tightly in response. That's great. You just woke up, right? Did you sleep well?
ああ、 昨晩は遅かったしな。
Yes, we stayed up late last night. Remember? I could listen to his voice all day. It's a good voice. It's why he's second to last. I always save my favorites for the end. Ken has the greatest voice. He makes this character better just because he takes it to another level. Shelby bashfully kissed my cheeks as he reminded me. If you've watched Sympathy Kiss, just so you know his range, in Sympathy Kiss, he's the voice of Nori, and Nori is a way more flamboyant character. I thought he was going to give it like a flamboyant appearance with a deep voice, but no, he has a flamboyant voice too. I already know Alan's route might make me cry. He feels like he doesn't deserve MC at all, which we already established in the previous game. We need to get past this, guys. We can't keep crawling over the same hurdles. His breathing makes people ascend. That is... Gosh. Shelby bashfully kissed my cheek as he reminded me. Indeed, we were up late. He hardly let me sleep at all. I ended up needing to take another rest. We even did it in the bathroom. He was relentless. Oh my goodness. We didn't sleep until it was well past 2 in the morning. Okay, I thought you guys went to bed at like 10. That's not even that much. It's the first time Shelby was so persistent. Maybe it was the unique circumstances of our honeymoon that made him behave that way. Given that this was our very first honeymoon, it was certainly a reason to be excited. Okay, first off, earlier he said like our very first marriage, my very first wedding, and this is just our very first honeymoon. What is that implications there? How many weddings are you guys going to? How many honeymoons do you plan on having? Overjoyed by his enthusiasm, I leaned in to return his kiss. We continued to tease and play like kittens in the lazy morning sunlight.
まったく。あまり可愛すぎることをするな。
Goodness, you're too adorable, you know? Well, we're on our honeymoon. You don't mind, right?
ああ。
I love it. That is not what he said. He just said, yeah. We hugged tightly and Shelby stroked my hair. His expression was different from when he was at work, softer and completely at ease.
たまにはこうしてゆっくり過ごすのもいい
It's
な。
nice to spend time like this sometimes. I agree, it's wonderful.
ああ。幸せだ。
I feel so content right now. Squinting in the late morning sun, Shelby reached for his phone. Then he shook his head and set it back down on the bedside table.
しかし仕事を気にしないようにするというのもなかなか難しいな。さすがに少し落ち着かない。
Listening. You got me. Full tension. Believe it or not, it's actually hard for me to unwind completely. I feel restless without work. I knew you'd say something like that.
すまない。こんなに仕事をせずに過ごしたことはあまりないからな。本当にいいのかと気になるんだ。
I'm sorry, I've never been off work this long. It's hard to shake that feeling that I should be doing something. You never change, but even you need to rest sometimes.
それは確かにそう
I
なんだが。
suppose so, but... Shelby still seemed uneasy, reminding me of a conversation we had before we were married. When I asked him about taking a vacation, he said he would never stop until he achieved perfection. Even when he had time off, he claimed there was nothing he wanted to do. He preferred to dedicate that time to his company. Perhaps that was why he found it hard to rest, but now it was my job to ensure he relaxed fully, so you're gonna climb on top of him, right? We're on our honeymoon. You need to rest. Shelby, I know you haven't taken a break since we got married.
確かに得意先との接待でしか休みは取っていなかったな。
It's true, my only time off has been for client receptions. That doesn't count as time off.
そのようだな。これまでは十分それで休んでいると思っていたが。
I see, but until I met you, I thought I had plenty of rest.
お前と出会ってから休日が何たるかをようやく理解した気がする。
I understand what it truly means to have a vacation. Oh, he kissed me. After that, we kissed, and I noticed his shoulders relax slightly.
そうだな。ここ数年分の休暇のつもりでハネムーンの間は ゆっ
All
く
right.
り休むとするか。
I'll take this honeymoon to make up for the last few years. I want this to be nothing but them on a honeymoon, by the way. I want this entire story to take place on Dia Morpedades on their honeymoon. I don't care if we find out they're pumping drugs into this place like a Batman villain to make people feel like they're in love and make them want to stay here longer. That's fine. I just want it to always be the honeymoon. I'm ready to pack his lunch for work and have his kids, just saying. Like, listening to him talk, yeah, he's so soothing. I'll take this honeymoon to make up for the last few years. That's the spirit. We spent a bit more time playfully lounging in bed. We have never spent a day off like this before. Shelby would usually wake early to check emails, or we'd head to the kitchen to cook together. What do you want to do for breakfast?
なあ、それだが、朝食はルームサービスで届けてくれると
Don't show,
メー
yeah,
ルに書
don't
かれ
show
ていたな。
Mima. About that, the email said breakfast will be provided by room service. From Mr. Omar, who invited us?
なあ、メールには確か9時頃に届けるとあったから、まだ大丈夫だ。
According to the email, it should arrive around 9, so we still have some time. Okay. No need to cook, no work to do. I could play with Shelby in bed as long as I wanted. That's a great sentence. The thought made me giddy. As we continued to laze around, there was a knock on the door.
ルームサービスをお届けに参りました。
Room service, you have a delivery.
来たようだな。
It's here. Oh no, I need to get dressed. I hurriedly threw on a bathrobe and hopped back into bed.
入ってくれ。
Come in. What
失
about
礼
you?
いたします。
He's shirtless. Excuse me. From beneath the covers, I watched as the bellboy wheeled in a cart and skillfully set up our breakfast.
お待たせいたしました。シャンパン付きの朝食メニューでございます。
Simping is allowed. Yeah, we made a thing called Thirsty in our Discord. You can be, and I made that plus 18, so.
お待たせいたしました。シャンパン付きの朝食メニューでございます。
Zeus. Wait, is it
失礼いた
Zeus?
します。
Is it Zeus? Ray, is that Zeus? Thank you for waiting. Champagne is included in your breakfast. Champagne? I peeked out. Wait, is there a Zeus ending? Can I date Zeus? Zeus! Just his voice actor, not the actual man. No, look at this. There's a chance. There's a chance. There's an offshoot here. This is our sweet, spicy, and whatever ending. And then this is either our Omar Holding ending or our Zeus ending. Okay. Yes. I peeked out from the blankets at the mention of champagne. Champagne for breakfast felt incredibly lavish.
こちらから生ハムとブラータのサラダ、サーモンのカルパッチョとポーチドエッグのキャビア添え。
Ray's tricky, okay? Ray's played this game. Ray knows what's happened. I did not get a Zeus ending. That wasn't the same. No, that's not a Zeus ending. That was a what if ending. That wasn't a Zeus one. And he never devoured her. Ever. He just implied he might. It's not the same. We have a salad of prosciutto and burrata, cheese, salmon, carpaccio. Imagine me being a bellboy. And poached eggs with caviar.
クロワッサンとブリオッシュにラズベリーのジャムを添えております。
And the croissants and brochet are served with raspberry jams. You got me, man. I just noticed the voice of my partner, so you admit that Zeus should be a viable option.
どうぞごゆっくりお過ごしください。
Enjoy. With a bow, the bellboy cleared the empty cart from the room. This reminds me, this happened in Cupid Parasite 1. So there's the person who runs the class, and the voice actor, I think we had all agreed that it was Auntie or her mom, and they never brought up that subject again. Like, she even said the voice sounded familiar. She's like, this voice sounds familiar, and then they never brought it up again. With a bow, the bellboy cleared the empty cart from the room. As soon as the door closed, I bounded out of bed. Wow, this looks
こ
delicious.
れは見事な朝食だな。 自信があるとサイトに書かれていただけある。
It's quite a spread.
しかし
Now I
シャ
understand
ンパン付きか。
why they're so confident about their breakfast, but champagne. Have you never had a mimosa? My dude, calm down. It's quite fancy. Did they mention to Mr. Omar that we're on our honeymoon?
いや、妻と行くとは伝えたが、もしかしたら私たちが結婚したてであると知っていたのかもしれないな。
Zeus would never serve others. That's a lot of R's. Never. Like, would he? He would to get in their pants. That's true. Zeus would do a lot of things to get into someone's pants. I just mentioned that I was coming with my wife. Perhaps he guessed that we were recently married. Speaking of which, the way the bed was made did look like it was prepared for honeymooners. Maybe they arranged it that way.
では食べるとするか。
You can get in mine for free. I mean, if it's Zeus, I'm pretty willing. Am I right? Am I right? Let's eat. Let's eat! I decided to start with some fresh squeezed juice as champagne could get me tipsy too early. I thought you don't get drunk, girl. This is delicious. It's so refreshing. Dude, drink the champagne. Next, I tried the croissant. It was warm and soft and tasted absolutely delicious. Dude, that's my favorite breakfast right there. Croissants. This croissant is amazing.
本当だな。さすがはフランス企業といったと
You're
ころか。
right. They are a French company after all. That doesn't mean their croissants are gonna be amazing, but I understand what your implications are.
このボウルに入っているカフェオレはクロワッサンをつけるためのものだろう。浸して食べる習慣だと聞いたことがあるからな。
I think you're supposed to dip the croissant in the cafe au lait. I heard it's a French custom. It's fine. We don't have to do that.
濃厚なミラベルジュースもそうだが、本場
Dehydrate.
の味を用意しているようだ。
The rich Mirabelle plum juice and other authentic flavors are quite something. Oh right, Omar Holdings is a French company.
ああ、フランスのリプンの企業だ。古くから交易地として栄えている歴史ある都市だな。
It's headquartered in Lipon, a historic city that has always been the center of trade in France.
あちらでもホテルにレストランにと手広くやっているからな。ノウハウが蓄積されているのだろう。
They own hotels, restaurants, among other businesses, so they have a wealth of expertise. So that's why they were able to recreate authentic fresh croissants in Los York. You've never been to France. You can't say it's authentic. You don't know what authentic is unless you've had one there. And even then, just like everywhere else in the world, just because you had it there doesn't make it authentic either. Things are mass produced. There is so many things. It might be delicious. I'm not saying that's not possibly the most delicious croissant they've ever had. I'm just saying, don't say that makes it authentic. Either way, it was delicious. I gladly spend the night there just to savor these pastries. I'm a pastry girl, so I could agree with that. The bed was made beautifully with flower petals, and the breakfast was luxurious. The overall experience was nothing short of
しか
exquisite.
し、イーライ・オマール氏にはきちんとお礼を言わないといけないな。
I still need to personally thank Mr. Eli Omar. You're right. As I enjoyed the breakfast, I decided to draft an official letter to things once we return to the office. Time it's over. After we finished our almost overly luxurious breakfast, we finished our morning preparations and decided to enjoy the jacuzzi we had missed out on the night before. Hell yeah, let's go. This feels good. As expected, the jacuzzi was wonderful. I'd only used the shower the night before, so I wanted to give it a try. I slid into the spacious tub and let the jets work their magic.
いい景色だな。
What a nice view. What if he just stays shirtless the rest of this game? Dancing. It's a fantastic location, especially with this view of the ocean. There's no lyrics this time. During the day, the view was impressive. The ocean was crystal clear from our vantage point and the jacuzzi on the terrace. The rest of the scenery made it easy to forget we were still in Los York. A nice view indeed. Yeah, if he's just shirtless for the rest of the game, I'm okay with that. Unable to resist, I started splashing the water like a child in a swimming pool, fully enjoying the view. We're on sweet, right? I always double check. Double check before you mess up. Oh yeah, his sweet.
スイートダーリン。甘い時間とは今この時のことを言うんだ。お前と出会うまで概念自体が理解できなかったが、とても良いものだな。
Bro, you wish he was shirtless for the whole game? Man has work to do. They're on their honeymoon. They could be on their honeymoon for the rest of this game, and I'd be fine with that. No, 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 no. I missed my hot tub. So I live in an apartment that has hot tub, but like it's not close. I don't want to go over there. Think about where you haven't been. From yesterday, we started at the entrance and went counterclockwise. So the only place we haven't visited
どうした
is...
急に難しい顔をして。
What's wrong? You look thoughtful. Oh, I was just remembering the island map, thinking about the places we didn't explore yesterday. We didn't visit the upper levels of the island yet. There seems to be some sort of facility there.
ああ、レストランだろう。店内の装飾が凝られているとガイドブックには紹介されていたぞ。
My sister has gone. I have not. I know they recommend not being there for too long. I bought a new house and had to leave it at my last one. Stupid city ordinance. Don't let the city know. Hide it. Hide the hot tub. It's probably the restaurant. The guidebook mentioned its elaborate decor.
ランチに行ってみるか。
You want to go there for lunch? Yeah, can we just relax in the room until then? It's such a nice room after all. After exploring DM Petitese today, we would be heading home tonight. Ew, trash. That's not a honeymoon. Shelby's schedule was busy, so he could only take 2 days off for our honeymoon, but I felt we had managed to pack plenty into our short time.
ああ、もちろんだ。
Yes, of course. Ah, it's spicy. Hang on.
ほら、見てみろ。
Then it's settled. Shelby leaned back and relaxed in the jacuzzi with me. This really is such a wonderful hotel. This is what a honeymoon should look like. Take notes, Gil. We actually didn't see their honeymoon. We saw a part of their honeymoon and they were spending time on a boat. And then they went to visit his parents. And that's when he's like, by the way, we're going to get married again. And then she's like, what? Ask where you'd go later. So where do we go today?
そうだな。昨日まだ行っていないのは。
The places we didn't go yesterday are... As we continued to enjoy the jacuzzi, we discussed our plans for the day. After today's explanation, Petitese would return home that evening. Shelby being busy, we could only spare 2 days. Okay. That's weird. Usually the repeat text is
では
app.
決まりだな。
It's settled. We're on skip all. Dude, it did it again. This one, I don't know why it does this to me. This one has done this like 3 or 4 times now. I need to keep watching it. It switches to skip all when I only go to switch red. Whatever. Such a wonderful hotel. Breakfast was great. Tea was great. DM Wars is great. Great weather. We lounged in our room past noon. Just as we started feeling hungry, we headed to the restaurant. That's it. We're just getting the best. All right, inside the restaurant, the lighting had an aqua hue, and there was fish tank integrated into the interior design. Colorful fish swam about. Honestly, I would love to go here. Kidding. What a wonderful decor.
ああ、そうだな。
Yes, it's really unique. Wow, this fish with two-tone purple and yellow is pretty. I wonder what it's called. I looked at the name tag around the tank but heard a soft chuckle behind me.
ロイヤルドティーバッグだ。メギスの仲間だな。
I understand we're dating an SS man, right? He doesn't have to know everything. That's called a royal dottyback. The dottyback family has many variations. I see. Then what's that fish in this tank?
ネオンテトラだ。
That's a neon tetra. We have freshwater and saltwater up in here. No matter which fish I pointed to, Shelby knew its name as if he were simply naming vegetables at a supermarket. Impressive. Shelby knows so much even about fishes. After asking a few more questions, we chose a table next to a large tank and checked the menu. Okay, Shelby, what bra size you wear? He probably would know the answer, because I assume he knows his measurements off the top of his head. And he seems like the type of guy who would just understand the rules of bras, right? You do the inches for a round, and then you do the cup size based on the amount of inches they protrude further, right? Right. What would you like to have for lunch?
これは悩ましいな。どれも美味しそうだ。
See, everything looks so tempting. The cuisine was indeed enticing. The more I examined the menu, the harder it became to make a decision. The pizza looks good, but I want to try the salad too.
ドリンクも種類が豊富だな。
There are plenty of drink options too. Wow, you're right, and so many desserts. What should I do? I groaned, attempting to balance what I wanted to eat with the capacity of my stomach. If I were with Clarice, we could share. I wondered how Shelby would feel about that. We rarely ate at such a restaurant outside of town, so I wasn't sure if suggesting it would be appropriate. But it's fine, right? We're married. If Shelby didn't like sharing, it would be better to find out sooner rather than later. Gosh, how do I say, hey Shelby, you want to split it? Partially hiding my face behind the menu, I looked over at Shelby. Shelby, since we're here, why don't we share our dishes?
シェア
Share? Yeah, it's okay if you don't want to, but I thought it'd be nice to try more dishes, you know?
シェアか。いや、悪くない。
Sharing, huh? That's not a bad idea. Dude, that's how me and my sister get to try so many snackies, right? We order 4 things, we split it 3 ways, 2 ways, however many ways. Whoever, one thing is usually just a little bit. You get to try. You get to try it, but most of it is just splitting them. It's also why I usually get appetizers. Like the sampler plates. Oh my god. Because then, one, you get a couple of everything. Everybody gets to try. Sharing, huh? That's not a bad idea.
すまない。普段誰かとシェアをすることはなかったから戸惑ったが、確かにいい案だ。ぜひそうしよう。
I'm sorry, I was a bit taken aback because I usually don't share with anyone. It's a great idea. Let's do it. If I can't find someone who doesn't like sharing, I want no one. If everybody in the world is like, no, what I order is mine kind of person, then I don't want that. So he never did it before, just as I thought. Though he hesitedly initially, he agreed. I was relieved to see he didn't seem opposed to the idea. I want to share so many experiences with Shelby now that we were married. I placed the menu flat on the table and we started deciding on what to order. Do you have anything in mind, Shelby?
そうだな。食べたいものか。
Not just food. Everything. Oh, I see. So, polygamy. Got it. Let's see. What do I want to eat? As we looked over the menu together, Shelby seemed indecisive. After a while, he pointed at a few options. There's actually a song where I think the line goes, plus all my clothes would fit, which is great. You know, that implies sharing.
この鶏もも肉のコンフィは気になるな。ああ、あとこのシーフードサラダもだ。
I'd like to try this chicken thigh confit as well as the seafood salad too. Hey, Dweet! Then let's order those. I want to try this tomato cream spaghetti.
では、ひとまずその3つを頼んでみるとするか。
So we'll start with those. Start? How many things do you plan on ordering, my guy? Gosh, my lid wasn't on. I got scared. It started to slip. Yeah!
決まりだな。ではこの3つを頼む。
Then it's decided. We'll order these 3.
かしこまりました。
Excellent choices. Once we ordered, we took another look around the restaurant. It was filled with couples, some with wedding rings and others that seemed newer and shy. There were also customers who seemed to be friends, but overall there was more couples than in typical date spots in Lobster. Say ah!
はいおい、恥ずかしいじゃないか。
Come on, it's a bit embarrassing to do that here.
でもみんなやってるわよ。
It's always cute to share clothes with someone taller. Like, that doesn't work for me because I'm short and round. So I wear about the same size as tall people. Simping over here. It's okay, you can simp. Everyone's doing it right. In fact, I have a shirt that's a crop top. Like, it's a crop top. For me, it just covers my chest. And then I saw someone wear the exact same shirt and I went, because it like went to their stomach. And I was like, bro, here I am. It's crazy. It's crazy how clothes fit different people. Some couples were openly displaying their affection. Wow, this really is a date spot. I was starting to feel more like the island of love. It was torted to be. From Cupid's perspective, this was just another form of matchmaking. One size fits all differently. It wasn't just matchmaking companies. Places like this also had the power to make people fall in love, and I found that quite fascinating.
お待たせいたしました。
Thank you for waiting. The food we had ordered arrived at the table. Despite the enticing array of dishes before us, something seemed different. It's seafood salad, but there's no shrimp.
本当だ、珍しいな。
You're right, that's unique. And the tomato cream spaghetti has squid instead of shrimp. It was an unusual choice considering tomato cream spaghetti was typically served with mozzarella cheese and shrimp. Perhaps the restaurant was attempting to liven up its routine menu. Regardless, it still looked appealing. That's fine. Let's eat.
ああ、シェアの方法だが、この取り皿に。
Let's use the serving plates to share. Twirling a fork full of spaghetti, I held it out towards Shelby. Say ah! Cough, 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 cough. What's wrong?
いや、シェアの方法が私の想定外だっただけだ。
The way you want to share is not what I expected. I noticed he had been holding out a serving plate. Oh, I see. That's how you serve. It seemed other couples around us were doing the same, so I thought it was acceptable. Before I could retract my fork, Shelby held my hand in place.
いや、待ってくれ。
No, wait.
その、確かに周囲がそうしているのも事実だ。
It's a shame it's his right hand that's on his chest and not his left, because then we can see his wedding ring all the time. It's true the others around us are doing the same.
人生で一度くらいしてみても
Look at him, he's being so bold. Maybe just once in my lifetime I can try something like this. Are you sure you don't have to force yourself, my guy?
いや、私が
I
してみたいと
want to do
思っ
it.
たんだ。
Shelby looked embarrassed, but he took a bite from my fork anyway. A noise of pleasure escaped him as he chewed. After a short pause, he nodded.
確かにこうして食べると普段より美味しく感じるな。
It might be true that eating like this feels like it's tastier than usual. He closed his eyes in embarrassment after admitting that despite his words, he didn't seem to be enjoying the experience. Feeling his embarrassment makes me a bit self-conscious. Still, seeing other couples around us doing the same, I reminded myself we were a newlywed couple. There was no harm in being playful with each other. Then, can you do it for me next, Shelby?
私がか。
Me? I want to give it a try, please.
一度だけだ。
Just once, okay? That was such a breath. I can't even. That man. How does he do that? Yay!
では行くぞ。
Here goes. Say
Hi.
diver lungs? Need to learn all about Ken now. My son said who's breathing like that. Yeah, exactly. This man can breathe. I thought that was my gas leaking. Here goes. Say, despite his embarrassment, Shelby cut a piece of chicken thigh confit and offered it to me with a fork. I gratefully took a bite. Ah! This confit is tasty!
そうか。それは
Oh my
よかった。
That's good to hear.
やはり恥ずかしいな。
This is still a bit embarrassing. Despite our initial awkwardness, we continued to feed each other, and we attracted curious glances from those around us. I found this playfully interaction incredibly enjoyable, and despite Shelby's bashfulness, he seemed to share my sentiment. Before falling in love, neither of us would have engaged in such a display. Love, it seemed, was shifting our values. The atmosphere of this island was also affecting us, and our honeymoon memories would be cherished from start to finish.
なんとか楽しめているようでよかった。
I'm glad to see she's enjoying it. After finishing our meal, I breathed a quiet sigh of relief. I had worried about whether this honeymoon would be successful, especially considering the stories I'd heard about couples divorcing soon after their honeymoons. I assumed everything would work out, but I still harbored a fear of her becoming disenchanted with me.
しかしやはり彼女と過ごすのはいいものだな。
However, spending time with her was so comforting and it helped alleviate my concerns. For the first time in a long time, I had taken 2 consecutive days off. Although I felt restless at first, I was now thoroughly enjoying our vacation.
こうしてゆっくりと休みを謳歌するのはもういつぶりだろう。
When was the last time I could truly unwind like this? Ever since that meeting Leah, I think I have more time to rest. Taking 2 days off was a rare occurrence for me, so it has been years since I had last relaxed without work looming in the back of my mind. It was thanks to her that I learned how to truly unwind even after the honeymoon. I hope to maintain this newfound balance in my life.
イライオマール氏には感謝しないといけないな。
I owe
この島
Eli
にはま
Omar.
た来るとしよう
I'll
か。
have to revisit this island in the future. Seeing her so joyous was a sight I yearned to see time and time again. Maybe we could even visit other hotels. I was pulled from my musing by a notification on my phone. I had set it up to only show urgent messages. Email.
悪い。見ていいか。
Sorry, mind if I check it? See that hand? That's the hand I think should be like the one that he does this with now. That way you can see his wedding ring. Go ahead. After asking Leah, I checked my phone. Eli Omar, I squinted at the screen on my phone. It's Wands Day, guys. Sender Eli. Eli was the young vice president who provided us this opportunity for this honeymoon. Oh, interesting. Oh. Before returning home, we paid a visit to Omar's office for a formal meeting. He had sent an email requesting to meet us. We waited in the reception room, and after a short while, a man appeared. There is so much happening in this one tiny, tiny room. I hate his place. Yeah. It is too much. Like, if the floor was plain, maybe it would make it less, but the floor is a lot. There's 3 different tiles on the wall. It's got a lot going on. He was tall with a gentle smile adorning his face, yet his eyes held a sharpness reminiscent of a raptor stalking its prey. Hot damn.
はじめまして、スネイル社長。私がイーライ・オマールです。
He's so damn pretty. He belongs in a dark romance. Pleased to meet you, President Snell. I am Eli Omar.
シェルビー・スネイルだ。この度はお招きいただき感謝しております。
I'm Shelby Snell. Thank you for the invitation. We sat there exchanging smiles and handshakes, yet an aura surrounded them, hinting at an eventual duel. Oh. These guys' voices. Too bad his backstory's so fucking dumb. I was so prepared for him to live forever. I was so prepared for him to be a vampire, but lobster vampire. Not that he turned into a lobster when he ate lobster. The tension began to affect me too. Could it be because they're both company presidents? Technically, Mr. Omar was the vice president, but he certainly carried himself like a president. Despite being Shelby's secretary and wife, I'd never experienced such an atmosphere, even at dinner meetings with other executives. I felt a bit of drift amidst their escalating tension.
お二人にお会いできて本当に光栄です。
It's an honor to finally meet you both.
ええ、私もお会いできて光栄です。
The pleasure's all mine, truly an honor. This feels like two spies meeting each other.
この島ではお楽しみいただけましたか？
Were you able to enjoy the island? Girl, I feel adrift too. I still want to have a one-night stand with him and then have him disappear forever. That'd be fine. Don't trust him? Don't trust him. The writer is trash with the new guys and side characters. I don't want him to even touch me. Look at him! Look at this finesse. Look at his hair. Look at his outfit. Mwah, mwah, mwah. He's gorgeous. I don't know what you mean. Were you able to enjoy the island?
ええ、おかげさまで存分に堪能させていただきました。本当に見事な島ですね。ありがとうございます。
Thanks to your generous invitation, we savored every moment here. This place is incredible. We appreciate it.
とんでもございません。楽しんでいただけたようで何よ
I
りで
haven't
す。
forgot that stupid lobster form. Hey, he keeps his gloves on, okay? No need to thank me. I'm just glad you were able to enjoy yourselves. As the handshake ended, Mr. Omar gaze shifted towards me.
そちらがかの有名な
And this
奥
is
様でいらっしゃいますか？
this is your renowned wife. Renowned?
ああ、私の妻だ。
Yes, this is my wife. Why does he have lobster gloves and why the necklace? First off, the necklace is the symbol of his family. This is a deep thing that they hold within themselves. What else is his voice actor in? Oh, for Omar? I don't know if we looked up Eli. Did we look up Eli's voice actor? Let's look him up just in case. Kasama June. Okay. He's Kai in Jack and Jean. And he's in Grand Blue Fantasy, but that's not an Otome game. But that's just something I thought you should know. Let's see if he's in any animes I read or recognize. He's Kai. That's all I got for you. He's Kai from Jack and June. I don't recognize anything else from the list. The list I see is not everything he's in, by the way, but it's stuff. He does movies. Wait, he does. Oh, those are anime. Full anime. What chapter are we on? We are currently on chapter 4. For Leon and Leanne. Wait a minute, what's so worth for Leon and Leanne? I got idea. He has mafia boss vibes. Really, it does. This interaction feels like a spy kind of moment, especially with the music. Pleased to meet you. I'm Leah Snell. Thank you very much for your wonderful invitation. You're a lobster. I'm a snail. Let's go.
これは噂にたがわず美しい奥様ですね、スネイル夫
Why?
人は。
The rumors are true. Mrs. Snell, you're truly beautiful.
こんな素敵な女性と結婚できたなんて、彼が羨ましい。
Asia, why do I feel worried? I'm indeed envious. You're fortunate to have married such a delightful woman. I don't think I'll finish Leanne in time, though. You could probably do it, though. With an elegant smile, Mr. Omar gently lifted my hand and placed a kiss on my back. Shelby seemed to tense at this moment, making Mr. Omar chuckle.
ああ、失礼。我が母国フランス流の挨拶です。
We finished Cupid. Oh gosh. What's funny is you guys kept redeeming to stop playing Radiant till prior. Let's see if we finish this one. I have to do all that still. Excuse me, this is how we greet people in my homeland in France.
そういえば、ロサンヨークではあまりしないんでしたね。
I had completely
失念して
forgotten
お
this
りま
isn't
した。
common in Lost York. Same, but I hate this fan disc. As Mr. Omar released my hand, Shelby moved in between us, a silent warning in his stance. Shelby, why so scary? Shelby seemed skeptical, struggling to believe that Omar had simply forgotten that such a custom was unusual here. Shelby, I'm okay.
No.
Yeah. I whispered to Shelby that he could have done this because it was a place of business. He seems to calm down a little and nod. Still, I could see alertness in his eyes. His instincts as a man, as a business owner, were kicking in. He's trying to steal your woman. He truly is. Mr. Omar was someone to be wary of. His sharp gaze held a predatory intensity that could unnerve anyone. I will say I'm playing until about 4 and it's almost 1, so it'd be 3 hours if you switch games. About 3 hours. Which I don't know how long Leanne's route is. But we could potentially get through it. His sharp gaze held a predatory intensity that could unnerve anyone.
では改めて本題に移らせてもらいましょうか。
Radiant tell Leanne. Alright then, shall we discuss the main point at hand?
本題
The main point? Dun 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 dun. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hi. I'm sleepy and I wasn't paying attention, and so we're actually back now. We're back to Cupid Parasite. We'll see how far we get. My goal is to finish Shelby's route. Oh goodness. Monday night? So I might be streaming Monday. That's actually my next goal. Oh no, it still has the wrong category on. Hang on, guys. My Love Candy is something I will be playing, but it's not today. It's going to be on the 3rd. So be ready. That one's going to be cute. I'm pretty excited about it. I've only learned a little bit about it. I got an email from them, actually, so we'll see. They're going to do a lot of new stuff. They're launching a mobile version. So that's what they're getting excited for. So look forward to that one. That one's going to be on Wednesday before Radiant Hell. Alright, we are here. I was getting stuff ready for it is part of it. They have so much stuff they let you use. By the way, this is just behind the scenes. I have so many little things I can use. Like, I can make so much. I'm debating if I want to go a little crazy. Because they give us so many assets to use. And I'm like, dude, that's so cute. I'm excited. I have to see what I'm doing. So I'm combining this VOD with yesterday's VOD. So if you're confused at my outfit change, we had a lovely redemption to switch games, which honestly probably saved my life. And we played Radiant Tell for a bit. Honestly, I'm in love with Radiant Tell. I like that game too much. It's a problem for me. It's taking over my life. Alright, so we are currently on Chapter 4 of Shelby's route. We just met Eli. We didn't finish Leon, though. It's okay, because I'm going to make a neck tattoo when we finish his route. We're going to finish his route on Tuesday. And then we're going to start someone else's route, which I'll put a poll up on Discord. And y'all can choose who you would like for the next one. Did I save that? Is this saved? I know I switched it. What, fix it? Okay. Alright, so this is where we left off. Honestly, I was half not paying attention. We got invited to meet Eli Omar, sorry. I sound quiet again. So this headset is quiet, unfortunately. I have it so close to my face. It also sounds like underwater, and I don't like that. So I really hope I can get my old headset again and soon. It makes me sad. I'm so sad about it. In fact, let me check. Logitech Pro. Oh gosh. My headset was $220. How did I not know how good she was? I'm gonna have to see if I can just order a new mic for her because she needs a new mic. Alright, so we're back. Can you hear me a little better now? Because there's really not much I can do with this. It's on max volume. And I've turned the sound down on the game already. I can do it a little more. Let's go about there. How's that? Is that better? Do I sound better than the game now? The main point. I'm gonna keep talking, Prim. You let me know. We hadn't been informed about any specific topics for this meeting. My confused expression prompted Mr. Omar to encourage us both to sit. Mr. Omar held court from across the room, his hands folded neatly on his lap. What the heck is happening?
ご存知かと思いますが、我がオマールホールディングスは様々な事業を手掛けています。
You're probably aware that Omar Holding is involved in multitude of industries.
ホテル、レストラン、アパレル、美容。フランスではその分野で我が社の右に出る企業はおりません。
I'm gonna have to just Google and see if I can order a new mic for my Logis because I love those headphones. These headphones, I got these originally because of aesthetic. Look how cute. I have cat ears. And I usually love Razer. I'm gonna say that very honest. My keyboard's a Razer. But I feel like these don't fit my head right. Like there's extra gaps behind it, and then sometimes when I'm sitting, I feel like the ears are tilted when they're not, and I keep like adjusting them because it drives me crazy to look up and look like my kitty cat ears aren't where my kitty cat head would have them. And that's probably unnecessary for me, but that's how I feel. But yeah, I feel like these are too big almost over my ears. And you think that would be fine, but there's like a weird gap behind them because of it. And then it feels like it's pushing my glasses a lot. These ones give me a headache when I wear them for a very long time. Did the game get switched? There is a game I'm going to be playing on the 3rd, and I was testing to see like how my scales were. And then I messed up and forgot to switch it back. But we are playing Cupid Parasite. Yesterday the game got switched. Today the game didn't get switched. However, the stuff I'd put in accidentally was still listed. So my bad. I will fix it post-stream. But we're playing Cupid. We're not playing the My Candy. We'll play My Candy on the 3rd, which it is a free-to-play game. Just a heads up, so you guys can actually play this one without having to buy it, but there is stuff in the game that you can buy, so that one's going to be fun when we get a chance to play it. And there's a girl you can date, which I'm really excited about and who I plan on pursuing when I play the game. Yeah, that's what like these ones, I love them because they're so cute, but when I wear them for too long, my head hurts, so we're gonna see. Hotels, restaurants, fashion, beauty products, we are unraveled. Rivaled even. In France, we're unraveled.
なあ、もちろん存じております。
I am aware.
それは身に余るお言葉。ですが、そんな我が社もそろそろ新規開拓したいと思っているんですよ。
If I didn't know that this man turned into a lobster, hear me out, I would be like, damn, they should not sit him next to Shelby. But I know he turns into a lobster. So he's not as attractive as Shelby. But his body, like, whew, they designed him so well. Thank you. That's why we're interested in a new
婚
venture.
活事業をね。
The matchmaking business. Matchmaking business? Does he mean to?
アムールの国であるフランスでは婚活をする人がおらず、市場そのものがありません。
France is a nation of love. No one there uses matchmaking services. It's a market that's virtually non-existent.
みんな
Ouch.
自分の手で恋人を射落としますからね。
Everyone finds love on their own, and by everyone, I mean everyone.
なのでこのロサンヨークでのダムールパラディ島の事業と合わせて展開をと思っていたのですが。
So we hope to develop this business in Lost York in conjunction with the Amor Paradis.
今のロサンヨークの婚活市場はキューピッドコーポレーションがほぼ独占していて他社が参入する余地はありません。
Which reminds me, I'm sorry, I'm going to get back to the headphones one more time. There's another wave that they made of these headsets that I want to get, and it's the version 2. They look a little smaller, so I'm a little hopeful that they would fit better than this one does. But it has attachments, and you can do bear ears, you can do kitty cat, and you can do bunny. And I want it so I can do bunny. But I don't know if the sound quality will be as good as my pros. My pros have such good sound quality, and that's why I'm so sad that they're not working right now. Right now, the Lost York matchmaking market is essentially owned by Cupid Corp. There is no room for any other competitor. You okay, Shelby, my buddy? Breathing pretty heavily there.
もちろん私もキューピッドコーポレーションと正面切って争いたいわけではありません。
And
ノ
we
ウハウ
don't
も
want
人
to
脈も
compete
勝ち目
directly
がありませんから。
with Cupid Corp. We know we can't win against your experience and connections.
だから我が社の買収をお考えとでも？
Are you implying that you're considering acquiring us? Dude, Shelby, sell the business. We can just be happy, okay? We don't have to be number one. You could stop working so much.
さすが話が早くていらっしゃる。
Shelby, they're gonna
まさ
pay
に
us.
その通り
Let's
です。
go away. Let's go so far away. Hi, Muma. Hello, hello. You understand quickly. Acquiring us. Shelby must have predicted this. I struggled to keep pace with the conversation. We were just enjoying our time on Diamor Paradis. We thought that they were in an entirely different industry. I naively assumed we'd be able to collaborate on some promotional ventures. It never occurred to me that they were considering a takeover. Do it! Let them have it! You guys, you just got married. Enjoyed married life. You just talked about how you never see your husband, and this is the only amount of time you could get off was 2 days. Sell it. Find another venture.
なるほど。だから今回お招きくださった。
So that's
と
why
い
we
う
were
わけですか。
invited here. I forgot about his gloves until just now, and I've missed them. Shelby, come on. Let's take a vacation. Let's take a real break. That's why we were invited here.
ええ、ぜひ我がオマールホールディングスの手腕を見ていただきたいと思ったのですよ。安心して託せると思っていただくために。
I like also his implication that in France they have no need for help with matchmaking. They got it. We wanted you to understand the scope of our business to assure you that your company would be well taken care of.
随分と見くびられたものだな。
You underestimate us.
いいえ、むしろその逆です。高く評価しているのですよ。
Quite the opposite. We respect you greatly.
若くしてキューピッドコーポレーションをここまで育て上げ、軌道に乗せたあなたの手腕には感服
Sorry
いた
guys,
しま
hang on.
す。
I gotta move my camera. Every single time I play Radiant till I switch the camera side because we actually have a no MC face and that way you can see all the fonts. But we do have it here. So I'd like you to see her face. Sometimes. She doesn't always pop up. You built up Cupid Corpse at such a young age while keeping it on track for growth. We were impressed with your ability.
ですが盤石というわけではない。
However, it is far from stable.
長いこと嘘をついてまで愛妻家社長というプロモーションを続けなくてはならなかったほどには。
Despite this, you continue to maintain the illusion of being a committed husband, even if it meant lying. Do you remember? Do you remember when you pretended you were married and you weren't? Because it boasted yourselves? How did he know that Shelby has been coerced into maintaining this lie but Duff from the ad agency? Did he say that? At no point did he say Duff. You were whatever. He just said maintain an illusion. And that was on the news. He made a public apology. What do you mean, how did he know? Cupid, did you not play the previous game? I did. The vice president of a massive French company was up to date on events in Lobster. If you're planning on acquiring a company, of course you're going to do some basic ass research. If you Googled Shelby Snell 6 months ago, you would have found this out in the news. What is she talking about? Not even 6 months ago, like 6 weeks ago.
キューピッドコーポレーションはまだまだ伸びます。我が社の資本力があればさらに良い企業になるでしょう。
Too much on, whatever. Cupid Corp has enormous potential with our financial backing. It could become an even greater company. Oh, corporate acquisition, Omar Holding. Oh, nice. I've always wanted a book. Mr. Omar then presented Shelby with some paperwork detailing the proposed acquisition of Cupid Corp.
こちらが私からの提案書です。
This is our proposal.
随分と用意がいいな。
You have come prepared.
ダムールパラディのオープン時から目をつけておりましたから。
We've been watching you
悪くは
since...
ない数字かと。
Okay. We've been watching you since Diamor Petit's opened. We believe this offer is more than fair. Shelby silently perused the offer. The figure proposed was staggering. What is he going to do? Hello. No amount of money could diminish the value of Cupid Corpse to us. Are you sure? I say let him buy it. Like, you just got married 2 weeks ago. Like, take some time off. Start another venture. I know you're Cupid, but he's not. I watched anxiously as Shelby examined the documents, his gaze intense. Finally, he closed the packet and set it back on the table.
この程度の金額では話にもならないな。
This offer is unacceptable.
なるほど。この程度ですか。
I see.
よほど自信がおありのようだ。
You must really believe in your company.
冷静な判断をしたまでだ。
It's not a belief, it's an objective evaluation. Or...
では、5倍ではどうですか。
In that case, what if we offer 5 times the
でし
initial
ょ
amount?
でしょ
Stretchy. Okay. I need to add like an outline to that. When it pops up on the screen, I can't see it. 5 times. Yeah, do it. The proposed figures were already massive, but 5 times that amount? Oh my goodness. I gawked at the mind-boggling figure, but Shelby remained stoic.
そこまでの金額を提示するなら、ご自分で事業を起こしたらどうだ。
Why not start your own company if you're willing to spend so much?
もちろんそれも考えていますよ。だが、キューピッドコーポレーションを潰してしまうのはもったいない。
We've considered that, of course. However, it would be a shame to drive Cupid Corp's out of business.
自分で起業すればうちを潰せると。随分な自信だな。
You assume that if you start your own company, you would crush us? That's presumptuous. Your company has almost went bankrupt like in 3 times. You might not remember it because it was different routes, but I remember it. Maybe you should act like maybe consider it. What kind of books do you read? All kinds. These are mostly mangas back here.
我がオマールホールディングスに君がかなうとでも。
Do you honestly believe you can compete against Omar Holding? Probably not. Mr. Omar responded with a patronizing laugh.
私もバカではないからね。潰し合うぐらいなら有効活用したい。
I'm not foolish. I'd rather leverage what you've built than wage a pointless war.
このままでは宝の持ち腐れだ。
You're squandering a good opportunity. If he's offering you 5 times, I'm just saying it. You're stupid. You can start a different company with 5 times that money. Do something else.
私が社長になれば、キューピッドコーポレーションの世界進出も夢ではないと
I
言
were
っ
in
ているん
charge.
だよ。
Cupid Corp could become a global company. Shelby's out here breathing. Shelby and Mr. Omar's eyes locked in a silent battle of wills. Breaking the tense silence, Mr. Omar softened his gaze and
と
smiled.
にかくこれだけ私が御社を評価しているということを覚えておいてください。
In any case, remember that we highly value your company.
もちろんあなたに損はさせません。買収に応じた方があなたのためでもあるとそのうち気づくはずですよ。
We'll make it worth your while soon. You'll realize that accepting our offer is in your best interest.
残念だが私
Unfortunately,
は
I
イーライ副社長、頼まれたものをお持ちいたしました。
Vice President Eli, I brought you what you requested. Shelby and I were stunned by the newcomer.
オーウェン
Owen! He's not gone, guys. He's back. He's out of prison. Owen!
シェルビー社長。
President Shelby, do you remember the last time we met? You pointed a gun at me. Owen seemed just as surprised to see us.
ああ、紹介いたしましょう。彼は私の忠実な部下、
Let
オ
me
ーウェン・ヘ
introduce
リオット君だ。
my loyal subordinate, Owen Harriet.
ご無沙汰しております。
It's been a while.
なぜお前がここに
What are you doing here?
優秀な人材だとお聞きしておりましたから、我が社にお招きしたのです。彼が反省していると一目見てわかりましたから。
When I heard about his talents, I welcomed him to our company. I could tell he regretted his past mistake.
これからオマールホールディングスはますます発展していくでしょう。買収は悪い話ではないはずです。
Omar Holdings will continue to grow. You should understand that being acquired isn't necessarily a bad thing. Shelby returned Mr. Omar's gaze with steely determination, pushing the proposal back towards him. Dude, just accept the proposal. We can leave. We don't even have to live in Lost York anymore. We could go wherever we want. We could go to Nas. I forgot how it was called. Nas. It wasn't Vegas. Nas Basis. Whatever it's called.
悪いがまだ手放すつもりはない。お断りさせていただこう。
I appreciate the offer, but I have no intention of selling. I reject your offer. I feel like you've made a terrible mistake. Not because I know he's like a terrible businessman and he's probably got some weird plans. I just think that in the grand schemes, take the money.
ですが、実務から解放されれば、奥様との時間も確保できますよ。
Think
ハ
about
ネムーン
the
中、さぞ
time.
やお楽しみだったのでは？
Think about the time you could spend with your wife if you were free from your responsibilities. Didn't you enjoy your honeymoon? It's true. He enjoyed it many times.
彼女は理解ある妻だ。一緒にいる時間が全てではない。心が通じていればそれでいい。
My wife understands me. The amount of time we spend together isn't the most important thing. It's the understanding and connection we share.
帰るぞ。
Let's go. Okay, let it sound like I have part of the say. Hear me out. We're on chapter 5, right? Am I right? Did I mess up? Did I mess up? Am I right? Where am I? Yeah, we're on 5. Okay. I just remembered Asia being like, I was gonna change game on 6, and I was like, wait, am I got the wrong save time? A few days after our return from Diamore Paradise, which we had a lovely time at, by the way. It was wonderful. It was great. We rode a rickshaw. Shelby threw himself back into work with renewed vigor. Mhm, mhm. President Shelby, the location for the afternoon lunch meeting has changed. Should I let them know it's not a problem?
ああ、任せる。
Yes, I'll leave it to you. Where am I in this room? Just sitting on that sofa? Where am I? His focus was so intense that he barely looked up even when discussing work matters. It was the same when employees brought reports to him. He just kept working undeterred by the interruptions. I have to understand this, right? His job, it's technically a small corporation. It's a small matchmaking corporation. How busy can one man be? How important can this guy be? Like in the grand schemes of things, like what is he doing constantly? I understand, making collabs, scheduling events, planning, like pictorials, things like that. Like there's a lot of stuff you do to like market your stuff and to push your stuff, but the fact that he's constantly having like business meetings constantly in the midst of things, it implies that this is a lot bigger a corporation. It feels like when they take something and they're like, this is how this works. It's not. It's like too businessy. I don't think he would be doing this much personally. And I don't get it. He keeps working undeterred by the
では、
interruptions.
私はこれで。
I'll
お
excuse
忙しい
myself
中、
now.
失礼いたしました。ああ、
Sure. Thank you for your help today.
はい。
Of
社
course.
長、大丈夫ですか？
Is the president okay? Observing Shelby's engrossed in his work, even the staff could sense something was amiss. Yeah, he's fine. He's just catching up on work he missed during our vacation.
はあ。では、失礼いたします。
I see. Well, I'll be off now. Okay, bye. Bye, random man who doesn't have a name. After saying goodbye to the staff member, I sighed slightly. Shelby's focus on his work bordered on desperation. It was clear he had been affected by Mr. Omar's words. He mentioned that our stability was an illusion. So true. Shelby Snell, the perfectionist, the so-called prestige parasite, wasn't content until everything was flawless. His pride as a president and a man must have been stung by Mr. Omar's comments. I need to make sure he doesn't work himself into the ground. As his secretary and family member, I was resolved to support him no matter what. But even when it was time to leave the office, Shelby refused to quit working. Having finished my task for the day, I headed home before him. I'm heading home alone again because Shelby didn't come with me. That day, as I walked home alone, I looked up at the sky. We had been working late and going to our home at 8th Avenue, but we hadn't been spending much time together. Though we slept in the same bed, it was a fleeting comfort. I'd wake briefly when he crawled into bed, relieved to know he was home, only to wake up in the morning and find him gone. I'm starting to feel lonely. I decided to tell him tomorrow that I wanted us to at least have dinner together. Just as I made this resolution, a sports car pulled up.
こんばんは、スネイル夫人。
Good evening, Mrs. Snow. Mr. Omar. An unexpected figure emerged from the car. What are you doing here?
失礼。君の姿が見えたもので、つい車を止めてしまいました。
My apologies. I like
お
this
名前で
music.
お呼びしても。
My apologies. I saw you and felt compelled to stop. May I call you Leah? Dumb lobster. I suppose. Caught off guard, I hesitated before agreeing. Mr. Omar then flashed a relaxed, charming smile. It was a charming gaze that felt so gentle.
ありがとう。実はこの間会った時から君とはゆっくり話がしたかったんだ。
Thank you, Leah. To be honest, I wanted to speak with you since we met the other day. Okay, go on. Before I knew it, Eli had closed the distance between us. It wasn't space kept between strangers. It was the intimate proximity shared between friends and lovers.
ところで君は今帰りなのかな？
By the way, are you headed home now? Yes. Are you still working, Eli? Nodding, he moved a step closer, his eyes never leaving mine as he ran a hand through his hair. Oh, my boy.
ああ、実はダムールパラディで働いてもらうシェフを増やしたくて、腕のいい料理人を探しに行くところなんだ。
Just doing a lurk here for a bit. Hope you have a wonderful afternoon. You too, Link. Boy. Or if you're still hopping around, hello still. I've been searching for talented chefs for Diamore Paradis, so I was scouting some in the area, like from where? Cutie's Diner?
その調査のために一人でディナーを食べに行こうと思っていてね。
I thought I might dine alone as part of my research. Would you like to come with me? You're doing the research personally.
お客様にも満足のいく食事をしてもらいたいからね。
Ooh.
味ばかりは実際食べないとわからないだろ。
I'll be back and forth just making a late lunch and chilling out. What's for lunch? Tell me. Mine's was boba. Was not really lunch. I want our customers to have an exceptional dining experience. The only way to guarantee this is to sample the cuisine myself.
腕のいいシェフがいればより良い料理が提供できる。これも大切な仕事の一つさ。
A skilled chef is the key to components. A skilled chef is a key component to our business. Eli smiled as he checked something on his table.
だからこれからリストアップした店へ行く予定なんだが、
I'm about to
よけれ
check
ば
out a
君も
restaurant on my
一緒
short
にい
list.
かがかな？
Would you like to join me? Me?
ええ、ぜひ女性の意見も聞いてみたい。
Yes, I'd value a woman's perspective. Say less. Smoothly, he took my hand and planted a gentle kiss on the back of it. Looking up at me with a mischievous glint in his eyes, I quickly pulled my hand away. Monsieur. That's a tempting offer, but I already have plans to have dinner with my husband. I had no such plans with Shelby. It was a blatant lie, but Eli just laughed with composed amusement.
あ、
I like
失
there's
礼。
like hair on my face.
そういえば彼は
Oh, it's a hair.
愛妻家社長だったね。
He's a dedicated husband, isn't he? As if seeing through my lie, Eli cast his gaze towards the upper floors of Cupid Corpse, almost as if he knew Shelby was still there.
まだまだガードは固い。
She hasn't let her guard down yet, I see. Dude, don't mutter to yourself. I can hear you.
ならせめて家まで送ろう。それぐらいはいいだろ。
In that case, please allow me to escort you home. That's the least I can do. He opened his car door and I found myself flustered. Monsieur, we do not know each other. I could never get into a car of a stranger. Having the knowledge of your first name means little if I do not even know your home address. I refuse to enter said vehicle. Please leave. Thank you. I'm fine. My home is just a short walk from here.
そうか。ではまた君に会いに来るよ。
She said the same thing I said, just with less words, by the way. I see. Then we'll meet again. I'll be back to see you, Leah. Please do, but also don't. I'm married, sir. Eli climbed back into his car and drove off. I was relieved he didn't push further, but I was left puzzled by the encounter. I hadn't expected him to invite me to dinner and offer to escort me home. How would we feel if we had not played Raoul's route first? Right now. Those weren't typical gestures towards a married woman. Then I remembered that Eli had hired Owen. Owen was the former secretary at Cupid Corp. I was certain Eli knew about the previous incidents. He was aware of all of the past complications and still chose to hire Owen. He even made an acquisition offer to Shelby. His decision to approach me couldn't have been coincidental. Was he trying to persuade me to convince Shelby to sell Cupid Corpse? Or is he trying to steal everything from Shelby and make Shelby hate life? Perhaps he thought that if I, as Shelby's wife, tried to convince him, he would be more likely to agree. Was that why he invited me to dinner? I do not believe so. I immediately dismissed those thoughts. I think it's way more childish than that. That's just my imagination. He was just on his way home from work. He happened to see me. That's all. He didn't mutter anything under his breath. Shelby wouldn't change his mind just because I asked him to. Shelby was always firm in separating his personal life from work. I know how a streamer felt that did Shelby first. It was like an epiphany for her. Really? She's like, oh, this makes sense. There was no lobster at Diamor Paradis. Sometimes he scutters like this. I know now. Eli should have known that. At least that was what I thought.
やあ、君。先ほど会食に出かけるシェルビー氏を見かけたよ。今晩こそ一緒にどうかな。
Hey Leah, I saw Mr. Snow go out for dinner meeting earlier. How about we have dinner ourselves? And he's like, hey.
まだ逃げ続けるつもりかい手強いね。ならせめてランチぐらい私におごらせてくれないかな。
Still trying to run. You really are a tough nut to crack. At least let me buy you lunch. Is he in my house? Despite my rebuffs, Eli kept coincidentally running into me. It was clear that he had something he wanted to discuss. Maybe I should see what he wants to talk about, including the acquisition issue, but how should I broach the subject? I was hesitant to have dinner behind Shelby's back, so when we finally had dinner together for the first time in a while, I decided to discuss the situation with him. Your boy. Okay. I can't imagine. I can't imagine being married to someone who, even after getting married, like, you rarely see them. Like, why? He goes to dinner things with other people. Take your wife with you. Like, she should be at every one of those dinners.
エライ・オマールが食事に誘ってくるだと。
Eli Omar asked you to dinner? Yeah, Shelby, because you don't take me to dinner. Shelby choked on his food during our dinner conversation because I decided to tell this to him at the most opportune time. Yeah, he asked me several times. I don't know how to respond.
なんとも。
Several times? So I was thinking about meeting him once to see what he wants.
ダメだ。
No. I know Shelby. I wouldn't meet him alone. That's why I'm consulting with you.
つまり、私と二人であの男に会うと。
So you want us both to meet that man? That is the most Is this a new expression? I don't know if I've seen him pinch his nose while glaring before. Shelby, if you're too busy, someone else can come with me. Maybe Gil could accompany me. Never spend time with Gil. Leah, no.
ますますダメに決まっているだろう。
That's even worse. That's right, Shelby. That's even worse. Even worse. It's worse. Good God. I swear. I'm running out of ways to decline his invitations. I thought it might be a good idea to talk to him once and clearly say no. Stop bringing up Gil in this dumbass game. You took him off the poster. Is that the curse of being on the poster? They ruin your life? Gil was terrible in the first game. He's the poster boy in the first game. And Peter got ruined in this game, and he was the poster boy on this game. Have I? Oh my god.
なら、仕事を辞めればいいだろう。
Quit your job. Excuse me? Sell your company. I'm sorry, did I mishear you? Could you repeat that?
聞き間違いではない。仕事を辞めてくれ。
You didn't mishear me. Quit your job, Leah. I might like the sound of your voice and what it sounds like when you breathe, but that does not convince me. Why? I was stunned. He suddenly left in reasoning, left me bewildered. His sudden leap in reasoning, that's a real word, left me bewildered. The conversation had been about me not knowing how to handle the VP of a company that intended on acquiring Cupid Corp. Somehow his conclusion was that I should quit my job. It made no sense.
なんでも何も、お前が私の秘書で外を一人で歩いているから、あの男に狙われているのだろう。
why. You're my secretary, often out and about alone. That's why he's targeting you. Then don't leave me alone, Shelby. His hand slammed onto the table as he rose abruptly. His serious expression underscored his words.
あれは考えもなしに行動するような男じゃない。手に入れると決めたものをどこまでも追ってくるようなやつだ。
You wasted a CG on this. You decided, you know, we should draw a picture of them having an argument. He's a relentless man, not the sort to act on impulse. He'll keep pursuing you until he gets what he wants.
だが、仕事を辞めて家にいれば、奴も手出しはできない。
You
だ
would...
から、家にいてくれ。
I'm not. You know what, Shelby? Usually I'd let you talk and I'd apologize. I'm not apologizing. I'm sorry. Stay at home, quit your job, and he can't touch you. Please stay home. Fuck that. Quit your job. Protect me. What is this? How do you jump to that conclusion?
愛する妻が他の男に言い寄られて平気でいられるわけないだろう。
Nobody can remain calm when another man is after his beloved wife. Well, then do something about it. I'm not quitting my job. Beloved wife. His words left me speechless, but even with my surprise, I couldn't agree with his demands. I can't just quit my job for that reason.
そんなこととはなんだ。一大事じゃないか。
Just for that? Don't you see this as serious? He's only been coming to meet me, not flirting.
それを言い寄られていると言うんだ。男が興味ない相手に何度も会いに来るはずないだろう。
Shelby's gonna act really annoying right now. He's already pissing me off. Like, sir.
でしょでしょ
Hydrate. He's flirting with you. No man consistently seeks out someone he has no interest in. Bring Gil up again. Maybe he has something important to discuss regarding quirk. You ever think about that? It gets worse. It gets worse.
重要な話。あの男がか。本気で言っているのか。
I also spoiled something for someone yesterday, by the way. In my defense, my bad. She's like, I'm gonna unlock the secret route soon for Cupid Parasite, and I was like, oh, that's so fun. Yeah, the voice actor for him is also the voice actor for Roddy. Isn't it funny? He plays two characters that changes into animals. She didn't know that she turned into a person. And then she was like, oh, that makes so much sense. And I'm like, I thought everybody knew. I'm so sorry. I thought you could tell. Anyways. Important from that, man. You can't be serious.
ダメだ。絶対に断れ。そして、あんな男に見つからないよう、しばらく家にいるんだ。
You need to reject him. Stay at home, hidden from him, at least for now. How am I supposed to work like that? That's why I'm discussing this with you, so figure out what to do.
仕事なんて何とでもなるだろう。
Your work circumstances are not the priority here.
とにかくダメだ。あの男はお前を自分のものにしようと考えている。絶対に近づかせたくないんだ。
I'm not giving in. He's eyeing you as his own, and I can't allow him anywhere near you.
だから仕事を辞めてくれ。そもそも私の稼ぎがあれば十分暮らせるだろう。
Please, let go of your job. My income is enough to provide us a comfortable life. Why are you insistent on this? I love my job.
どうしてだ。
Why?
本当に仕事が好きなのか。
Do you really love your job? Of course I do. Why else would I have joined the company?
だが私がこれまで出会った女性は皆結婚をして仕事を辞めたいと言っていた。
I think we've well established, Shelby. I'm not like other girls. I married your dumbass. Most women I've met want to quit their jobs after marriage.
地位のある男との結婚に望むのはそれしかないとそう言っていたんだ。
Their primary desire being marrying a man with status.
お前の仕事熱心な姿に惹かれたのも事実だ。 優秀な社員がいると嬉しく思ったこともある。
Although I admired your work ethics and felt proud of having such a dedicated employee.
だがあの男に狙われるリスクを冒してまで続けるべき仕事なのか。
Is your job so important you'd risk that man's relentless pursuit?
どうして今の仕事を続けたいか聞かせてくれ。
Can you explain why you're so determined to continue your work? Because I like my job, Shelby. I would do it, but this game's making me want to. I won't do it, but this game's making me want to switch to Radiant Tell. Like, this is the same writer from the first game, and yet this fan disc is trash. They really ruin these characters. I love Shelby Rowell and Ruki, but the fan disc ruined their characters. I hate this game so much. The only fan disc I've ever hated. Here's the thing: if you switch and make me play Leanne, I won't be able to do the neck tattoo. It won't make sense. I don't understand, right? Because one, they're recycling some of the same issues, and then they're introducing issues that make absolutely no sense. And it gives this impression that there is no such thing as a happy ending, and I don't need that in my fictional stories. I only need that in real life, okay? That's it. Don't put it in the games. Can you explain why you're so determined to continue your work? Why? Because I love matchmaking. That's why.
どうして好きなんだ。
Can't you do
他
something
のこと
else?
ではダメなのか。
Can't you do something else? Sell the fucking company, you asshole. Well, I paused, stopping myself from voicing the true reason because it's my nature. Before I fell for a human, I was Cupid, existing solely to support human love. Even if I revealed that, he wouldn't believe me. Shelby was a grounded realist who didn't know that I was Cupid. The realization that my own husband didn't know my true self filled me with a deep sorrow, and as I began to have depression, I started looking at other men. Was it necessary to keep my past a secret, my past as Cupid? No, it's not. I don't think I should hide it, even if he wouldn't believe me. I yearn to maintain my pride in my identity as Cupid. Sharing that truth with Shelby was important to me. After all, I never wanted to lie about something so crucial to who I am. Driven by my deepest desires to share the truth, I answered his earlier question. Shelby, there's a secret I've been holding back from you.
秘密。
Himitsu. Yeah, a secret. His face hardened at my tone, bracing himself for what was to come. Do you remember when I was kidnapped by Rome and Julie wedding people and suddenly everyone fell in love with me?
おう、それは覚えているが、急に何の話だ。
I do remember, but why bring it up now? Because I shot them with my Cupid's golden arrow. I'm the real fucking Cupid, bitch.
は
Huh?
すまない。聞き間違えたようだ。もう一度言ってもらえるか。
Did I mishear you? Can you say that one more time? I'm the real Cupid, a deity of love from Celestia. I used my divine powers to escape the kidnapping. Before coming to Lost York, I lived in Celestia as Cupid. Why is she smiling? Don't smile. You're telling a secret. I aided humans in love. When I discovered your company, I was so impressed, I decided to ascend to the human realm. 400 years I've been Cupid, and that's why I have a passion for matchmaking. It's an Why would you do this? Instinctive part of me? Oh my god, how dare. And I can't change. 3. That's why I can't leave this job. That's the real reason I can't quit. Silence enveloped us as Shelby digested my words. He stared at me, his brow creasing. Am I going to a mental word? Eventually he sighed.
急に真面目に話し始めたと思ったら、突拍子もないことを。
You seemed so earnest, but this revolution is so unexpected. What? Unexpected?
バカにするな。そんな話信じられるはずないだろう。嘘をつくならもう少しマシなものにしてくれ。
How am I supposed to believe that? If you're going to make up a tale, at least make it believable. It's not a lie. I'm telling the truth.
キューピッドだったことがか。ならそのキューピッドの矢とやらは今どこにあるんだ。
Ken's pulling from a different voice right now because that didn't sound.
キューピッドだったことがか。ならそのキューピッドの矢とやらは今どこにあるんだ。
The way he says Cupid, very beginning. Question, what chapter are we on? We are in 5. I'll try and see how many chapters we got left. I'm trying to have patience for this route. I want them to have a decent route, but no, they want to repeat the same shit from the game and add some bullshit. Honestly, her confessing that she's Cupid was so unnecessary. She should have done that before they got married. We have breathe, make sexy times, twice. Parasite 5 mentioned. How many times can this guy go? Would that count? They had multiple sex that night. Marriage is tough, man. That sounds right. Kissing sounds. Technically, he's done that. Miscommunication, unpog. Dude, finding out about Cupid. How many bingos are we gonna have? Oh, MC initiates. Interrupted moment hasn't really happened. Well, actually, no. They were in the room, right? When the knock happened. Work over love. Shirtless Shelby. Oh! Owen came back. He never found out in the first game. In the first game, that was what I liked about the first game. They all had kind of like different things. Like, Ruki didn't find out she was Cupid. Shelby didn't find out she was Cupid. Alan always knew, and Alan is an incubus, so it's unrelated. Raul found out she was Cupid, and Gil found out she was Cupid in the first game. And then Peter doesn't count because he knew the whole time. So it was cool because there was 2 who didn't know she was Cupid, right? And they friggin' decided they both had to learn in the second game. I don't feel like Shelby ever needed to learn that. Times go is not done. Oh, God. Where's this Cupid arrow you claim to have? I don't have it anymore.
話にならないな。私を納得させられそうにないからといって安易な作り話をするな。
They didn't add the Cupid reveal for the whole situation with her dad in the first game. Wait, was Shelby have his? Oh yeah, no, he never learned that it was her dad that did that. Because he thought it was Owen alone. Owen was the one that was on the beach that was like, haha! And then she went back to Cupid Corpse. And then when she was at Cupid Corpse, her dad's silhouette was there. And then her dad's like, haha, it was I! And then she made him fall in love with a vacuum cleaner. You know what? Maybe I'm right. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is the best fandist that could ever been made. How did I accept that? She made him fall in love with a vacuum cleaner in the last game. Unbelievable. You came up with this fairy tale because you couldn't convince me otherwise. No. The realization that he didn't believe me was devastating. I had hoped he would at least listen, if not believe me. I didn't know if it was because I felt mortified or sad, but my vision blurred with tears. I'm the real Cupid. It's an undeniable fact, but I didn't have any proof to make him believe me. Should I have kept my past hidden? What should I have done? You should have. You had no reason to bring it up. I should have revealed my true identity when I was still Cupid. Why did I wait until now to reveal my secret? Because this story wasn't even in the first game. Shelby, you're a jerk.
バカだと。
A jerk? She said idiot then, not a jerk. Yes, you. Why? Why do you dismiss me so easily?
先にからかったのはお前の方だろう。
You're the one who started it. Okay, okay. I'm not joking around. It's the truth. I found the courage to share my secret, so why won't you believe me?
そんな荒唐無稽な話、信じろという方が難しいだろう。
How am I supposed to believe such an extraordinary story? It's impossible. Okay, then tell me why I don't know how to use a calculator. Huh? Explain that. I don't understand math. If you put aside whether I'm Cupid or not, what about my admission of how much I love my job? I might not be able to explain fully why I want to continue, but I really do want to. Even if you ask me to quit, I won't.
それは。
He's gonna fire your ass.
だが、私はあの男が来ると分かっていて、お前を会社へ行かせられるほどできた男ではない。
You need proof. Plus, you should have told him before. The writing's so fucking dumb. Like, literally, if you were gonna tell him, you had time to tell him. You should have told him a while ago. Should have said, hey, my parents are coming to our wedding. And one's the god Mars. So are you cool with that? You cool with that? I can't bear to let you go to that office with that man on your tail.
分かってくれ。あの男は危険だ。お前が取られるんじゃないかと不安なんだ。
Shelby, you're making it easy, okay? Reminder, I'm your only option. You had no options before me, and you still work all the fucking time. So, like, don't act like you're such a good catch. Yeah, you're right. You might end up alone forever. Quit it. Quit being mean. You need to understand that man is dangerous. I'm scared he might take you away from me. And you expect me to abandon everything because of that? What about my desire to continue matchmaking?
そうは言ってないだろう。
I never told you to give up matchmaking. Really? It's essentially the same. Moreover, Shelby, how will you manage your work without me as your secretary?
すぐに新しい秘書を探す。別に問題ない。
I'll hire a new secretary. That's not an issue. You're so easy to replace, yeah? Not an issue. You claimed you were struggling because you didn't have a secretary. That's the only reason I agreed. I had always wanted to stay on the ground as a bridal advisor.
そうだったのか。
Really? Yes, I thought your company was in trouble, Shelby. I believed working for the company would contribute to matchmaking.
不満があったのならば、その時に言えばよかっただろう。
If you weren't satisfied, you should have said so earlier. Well, what can I say? I'm not satisfied, and I haven't been satisfied since Dia Amor Paradis. Why don't you figure that out, Shelby? It's only now that I'm realizing it. It's true, I just realized it then. I thought of being Shelby's secretary would be part of my matchmaking work, but I really wanted to stay grounded, directly helping people through matchmaking. It took time, but I finally understood. By the way, we literally discussed yesterday about telling a lover or wife husband the truth before something happens because Leanne's brother. Literally! Why is this a trope of like, you know what? I'm gonna keep this a secret for later. And then it just turns into not only did you lie to me, you lied to me for multiple, for them it's a short amount of time, but years for Leanne's brother. Like, list is a trip.
勝手にしろ。
Fine, do what you want. Indeed, I certainly will. And I'm sleeping in the guest room today. Fuck off. Angrily, I turned away from Shelby and headed for the bathroom. Usually after dinner, I'd make some coffee for us to unwind and relax, but tonight, I wanted solitude. It was our first argument. I never anticipated how stressful a simple disagreement could be. Despite the tension, we did make amends by the time bedtime rolled around. We still shared the same bed, but not a single word was exchanged. Get into the other room, my girl. Our backs pressed against each other as we laid in the enveloping silence. We should not have our backs even touching. How awkward. If things didn't change by morning, it would be unbearable. By morning? What are you gonna do? You're in bed. You gonna lay on top of him? What are you gonna do? As I wondered what to say, I felt Shelby stir slightly behind me.
なあ。
Leah. His voice filled with regret broke the silence in our bedroom. Ignore the bitch. Oh wait, what are we on? What are we on? Sweet or spicy? We're on sweet right now. IDK, I feel like she should have showed her identity, even if she isn't Cupid anymore. She was connected to the gods, and that can be hard to hide. Plus, a relationship isn't built on lies. How is the best time to tell him? Was that the best time to tell him? Absolutely not. How was this the best time? No, he would already increased with Eli. Here's the problem, right? She's oblivious. She's just an idiot. So she's sitting here like, me, right? So that's how she's like. She doesn't even realize this guy's flirting with her. What's wrong?
その。
Wow.
すまなかった。
Wait, is this where we have a deviation? Can I? If I don't say anything here, can that happen? There's a choice. I don't know. There's a choice here. It might be fine. I'm sorry. In his sunken voice, Shelby sounded sincerely apologetic. As I turned to face him, his pained expression took me by surprise.
すまない。言い過ぎた。
I mean, I'm glad you sleep shirtless, but like, god damn it. Hang on. I'm processing. I shouldn't have said what I said.
お前があの男に取られるんじゃないかと不安になったら、つい意固地になって、お
I
前
was
の気持ちを考えずに言っ
so
てしま
caught
っ
up
た。
in my fear of losing you to another man that I became stubborn. I didn't think about your feelings.
お前
でし
が
ょでしょ
縁結びを好きだというのは、アドバイザーだった頃の働きぶりから知っていた
Oh, you
はずな
can't
の
see
に
his
な。
belly button. Hang on. Sorry, my bar's preventing you guys from seeing his belly button. Look at it. It's there. Not gonna lie, part of me wants to give up on this route just because I don't want this game to ruin Shelby for me. I really like him from the first game. I still like Raoul and Ruki. I still enjoy the first 5 or 6 chapters of Raoul's route. I didn't enjoy Ruki's route at all. Here's the thing, I can't get over the talking lobster, but honestly, his route was fine. I hated it. But his route was fine. Like, I'm like, this is stupid. But at least, like, I don't know, it didn't go so far off the chains. It just felt like a fever dream, which is whatever. Gil's, in terms of Gil, honestly is probably the one that felt the most Gil. They went really stupid with it, but it felt the most like how Gil's story probably would continue. I feel like Raoul's route's the only one that's fine at the game, which is terrible when you think about the fact that his route has a talking fucking lobster in it. Like, Peter's was so long. And then they friggin' ruined, like, his issues were ridiculous. It kept dragging. And then, like, the conclusion took forever. At least with Miraness, we're learning a new character. We didn't know him before. I didn't love it, but it wasn't the worst thing they could have put together. But like, this is just, it's like you took these characters, you had a good spot where you could start, and you're like, what kind of conflicts can we have? And I feel like you guys just picked the weirdest conflicts to have. Like, I know, what if Riku's really nervous about her parents, and she's for some reason suddenly like too scared to talk about her parents, and they just refuse to tell each other. I feel like you not telling me that you want me to meet your parents is like you saying you don't think I'm good enough to be with you even though we're engaged, and her saying, I thought if you met my parents you would think I was insane and not want to be with me anymore. That's how easy that one was. Whoa. I hated it. I should have known from your dedication as an advisor how much you love matchmaking. And then Peters. Oh god, Peters.
お前の気持ちを尊重せず、勝手なことを言った。
I'm gonna say it right now. Owen's my favorite
す
route.
まない。
Owen's my favorite route so far. I'm sorry for saying such selfish things and disregarding your feelings. Sweet darling. Shelby. It was the first time I'd ever heard Shelby apologize so sincerely. I felt guilty about it. Don't. Even though I still believe Shelby's demands were unreasonable, I had to admit I had also spoken out of turn. Aww. Stop a fight and then make up sex. Are they? They haven't done it yet. I also said too much. I'm sorry, Shelby. I understand your worries, but I let my emotions take over.
いや、怒って当然だ。私が一方的な要求ばかり告げてしまったのだから。
No, you have every right to be upset. I was making one-sided demands without considering the consequences. Alright, let's get our spicy choice up in here. might zone out during this route. I will only pay attention when you get to the sweet spicy ends, and sweet spicy end. I really don't want this game to ruin Shelby. The thing is, like, I love this man's voice, and this is hurting my feelings.
もう寝たのか。
Are you asleep?
そのままでいいから。もし起きていたら聞いてくれ。
Stay just as you are, but if you're awake, I need you to listen.
すまなかった。
I'm sorry.
お前の気持ちを考えず、あの男にお前を取られるんじゃないかって。
Wow. My bad. I disregarded your feelings and forced my worries onto you. I should have realized how much you love
焦っ
matchmaking.
てしまったんだ。そしたら止まらなくなってしまい。
I don't know how much
言い過ぎた。
worse this could get, if I'm being real. I think we said this, or like, what would surprise you? It's not about surprise, it's what's gonna disappoint me. What could happen that's gonna disappoint me more than Ruki's and her stupid fight that definitely could have been better done, or having friggin' Peter have to fight a rock. An unmovable rock, I might add. The thought of another man taking you away made me act irrational. I said things I
お
shouldn't
前の気
have.
持ちを尊重せず、身勝手なことを言った。
I didn't respect your
すま
feelings.
なかった。
I'm sorry. Spicy, darling. His tone was sad and was genuinely regretful. I was well aware of his feelings, which made me feel guilty for not acknowledging them. Even though I still believe Shelby's demands were unreasonable, I cannot deny that overstepped too. I gathered my courage, turned around, and faced him. I said too much. I'm sorry, Shelby. I understand your worries, but I let my emotions take over.
いや、怒って当然だ。私が一方的な要求。
Shelby saw my distressed expression and reached out to me.
触れていいか。
May I touch you? No, we shouldn't be sleeping in the same bed. You've pissed me off. Yes. As I gave my consent, he pulled me into a warm embrace. Look, he asked this time. The familiar scent of Shelby. The tension melted away as I took in the comforting scent of my husband. It had been a while since we had a moment like this, given Shelby's recent relentless work schedule. Shelby, would you like to, we hadn't been intimate lately. The last time was during our honeymoon. I called it, dude. But as I suggested making up in a more intimate way, Shelby seemed flustered. Right? What? He doesn't seem too enthusiastic. I was puzzled, but when Shelby's hand caressed my cheek, I yielded myself to him. Leah, our lips met in a kiss. It had been a while since we expressed our love in such a way. This is terrible. Imagine being married to a man who's right there and you don't kiss very often. Like, imagine. Prim says everyone pay attention. It's getting good. I don't know if I trust that. Is he gonna turn into an animal now? Our lips met in a kiss. It'd been a while. But when the time came, Shelby suddenly froze. Shelby looked pale. I thought something was wrong and got up. Shelby, what's wrong? Are you feeling ill?
いや、
It's just, is he not sexually attracted to me?
すまない。疲れが
No!
溜まっているみたいだ。
Prem, you have to describe the ads. No, tell me the ads. Alright, I'm sorry. It seems I've been quite worn out lately. Worn out? My gaze followed his to an unexpected sight. I saw it in a different shape from usual. Excuse me? Much like a soft cinnamon sprinkled banana, it was visibly unwell. I'm sorry, what? I'm taking a moment just to give everyone a chance. I got an ad for Mel deodorant and a computer. Well, you know what? Perfect. Perfect. Blue. Blue, help. This is describing something. What do you think this is describing? What is this? Oh no. Cinnamon sprinkled banana. It was visibly unwell. Shelby was so full of energy during our honeymoon. Seeing him pale at the sight was completely unexpected. Um, what am I supposed to do here? Things were awkward beyond belief. Should I reassure him it's not a big deal? Now that might make it worse. Should I just laugh it off? Yeah, laugh. Laugh right now. Do it. I want to see. Pretending I didn't notice isn't an option. How can I respond without bruising his feelings? Unable to find the right words, I would feel us drifting apart instead of
いや、
reconciling.
違う。私もしたかったんだが、その
I don't want to play this
不
game
測
no
の事
more.
態と言うべきか。
I still desire you. It's just something unexpected happened. I'm sorry.
いや、疲れとかストレスでこうなることがあると知識では知っていたが、決して気が乗らないというわけではなく。
I've read that stress and fatigue can cause this. It's not that I don't want to.
その筋トレをする時間が以前より減ったため、テストステロンが減ってしまったのも一因なのではと。
Maybe my reduced workout routine lately has led to a drop in testosterone levels. He has hands for a reason. Toys are things. I've heard some great people know how to do the alphabet with their tongue. Like, there's some things that can happen. Right. We don't have to be unsatisfied. This is a choice he's making to not participate. And I feel that. I get that. Shelby was faltering as he tried to explain the situation the best he could. But the more he talked, the worse things seemed to get.
すまない。仕事がまだ
We're
残
in
っていたんだった。
bed about to get intimate, and this is what you're gonna say to me. I'm sorry. I just remembered that I still have work to do. With that, Shelby climbed out of bed and hastily exited the bedroom. I had no idea something like this could happen. It was just so soft and deflated, girl. I found myself glancing at the fresh bananas he kept in the room. Our romantic moment had dissipated into thin air. Alone and bewildered, I remained in bed. You best not. Let me say this before I start lurking. I fucking hate this game, but let me know when something cute or spicy happens. Ugh. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. What does one determine as cute in this game anymore? I believe the spicy ending was controversial with some fans and made me detest this game. If she ends up with a woman, I'm fine with that. If she ends up dating Clarice and leaving him for Clarice, that is an okay spice for me. Someone's got to perform. A few days had passed since the incident with Shelby's soft issue. Girl. Girl. Are you sleeping in a different room? That room was blue and now it's not blue. Morning already. I silenced the alarm on my smartphone and let out a sigh. Since that night, we had started sleeping in separate rooms. Shelby must have thought it would be more humiliating if the same thing happened while sharing a bed. Emerging into the living room, I noted Shelby's absence. He must have already left for the office. I already know what happened in the bad spicy ending for Shelby. I'm not okay with it, so I won't check it out. This is terrible. Why am I preparing myself to be sad? They're married, right? They are so married. Shelby went to the office again today without me. The trash can contained the usual jelly drink wrappers. This was all he had been eating lately. Oh, 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 oh. Why the fuck can't why the fuck they can communicate? They don't even sleep together on a regular basis. I'm sorry, if you're married and you're telling me the last time you had sex was your honeymoon and it's been a couple weeks, don't worry about Shelby. Just the other day, we were still having dinner together. Well, I guess I have a jelly drink too. Feeling a bit disheveled, I grabbed a jelly drink from the pantry. I finished it quickly before heading off to work.
お話中失礼します。少々気になる運命がありましたのでお知らせに参りました。
I'm gonna be lurking. Good luck! Spicy pepper mustard. No, it's habanero levels. It's not just spicy, it's the bubbling lava proceeds at your own risk. I apologize. It seems there is something concerning about your fate. I've come to give you a warning.
ここから先の運命は波乱に満ちております。よくお考えになってお選びください。Right?
Right? Your fate is filled with turmoil. You must choose wisely. Don't you agree? Are you ready? What is happening? I prefer sweet.
ドーナツのように甘い運命をお求めなら確かにやり直した方がいいかもしれませんね。
If you seek a fate as sweet as donuts, you may wish to start.
それではもう一度甘い運命への道を探しに参りましょう。
Let's find the path to that sweet destiny again. I see. I may be overstepping, but the fate that awaits you is exceptionally spicy.
それでも行かれるとおっしゃるのですか？
Will you still proceed? Oh, I'm scared. Are you ready? I want something sweet. Absolutely. Let's go spicy.
そうですか。どうしても激辛な運命を選びたいとあなたはお考えなのですね。
I see. So you're adamant about embracing that spicy destiny. You know it's bad when there are multiple warnings. I feel like I'm gonna sleep with a pepper at this rate. Like,
少々心配ではありますが、これ以上お引き止めするのも運命に背く行為。お伺いする
I'm
の
a
は
bit
最後です。
concerned, but it would be a
Right?
betrayal of fate to stop you now. This is the last time I'll ask. Are you sure? Are you ready? I've reconsidered. I choose sweet, regardless of what anyone says. I choose spicy.
承知しました。これも運命。
Ah,
いってらっしゃい
understood.
ませ。
This is just another path of destiny. Take care. Ah! Bad spicy darling. Warning, warning, warning. Oh, good. Finally. Something interesting. What? Despite beating Eli Omar, there were many days when Shelby and I didn't see each other. Even by dinner time, Shelby still hadn't came home. Our bedrooms remained separate. When I woke up in the morning, he had already left the house and I still hadn't seen his face for days. At work, our exchanges were strictly professional. I'm not ready. I was his secretary, but he would even reschedule meetings without informing me. He stopped sharing his schedule altogether. This can hardly be called a marriage. I hadn't seen Shelby's face outside of work. We were supposed to be living together, but we hardly saw each other. I wondered if he only went to our house on 8th Avenue and never came back to our 1st Avenue home. What should we do to dinner? Sorry, it looks like I'll be late today. How about we go to a nearby lobby restaurant? Let me know if there's something you want. Thank you for your working hard. Got it. I'm in the mood for curry. How about you, Shelby? Curry it is. I'll make sure to leave by 9. I'll get in touch soon. We didn't even message each other anymore. Looking at our past messages about dinner plans was painful. I felt alone and cornered. I longed to share a drink with Clarice, but I didn't even know how to contact her. I didn't have any friends to whom I could vent my frustrations. That sense of isolation pushed me further into a corner. That's why I fell into Eli's trap. Was it a crab trap or a
い
lobster
やあ
trap?
君、今帰りかい？
Hello, Leah. Going home now? Eli. I was preparing to board the subway when Mr. Eli Omar called out to me, the very man who had feuded with Shelby.
夕飯はまだかな。実は今日もロサンヨークのレストランの調査をしに来ていてね。
Did you have dinner yet? I was researching Lost York restaurants today.
できれば既婚者の意見が聞きたいんだ。もし夕飯の予定さえなければ付き合ってもらえないかな。
I'm gonna remove the valuables around me before I break them. Alright. That's fair. Are we gonna break them? Are we not excited to date a lobster? Listen, he's like a vampire lobster. Picture a vampire, but it's actually a lobster. That's him. I'd appreciate the perspective of a married woman. If you're free, would you like to join me? Unlike before, I found myself unable to weave a lie about having dinner plans with my husband. The realization struck me hard. I hadn't shared a meal with Shelby in days. We hadn't even shared a kiss in far
ど
longer.
うした？
What's wrong? He reached out and touched my cheek, and that was when I realized I was crying. She's touch starved, guys. Eli gently wiped away my tears with his gloved hand.
よっぽどストレスが溜まっているみたいだね。
You seem stressed.
私でよければやけ酒に付き合うよ。こう見えても強いんだ。
You seem stressed. If you like, we could grab some drinks. Despite appearances, I can hold my liquor quite well. I never assumed you couldn't. But
関係ない相手の方が愚痴は言いやすいものだ。
sometimes it's easier to vent to someone who isn't involved in your immediate circle.
会社の人にはできない話でも溜まっているんだろう。大丈夫。
Sure, there are things you can't
秘密は
say to your
守るよ。
colleagues. Don't worry, your secrets are safe with me. Are they? His voice was soft, understanding, and logical. It was the kind of tone that made me think he would accept everything about me.
話しやすいいいバーを知っているんだ。一緒に行こう。
I know a good bar that's perfect for conversations. Let's go there together. He extended his hand towards me with a warm smile. I didn't have the strength to refuse. Under Eli's encouraging words and bolstered by the alcohol, I let out all my pent-up frustration about Shelby. I love my job so much, but he just doesn't understand.
あんなに仕事熱心な社員は君以上にいないというのに。
Aren't there very few employees as passionate about their work as you are? What? But you don't know anything about that.
いや、インタビューで見たことがあるよ。もちろん、パラサイトハウスでもだ。
Actually, I've watched your interviews, even the ones on Parasite House. You watched that? Weren't you in France then?
ああ、フランスから見ていた。それで羨ましく思っていたよ。こんなに聡明で熱心な人のいる CC のことをね。
Yes, I watched it from France. I was so impressed that Cupid Corp had such a passionate, intelligent individual working for them.
だから、フランスのみならず、ロサンヨークでも事業をしたいと思ったんだ。君みたいに熱心な人がいるなら、とね。
It made me want to expand my business from France to Lost York, thinking that there would be people like you here.
だが来てみて分かったよ。君以上に素晴らしい人は
But
こ
when I
のロサンヨー
arrived,
クにはいない。
I realized no one here is quite like you. Oh! Throughout the night, Eli listened patiently to my complaints, offering agreeable responses. I was aware his words were most likely flattery. but it was attention I hadn't received in a while. Encouraged by Eli and drinks, I continued to grumble. Being a god, I had always been confident about my alcohol tolerance. There had been occasions when I'd shared 5 bottles of wine with Clarice. I assumed I'd be fine, but hours later I realized I was drunk. Shelby only cares about work. I was drunk and my mind was ablaze. The feelings of discontent towards Shelby smoldering deep inside erupted. He hasn't been home in ages. And he doesn't trust what I say.
それは辛かったね。よく一人で
That must be
頑張った。
hard. You've done so well on your own. He said it so gentle that tears flowed from my eyes. I thought back to when Shelby accused me of making a fool out of him, and his refusal to believe my claim of being Cupid. The fact that he struggled to accept it weighs on my heart. He completely rejected that and refused to listen. I found myself wanting him to say he believed me even if I was lying.
私なら君の言う言葉を信じるよ。
If you're saying it, I believe you. Oh. Those were obviously just sweet nothings, but they caused me to pout and puff out my cheeks. Even if I told you my real identity was Cupid.
ああ、もちろんだとも。
Yes, of course.
キューピッドか。確かにそう見えるね。
Cupid, huh? It's true, you do look like Cupid. Really?
ああ、少なくとも今の私にはそのように見える
At
よ。
least that's how I see it. He smiled and held out his cocktail glass.
君は本物のキューピッドだ。私は君の正体ごと君を魅力的だと思っているよ。
You're the
否
real
定するなん
Cupid.
てもっての
Your
ほ
true
かだ。
identity is incredibly attractive. I can't deny it, even if I wanted to. You're lying.
だとしてもその嘘さえ言えなかった男がいるなんて私は信じられないね。
Even so, I can't imagine a man who wouldn't be willing to tell you such a lie.
こんな魅力的な女性を目の前にして冷たく振る舞える男の気が知れない。
Man. What was that? What was that sound? I don't understand how any man could ignore a woman as attractive as you. Eli held my hand and gently kissed my fingertips. We had been drinking for hours and he hadn't made a move until now. Suddenly he was right there looking at me intently. No!
どうかした？
Is something wrong? Eli smiled sweetly, tilting his head as his fingers intertwined with mine. His fingertips traced the space between my fingers, a touch that sent shivers down my spine as though he was caressing my very soul.
本当は君も求めているはずだ。その空虚さを満たしてくれるものを。
You must have a desire to fill that void in your heart. I didn't mean it that way, it's just...
ただ寂しかった。
You're just feeling lonely. His words made me twitch in realization. He whispered in my ear, holding me close by the shoulders.
物欲しげな顔をして愛らしい人だ。
You're so adorable when you're yearning.
私なら君を寂しくはさせないよ。どこまでも満たしてあげよう。
I promise to never leave you alone. I'll fill that void for you. His deep, raspy voice sent a shiver through me, causing my hair to stand on end. All I could do was weakly shake my head. Having consumed too much alcohol, my thoughts were muddled and I couldn't find the right words.
大丈夫。君はただ酔いに身を任せていればいい。
Don't sweat it. Let your
VIPルー
intoxication
ムの準
guide
備を。
you. Get the VIP room ready.
かしこまりました。
Understood. With a gentle lift, I was moved from my spot. Oh my. Oh my. Wow. Look, there's a bar in here. Look at that. Look at the bathtub. What a view. I agree he's hot, but no. Yeah, there's a lot of lack of consent in this moment. I'm just going with the flows right now. Suddenly, I found myself on a bed. One moment, I was sharing drinks with Eli at a bar, and the next, I was lying down. The voice was closer than I expected, making me flinch. This was bad. The situation was really bad. In my inebriated state, I couldn't stand up properly. My own attempt at defense was to lay face down, my head turned away. That provided a mistake. He hovered over me, trapping me underneath. He held my arms down, setting off alarm bells in my head. To be clear, they warned us. Please wait.
大丈夫。君は自分に素直になればいい。
Well, it literally just said she's so inebriated she cannot stand, and that she was like curled up in a ball, basically. That's all she could do. Don't worry, you just need to be your true self. What does that mean? He slipped a finger into my mouth, silencing my words. Wait, into my mouth as it brushed against my teeth, I shuddered. Yeah, same. Why?
君がこんなに魅力的なのが悪いんだ。
It's just that you're so charming. Am I? Because that felt weird. I felt something soft against my neck, likely Eli's lips. Or maybe not. I abandoned rational thought, consoling myself with the hope that it wasn't him.
私も君も飲みすぎたんだ。
There's a word I would use for what's happening right now, and it's not cheater. You've had way too much to drink. You don't need to think straight. Well, Clarice isn't here, so it's the only way I can think. He traced his tongue along the nape of my neck, a sensation so intense I almost bit his finger in response. I tried to convince myself this was all a dream and we were still in the bar.
そう。夢だ。起きた頃には忘れているさ。
I'll say this, if you do ever have problems with your significant other, talk to them. Communication is the best form of love and relationship thrives on them. If you do need to talk to someone, go to therapy or a friend, really close friends that don't have a romantic interest in you. Never go to a stranger. Better yet, go to couples therapy. This is disgusting. Okay, it's a dream. When you wake up, you'll forget everything.
だから、心も体も満たさない男など、今は忘れるんだ。
I felt the zipper of my skirt being undone and a touch of a blanket being draped over me. My skin, warm from the alcohol, was met with a cold finger. The dizzying sensation mixed with the cool touch felt refreshing and arousing.
ずいぶん長いこと触れられていなかったようだね。
Seems you haven't been touched in a long time. Yeah, if a vampire's finger can make me feel like that's arousing, I guess.
こんな魅力的な女性を前にして、よくあの男は
I'm surprised
で
that
きなかっ
man
た
can
もの
resist
だな。
such an attractive woman. It's my fault.
君は何も悪くない。悪いのは
You did
あの
nothing
男の
wrong.
方
It's
だ。
all his fault.
かわいそうに。
Poor thing.
さあ、じっ
Just
として。
relax now. They even ruined him. Previously, and previously in the other game with Raul, he said he wouldn't touch us unless we asked him to. He's doing the opposite in this game. What do I do? A pang of guilt pricked my foggy consciousness, but the tantalizing pleasure kept me anchored into the bed.
もっと素直になるんだ。自分をさらけ出して。私に全てを見せるといい。
How'd she get this situation? So Shelby couldn't perform quite literally. She described it as a covered banana. And then he started ignoring her for a few days, and then it turned into a couple weeks. And then this guy asked her if she would like to have dinner, and then she started crying, and then he said, how about drinks instead? And then she used to be Cupid, and when she was Cupid, she could drink no matter what, and she wouldn't get drunk. She's not Cupid anymore. She can't do that anymore. So she got drunk, and he literally carried her to this room where she is not in control of her body. Just a reflash. Is this rated M? This is rated T. This is SA. Like, what are you talking about? This should be rated M. Why is this not rated M? So I read like half the game. I was like, I can make this worse. Like, it's the same writer. Like, she is drunk. Drunk people can't give consent. I'm gonna again and again and again. She is drunk. It doesn't matter if something happens. She can't give consent, and they even establish she cannot stand. Like, what is happening, game? Be honest with yourself, reveal who you truly are, show me everything. He hoisted me up by my hips and took control. Were homeward lobsters carnivorous? Dumb thing. Like, that swirled in my mind.
ねえ君愛しているよ
We should boycott the writer at this point. Yeah, if they make another Cupid Parasite, I'm gonna be so real with you. I'm not buying it. Like, this is terrible. Hey, Leah, I love you. No, you don't.
愛している本当だとも
I love you, that's a fact.
私はずるい男だ君が迷っていると分かっていてもそのチャンスをつかまずにはいられない
I'm a sly man. I knew you were hesitant, but I couldn't let this chance slip by.
君が他の男のものって分かっているそれでも君が欲しいん
I'm
だ
so mad I called her a cheater. Baby girl, run. Yeah, run. I knew you belonged to another man, but I still want you. Oh, God. It's a lie, is what I wanted to say, but the words didn't come out. I wanted to believe it was a lie, but I couldn't. In an attempt to muffle any protest, he covered my mouth with his hand. My muffled voice slipped through his fingers as I acknowledged my true feelings. I was lonely, bro. In truth, I wanted this. You're just convincing yourself so it doesn't hurt as bad. I craved words to fill the void. I longed for warmth to permeate my body. He seized this vulnerable moment when my yearning for companionship overpowered me, and now there was no turning back. Girl, you literally said you couldn't stand earlier. That stimulating and spicy night passed by like a torrent. Did you even move, bro? Huh. The moment I woke up, I was shocked at the scenery before me. I did it. I messed up. That's probably wasn't a dream. Most likely I had.
いや君おはよ
Hey, Leah,
目
good
が覚め
morning.
たかい
Rise and shine. It was Eli who came into the room. The lingering sensation of last night still clung to my body, making my skin pale with realization. Eli, I...
大丈夫忘れたければそう言えばいい私も君の弱みにつけ込んだ悪い男だ
Yeah, you know, it's alright.
だから
If you want to forget it, then do
君は
so.
悪
It's
くないんだ
my fault. I took advantage of you when you were vulnerable. You're not to blame.
君が望むなら逃がしてもいいでもあの激しい夜を忘れられないなら
I feel sick.
何度だって君を満たしてあげるよ
We're suffering as a family, guys. Oh, God. If you wish, I will let you go, but if you can't erase that fiery night from your memory, I will be there for you. Eli moved closer, his face now inches from mine, the intimacy of his gaze triggering the memories of our passion from the previous night. I could never forget that moment. It was so fervently passionate, so thrilling, illicit.
思い出しただけでしたくなった
Do you crave more remembering what happened? I wanted to rebuff him, but the words wouldn't come out. My flushed cheeks were clear indicators of my turmoil, causing me to look away. But I couldn't bring myself to refuse him outright. The truth was, I craved that intensity again. Okay. No, that's not right. This isn't ethical. I knew the truth of the statement, but it did nothing to dampen the strength of my emotions.
ならもう一度しようか
Shall we repeat last night's events? I need to be at the office today. My feeble attempt to reason with him was silenced as he gently pushed me back onto the bed. The clarity of that moment was overwhelming as as was the warmth. There was no drunken haze to obscure. I was swept away in the tide of passion.
君のような優秀な女性を部屋に閉じ込めるような強量な男は
A woman of your
もう忘れればいい。
caliber shouldn't be trapped by a man who doesn't understand you.
私なら君が望む未来をあげるよ好きにしていい仕事もプライベートも
I can
夜の
provide
生
you the
活もね
future you desire, be it your work, your personal life, or even your nighttime adventures.
だから私と結婚するんだ 君がうなずくならば、必要な手続きは私がしておくよ。
Magic the Gathering cards? Which kind? What's the set? What kind of Magic the Gathering? Which set? Which set? That's why you should marry me. If you nod yes, I will do all the work needed.
私と結婚してほしいんだ。
I want you to marry me. You don't know what the Magic the Gathering set is? Ooh, I didn't want that. I would have preferred something like an ending where she and Shelby have a messy divorce and end up booking with this buff guy she wants more, but she's too hurry and lonely. She accepts it just being hooked up, and then like, God, what the fuck was going on? Yeah, I don't know. Like, if they just continued to drift apart and then they just said, oh, she finally accepted Eli's. We didn't need this. She could have just accepted Eli's offer. It didn't have to show us that she was so drunk she couldn't think. It could have just been subtle. Like, he just kept offering and offering until she started accepting every other day or something, until the point that she had bills for him. Instead, we're going to have this where she got drunk to the point she couldn't walk. And they had sex. Eli leaned in and whispered in my ear, gently sliding a ring onto my finger on top of my other ring. I can't have two. The engagement ring used for marriage proposal sparkled in the morning sunlight. Now it was on my ring finger. No, Eli.
なぜ
Why? He laughed, his breath ghosting over the nape of my neck. It was as if he wanted to brand me, to leave an indelible mark, whatever, I don't know.
訴えられてもいい。それぐらい君を愛しているんだ。
I don't care if I get sued. My love for you surpasses all that. His words, his actions, it was like a devil's seduction, Eli's trap. I'm fine with dating the devil. I just don't approve with forced relations. Like that, you can't, no. My favorite scene in 10 Things I Hate About You is the part where Heath Ledger doesn't kiss the girl. Why? Because she's drunk. Does she remember the next day? Yes. But he refused in the case that she wouldn't remember. Haha. He was a true carnivore. Once caught, I couldn't escape. These new sensations I had never experienced before or after marriage clouded my judgment. It was like something straight out of mythology, reminiscent of the tale of Lord Jupiter and Lady Juno. Juno, the goddess of marriage, detested infidelity. Yet I found myself falling into the same trap. I was consumed once more. That day I arrived late to work by half an hour, and yet Shelby didn't even notice.
ああ、今日は遅かったな。
You're rather late today. Even after coming to the office, all I heard was a calm tone. Despite my tardiness, he remained engrossed in his work, not once glancing up at me. Shelby, are you mad?
怒る？何がだ？
Mad for what? He glanced up briefly, his expression one of mild confusion before returning to his work. From the look of it, he didn't realize that I hadn't returned home that night. But I...
別に仕事に支障はない。気にしている時間があったらすぐ職務についてくれ。
Well, he's asking for it now. As long as it doesn't affect your work, it doesn't matter. If that's all you're concerned about, then focus on your task. He didn't ask if I was okay or if he should be worried. His calm demeanor was indistinguishable from how he treated any other employee. I knew it was because he was working, but his distant attitude caused something to snap within me. I see. That businesslike attitude helped dissipate the guilt and pain gnawing at my conscience. Shelby doesn't love me anymore. That must be why he hadn't noticed I didn't come home, why he didn't even share dinner together. That's why I see. I thought we were still husband and wife, but we're not. Shelby, can I quit being your secretary?
は？ああ、そういえば前にそんな話をしていたな。わかった。代わりを探しておく。
You did mention that one. All right, I'll find a replacement. Is that all?
現場に戻りたいのだろ？
You did express a desire to return to matchmaking. His nonchalance felt like a shove, a push, pushing me away, and I let the tears flow. All right, now let's get a divorce.
No.
What? Shelby's face turned pale.
待て、何を言っているんだ。
What are you saying? Shelby, you don't need me anymore.
バカな。一体何を根拠に。
That's ridiculous. What makes you say that? Because you didn't even realize I didn't come home last night.
No.
What?
家に帰らなかったの
You
か。
didn't return home? That's right, and you didn't notice. And when I arrived late to the office, all you cared about was the work. He didn't even worry about me. He didn't show any concern, like whether I'd been in an accident or ask why I was so tired that I overslept. I know I'm not your concern anymore, so.
そうか。お前まであの
Oh,
男を選んだんだな。
oh, his voice darkened. I see, so even you're choosing him. Huh?
社員のみならず妻も
Okay,
という
Shelby's
ことか。
turned into a bad guy.
あの男は
My own employees, and now even my wife, that man.
どこへでも好きに行けばいい。私は SS だ。一人で構わない。
Go wherever you want. I'm SS. I can stand alone. You can't even get it up, bro. That's not SS. You're fine.
お前は自由だ。どこへでも行けばいい。
You're free now. Go wherever you want. This is such a fanfic.
好
What?
きにすればいい。
Do as you please. His cold and distant words pushed me away. Upon hearing them, I finally understood what I truly wanted: for him to try and stop me, to ask me to stay, to say that he loved me, but he didn't. Not even in these final moments. Oh, gosh. The downstairs is a C rank. Yeah, that's not an SS. That's not SS. Like, he looks like it'd be SS, but it's not. If it's meant begging for something, he'd rather let it go. That was how much our relationship meant to him. Fine. I'll never come back.
好きにしろ。
Do as you please.
その言葉が聞けて安心したよ。シェルビー社長。
I'm glad to hear you say that, President Shelby. F rank for flaccid. Huh?
イーライ・オマール。
Eli Omar, my nemesis. I turned to see Eli standing there, obviously without an appointment. Rude. Lost and confused, I barely noticed as Eli stepped up to put his arm around my shoulder.
なら、彼女を私がもらっても構わない。
Does that
と
mean
い
you
う
won't
ことだね。
mind if I take her?
何を言って。
What are you saying?
一人で構わない。お前は自由だ。好きにしろ。今確かに君はそう言ったはずだよ。
F for fucking non-existent. I thought you was gonna say non-essential, and I thought it'd been funnier. You said you're fine on your own and that she's free to go and do what she pleases. I heard you clearly.
聞いていたのか。
You were eavesdropping.
ああ、これでね。
Yes, with this. You reached behind my ear and plucked something small. It was a listening device. Huh? When did you...
すまないね、君。君を手に入れたいあまり、少し強引な手段を使わせてもらった。
So sorry, Leah. I wanted you for myself so much that I took some extreme measures. By the way, I also know your shoe size now. Eli caressed my cheek, his gaze full of longing. His affectionate attention made me look away, especially with Shelby watching.
いつ私の妻にそんなものをつ
When
けたん
did
だ。
you bug my wife? After I slept with her, actually.
妻ね。どこへでも行けと言っていたのに。
You need to get the DLC for his schlong. That seems... Let me add this bitch. Why, if you say, didn't you just tell her to go wherever she pleases?
昨晩の彼女は本当に愛らしかったよ。こんな魅力的な女性を前に何もできない男がいるだなんて信じられないぐらいに。
She was so adorable last night. I can't fathom how a man could resist such an attractive woman. That's right, Shelby. Yeah, Shelby's eyes widened and he lunged at Eli.
お前は
You.
私には勝てないから力に
Resorting to
訴える
violence
つもりかい？
just because you cannot defeat me? What?
残念だがもう手遅れだよ。
It's too late. I've already
私は
proposed to her.
彼女にプロポーズをしたんだ。
She said no. Eli gently lifted my hand, the engagement ring glinting in the light. He kissed the back of my hand softly.
ねえ君、改めて聞かせてくれ。
She didn't say yes, but she
私
kept
と
the ring on. I'm
結
also a
婚
little
してくれるだろ
like, wait, what? Leah, let me hear you once more. Will you marry me?
う。私は君を裏切らないと誓う。
I will never betray you.
君に
I will never
寂
let
しい
you
思い
feel
なんてさせは
lonely.
しないよ。
I have eyes the color grapes, which is rare, I might add. Our kids will look so weird. Eli assured me his gaze, the gentlest I'd ever seen. Honestly, I knew he was manipulating me. But given the circumstances, I wasn't sure if I could repair things with Shelby. I nodded. I could see the life drain from Shelby. He released Eli's collar and looked at me, his expression blank.
やはり女は地位か。
He betrayed your consent. Women always go for prestige. She wanted you to have fucking dinner with her. She wanted to have sex with you and you couldn't perform and then you left the room. Like you left the chat. Like bro.
そうだよな。買収されかけている CC の社長なんかより、オマールホールディングスの副社長の方がいいに
Just
決
want
ま
to talk
っ
to
て
the
いる。
right. I just want to talk to the right. You're like have like a or about the show. I was gonna say a bat in your hand. Like I just want to talk. I just want to talk. I suppose so. You'd naturally prefer the VP of Omar Holding over the president of Cupid Corp, especially since it's about to be acquired. No. It wasn't about prestige. Say it out fucking loud. This wasn't the reason my heart wavered. But Shelby was avoiding the truth, running from his feelings, making assumptions that suited him, reverting back to the prestige parasite. Just say all of it. Watching this, Eli placed some documents on the table, acquisition papers and divorce papers too.
あとは君がこの書類にサインをすればいいだけだ。
All you need to do is sign these.
こんなものいくらでも書いてやる。
Fine, I'll sign these damn papers. Shelby quickly signed the divorce papers and tossed them back.
だが我が社は私はしない。私をバカにするのも大概にしろ。
But I won't give you my company. I'm tired of your insults. He signed only the divorce papers, bro. I knew the creators had it out for him as soon as I saw his haircut. He was great in the first game. Watch the first one.
そうか。彼女よりも会社の方が大切ということか。
There was this so sometimes when I'm scrolling through Instagram, I'll get like these little short stories and they're like some of the most ridiculous stories I've ever seen. And this feels like it. Where like there's like a husband and wife and he's like, I'm leaving you for her. And this other girl shows up and she's like, and then suddenly like the mother-in-law also shows up and goes, you never were good enough for my son. Like this feels like that moment. And I'm like, why did all these people end up showing up all at once? And why are they all picking on this one person who's like in tears? Like, yeah. And then her teacher from first grade shows up and says, that's why you failed that math test, because you're a cheater. And I'm like, what's happening? My goodness. You value your company more than her? Shelby's immediately agreement showed me that there was no love for me left in him. This is what happens from flaccidness. That's right. You can't get it up. Your wife's gonna leave you for your enemy, and you're going to agree to let her leave you because you're gonna somehow convince yourself it's about prestige and not the fact that you guys haven't slept together in 2 months and you don't even kiss her anymore and you don't even notice when she's not around. Yeah, and then it's revealed that the victim is actually an heiress of a billion-dollar company. Yeah, and then they go to this banquet together, and they're at this banquet, and they're like, you shouldn't be here. Kick her out. She's trash. And they're like, ma'am, she's the one throwing the party. Yeah, yeah. But, like, I've seen 3 or 4 different scenarios, and they're different actors, and they're all the same story. Eli gently put his arms around my shoulder and whispered to me,
ではもう行こう。
let's go.
君を傷つける男は
I'll make sure he pays for
私
hurting
が
you.
許さ
Do
ない。
you have a shovel, Eli? Do you come with a shovel, Eli? We turned our backs to Shelby and exited his office. Once we stepped into the elevator, I looked back one last time. Shelby wasn't looking at me. Nay, he was on his computer. And then, in the end, the breakup happened swiftly. I became the wife of the vice president of Omar Holdings. I thought it would take more time, but Shelby never once tried to stop me. I guess it was over for us. If we remained together, perhaps we could have talked things through and built trust, but that was never happened. But what I really wanted to talk about was perhaps I was harboring regret. I likely did, given the sadness I felt about him pushing me away like this. It's not about getting it on, it's about the fucking non-existent communication. Well, you know. What's terrible is that the victim always ends up with a guy who cheated on her and treated her like shit. I've not watched one to the end, but one of the ones I started trying to watch, I had to stop because there's just so much unnecessary stuff in it. I was like, alright, you got my interest. Let me go watch part of this story. He's like, I'm leaving you for this other woman. And then they reveal that she's a billionaire. And then she goes out to eat or drink with some people at a bar. And then he shows up and he goes all like, you guys can't talk to my wife. And I'm like, dude, you just said you were leaving her. What are you talking about? I'm like, I'm sorry, did you not just introduce her to another woman you planned on marrying once your divorce is finalized? What are you talking about? You can't do that. They remember they're in love with her. You can't burn bridges and keep the person. Is that your dream? You're just like, yes, break. How's sports night? Perhaps I'm still harboring regret. I likely did given the sadness I felt about him pushing me away like this. I stared blankly out the window and spotted someone walking on the ground floor. Was that Shelby? Is he in rags? I leaned over to get a better look, but I was quickly pulled back.
ほら、君。
Leah, come
おいで。
here. Ooh, okay, Eli. With his hand resting on the terrace railing, Eli kissed me, a look of joy on his face.
実は CC の買収が済んだんだ。これでロサンヨークの婚活市場はすべて我がオマールホールディングスのもの
What
と
if
な
he
った。
divorces us now? Wouldn't that be funny? We got married faster than the acquisition. Ooh, doing well doing Tycoon to level up. See, I don't understand what Tycoon is. Is that the one where you're the pop star again? Or is it a different? The acquisition for Cupid Corp is complete. Now Omar Holding owns the marriage agency market of Lost York. You managed to acquire it?
ああ、うまく交渉できてね。これでロサンヨーカーたちの未来はもう大丈夫だ。
A grocery store? Hot damn. The negotiations went well. The future of Lost Yorkers are in good hands.
きっとみんな幸せになる。だから、君も安心するんだ。
I will make everyone happy. You have nothing to worry about, except for the fact that your eyes look like they glow in the dark. I mean, that kind of makes me a little concerned. Okay. You can see MC has a bit of regret about it. Yeah, she looks like she's being held hostage by the man she married, which is just weird, right? Omar Holdings was indeed impressive. With the acquisition of Cupid Corp, they would become an even more influential Diamor Paradis, the paradise of love, would surely grow along with it.
こうして一段落ついたからね。そろそろ一旦フランスに戻ろうと思っているんだ。
Now that things are
君も
settled,
来る
I'd
かい？
like to return to France. Would you like to come with me? To France? We're married. Shouldn't I come with you?
ああ、ぜひ君を私の家族に紹介したい。
Yes, I'd like you to meet my family. He kissed me again, easily visible to anyone from below. I thought I heard someone gasp. I tried to look down, but Eli stopped me.
こんなところにまで来るなんて。やっぱり未練があるみたいじゃないか。
Must still have his regrets.
本当に素直じゃない
That
男だ。
man isn't very honest with himself. Huh?
いや、なんでもないよ。君があまりに愛らしいもので、つい声が出てし
It's
まったん
nothing,
だ。
Leah. I said a full sentence in your, like, making eye contact.
Yes, my petto.
Aww. Thank you. That's nothing, Leah. You're so adorable that I couldn't help saying that. Now Prim can't complain about ads for 30 days. As we continued to kiss, I heard a faint noise nearby. I miss Daddy. You know who I miss? I miss Daddy too. It wasn't the creaking of the railing, but the presence of someone. Who was there?
初めはシェルビーを揺さぶるためだけのつもりだったが、まさか彼が新会社を作って対抗してくるとはね。
He's trying to reach you, is he? Initially, I only intended to provoke Shelby, but who knew he would start a new company to compete with me?
彼女をこの手で閉じ込めておけば、
If I play my cards
まだ
right,
まだ楽しめそうだ。
I can enjoy this game a little longer.
やり手社長のシェルビー・スネイル。君が今後どう動くか、
Shelby Snell, the
本当
sly
に楽し
president.
みだよ。
I'm excited to see your next move.
まあ、最後にその会社をもらうのは私だがね。せいぜい成長させておくといい。
I'll take that company in the end. You just grow it for me in the meantime. Eli was saying something to the open terrace, but I couldn't clearly hear it even though we're like beside each other. We didn't bad, spicy, and fin. It's got all the words. First off, we didn't get a CG. How dare you? Give me a CG. Give me a CG. You don't want it. I want to see it. It's ridiculous. It was so bad. It's bad, but I still want a CG. At least give me something for the pain you put me through. Alright, I guess I'll care about my husband. Worry about his health. I'm worried about Shelby's health. He can't keep it up. And, you know, we're sleeping in different rooms. And he's just eating jelly drinks again. I hadn't seen him eat properly for the past few days, and it was concerning. I glanced at the clock and noticed there was still time before work began. I could still pack a lunch. There's no lunch meeting scheduled today, so perhaps I could prepare something. I'm traumatized. I don't want any reminders. Hey. Oh, Asia's not coming back for this. Asia's done with them ruining Shelby, period. I didn't want Shelby to collapse from malnutrition. With that thought, I opened the fridge. Is it alive? I'm not down to eat mock turtle soup, my guys. There are some animals I never want to eat. Turtle is one of them. Just then I spotted a soft-shell turtle. Oh, it's alive. We're staring at each other. We're both confused. Ah! I fell back in shock. It's still alive! A soft-shell turtle in our fridge? What on earth? Only Shelby would do something like that. He must have bought this turtle for some reason. What dishes can you make with soft-shell turtles? You better not eat this turtle. Let's search. Oh, soft shell turtle magic. They're get you energized, keep the summer hot, savor the flavor, and keep it up. Wink, 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 wink. The soft shell turtles happiness in 1, 2, 3. Let's not eat. Let's not eat turtles, guys. I'm not down for this. I had a turtle boot camp as a child. I painted their shells. We weren't supposed to do that. I didn't know that at the time. I would never eat a turtle. I checked my smartphone. The first that popped up was a dish for Mel. Virality. Virality? Is that a word? Right. Vitality. Could this be? The presence of the turtle in the fridge had given me a hunch. I'm a mother of 3 turtles. My friends got turtles. I treat them like they are kids. We better not be eating the turtle. Trying to get it up. Let's not eat turtles, guys. Do you want Shelby to bang Yulia or not? Not if it's at the sacrifice of a turtle. I just bought like a bunch of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle stuff. I could never eat a turtle. They're practically people. The presence of the turtle in the fridge had given me a hunch. I went into Shelby's bedroom and found my suspicions confirmed. Various virality supplements were arranged there. Boy's trying. He had even arranged the bottles by size. I am also OCD, so I appreciate that. Given Shelby's meticulous nature, that didn't surprise me. I do have some cute 3D turtles. Are they like this? Are they like these ones where you can play with them? I don't play with this one like I used to because you can hear it sometimes. But this is a dragon, by the way, because I'm a dragon. And a bunny. Oh, nice. I've seen those ones where like the arms move and you go like wiggle wiggle and they're so cute. Man. I want one of those. The bookshelf held titles like Evidence of Softness and Maintaining Bedroom Relations as a Married Couple. You guys are barely married. I think it's too soon for that. Shelby had been searching for a solution ever since we began sleeping separately. A solution on how to get it up again. He was desperate to restore his vigor and reunite in the bedroom. Shelby has been so worried about this. I had been feeling increasingly distant from him since we started sleeping apart. I even began questioning whether he even wanted to share a bed with me anymore. It wasn't a lack of desire on his part, it was simply shocked by his own predicament and wanted to resolve it. Seeing his earnest efforts made me chuckle. Oh, Shelby, we could have discussed this together. If only, like a married couple, we spent time together sometime. They're acting like Shelby's lost his ability to keep it up because of his age and stress. Man is 30. I don't think it's supposed to be about that, but he's trying to find a solution if he's having issues. I mean, if Isui has no issues keeping it up, I don't think Shelby Snell has any issues with it either. His decision to store a living soft-shell turtle in the fridge was definitely surprising, but it was a classic, lovable, clumsy move from Shelby. And now that turtle's gonna live in our swimming pool, right? Maybe I should prepare lunch for him. It better not be that turtle. I checked my phone for ingredients that could help. It seemed like oysters, avocados, okra, ooh, delicious, and ginger could help increase testosterone levels. When I didn't have any oysters, I had the rest. I prepared lunch with those ingredients and took it to the office. Okay, but what about the turtle? I need to Google this. How long can a turtle survive in cold temperatures? What's okra? It is a vegetable. I'm trying to think what it resembles. It looks like almost like a bean sprout, sort of. Most people dice it up and like deep fry it. But it's a green vegetable. Man, how do I describe that? That's an ad to the bunny dictionary. Lobe avocados. As usual, Shelby was deeply engrossed in his work. But when I presented him with lunch, he paused. Shelby, I've made lunch. Would you like some?
弁当お
Bento.
前がか
Lunch? Did you make it, Leah? You haven't been eating properly lately. I was worried.
お前
Leah, I know. We're married. It's crazy, right? Suddenly, Shelby stood up from his desk and embraced me tightly.
すまない私ばかり不甲斐ない夫で
Imagine that the difference between me
感謝して
opening
い
the
る
fridge this day and that was me ending up in a relationship with a man. An evil man. I'm sorry, I've been a terrible husband, but thank you. Oh, don't be silly. What's gotten into you? Not me,
Yeah.
apparently.
お前にばかり甘えているなと思ったんだ
Nothing. I just realized how much I depend on you.
うまく気が回らなくてすまないありがとう
Did I sneeze? Did you hear that? Sorry, I tried to pause. There's literally something like tickling my nose, and I'm like, can you just stop, please? I'm trying to talk like a normal person. Okay, I'm real now. I'm a real person. Zen was so mad about this soft shell turtle thing. Dude, I'm mad. I don't want them to kill a turtle. Why? Heard static when you sneezed. Perfect. That's what I wanted. That's what it sounds like when I sneeze. That's why I don't want you to hear it. I don't want you to realize I'm actually a robot. I wasn't being considerate enough. Thank you, Leah. Shelby leaned down to plant a kiss on my cheek. Suddenly, I heard papers scattering onto the floor behind me.
失礼いたしました
Excuse me.
お
Oh.
いやすまないそうか先ほど社内チャットで言っていたな
Sorry.
報告を聞かせてくれ
You mentioned something in the office chat earlier. Could you repeat that now? You end up cheating if you don't do it. Listen. It's one of those situations where they're like this or that. Would you cheat on your boyfriend or eat a turtle? Cheat on him. Cheat. I don't want to eat a turtle. They do those fear factors challenges. If you want to watch something old, Prim, since you're so young, there's a TV show from the 90s, early 2000s. I can't remember when it happened, called Fear Factor. And in that show, they would put you in scenarios, and I definitely would survive the one where they put you in a thing full of rats. I'm fine with rats. I might even survive if they put you in the thing full of bugs, but if it's the eating things. Want to eat a goose, baby? No, I do not. Oh, God. I'd kiss Clarice any day. Dude, I would kiss Clarice. Yeah, I would cheat on Shelby with Clarice. Oh, God. You mentioned something in the office chat earlier. Could you repeat it? Yeah, I'll take my lunch downstairs. Excuse me. I rushed out of the president's office, clutching my portion of the lunch, headed for the Cupid Corp's office cafeteria. Less than an hour later, I returned to the president's office. Shelby was out, possibly in a meeting, but his lunchbox was empty. I want the lesbian route. That's actually why I'm excited about that game that I accidentally had as the category. There's a girl in it. I was planning to see if I could romance her. It's like, I want to romance a woman. So, when I do play that game, we're going to go after the girl, because we haven't gone after the girl in a while. A note was stuck to it saying it was delicious, thank you. Oh. And then you keep the note forever, and then you remember later on. Days passed with me preparing Shelby's lunches and dinners, but he often came home late. But are you still sleeping in different beds? That's the real question. He's so late. I sighed heavily, frustrated with Shelby's frequent late nights. He had been adding extra work to his schedule, making it difficult to predict his return. From a wife's perspective, not knowing when he would return was worrisome. Since we had started sleeping in separate rooms, I have no idea when he came home each night. If we had been sharing a room, I would at least stir when he crawled into bed. I rarely see him in the office either. He was frequently out for business meetings, leaving his office empty. I will never not hate this song. Wait, what? So you hate this song? You hate it so much, bro. I will never hate this song. Nah, he said it too soon. Someone screen grab that one. Prim hates this song. And soon he didn't share the specifics of his task with me. I often had no clue what he was working on despite being his secretary. Why is he always running away? So in the first game, since you didn't watch that one, Muma, he is considered the workaholic person. He's so dedicated to work that he only cares about work. That's his thing. It's his problem. It's his quirk if he was from My Hero Academia. So this is very common. Speaking of a girl love interest, the dev of Under the Thorn and Well Island, there's a demo for their other game. One with a love interest is a girl, and I think it involves vampires. Oh, I love vampires. I got it. Fuck him at work. Okay, that's a good idea. Look at this. Muma, what a wonderful idea. It's the office romance we've always wanted. This is what Sympathy Kiss didn't give us. In fact, I don't think it ever happened in Sympathy Kiss at work. They kept it pretty PG at work. Velvet Bite. That is not a good idea. Oh, it's so cute. She's so cute. Also, my eyeballs twitching. I apologize, guys. Oh my goodness. Forrest is adorable. Yvonne. Sebastian. Charlotte. Hell yeah, Charlotte. Everard. Nice. Okay, these are beautiful people. Is the voice acting in Japanese? Because I'm noticing the name. It's a Halloween party! Yay! Music, food, drinks, vampires? Wait, vampires? Nice. Oh, it's so cute. I love that. Looks adorable. I'll keep that open. Bruh. Exciting, adds to the frills. People can take photos if they see it. They can always take photos. They can take photos no matter where you are. He's the CEO of the company. What are they gonna do? He seems to be eating. I opened the fridge to find that all the meals I had prepared were gone. He must have been coming home at least occasionally to eat, even if I never saw him. Is the turtle still there? We hadn't hugged or kissed in days. We were husband and wife, but we hadn't even held hands in so long. As for the soft-shelled turtle, it seems to have disappeared from the fridge before I noticed. Whether he had consumed or he had somehow escaped, I have no way of knowing. Oh. Oh, wait, is he... What's he doing? What's that? What's he breathing so heavy for? Did he take your advice? But, like, without him being there? Oops, hang on. I messed up. I closed chat. I still have sniffles, so I didn't want to sniffle on camera. I was gonna play the demo like later because I want to play Rekindle and go straight to Changeling and Dark Knight. There's so many games. There's a literal sofa. What do you mean, Prim? There's a sofa. There's a desk. Just because you can see outside, just to be clear, maybe you don't know this about offices, just because inside you can see the outside, that does not mean people outside can see inside that room. These rooms, these windows are usually paned in a way where it's outside only. Against the window, the desk. Yeah, we watched someone do it against the window in Tengoku Struggle. Pick you up against the whiteboard. Yeah, hot. This is great. There's so many plays. This is a huge room. There's a floor. Like, there's so many options here and so many angles. After Leah went home, I was doing my work all alone. Truth be told, I wanted to go home and spend time with her, so do it. However, with Eli Omar constantly pursuing her, I couldn't afford to slack off at work. The man relentlessly sought to buy out Cupid corpse and to sleep with your wife, so you should sleep with her too. I don't know what you just said, Prim. I want office romance sex CG in this game. See, that's what we need. Like, it needs that. It's what this game's missing. They put everything in it but this. I was resolved to not let him take control. I had to work harder to transform Cupid Corpse into a formidable, unshakable giant in the industry.
次はあちらに連絡を入れ。ああ、そうだ。あの件の話も進めないとな。
All of these things you're planning to do does not sound like sleeping with your wife, by the way. I plan to reach out to my contacts, develop new strategies, expand our business.
それと次は
Next is... Suddenly, I received an email notification. I was expecting a response from a client, but instead, I was taken aback to see Eli Omar's name in the sender's mind. President Snell, I have something intriguing to show you. Come to the island. Are we getting a BL? I opened the email, which read President... Whatever, I didn't read that again. I'd already outright refused his acquisition proposal, but he seemed unfazed.
面白いものか。
Something intriguing, huh? Perhaps this was his way of stirring the pot, hoping to coax me into selling. I was up for the challenge. Since my earlier days with Cupid Corp, when I was young and green, there'd be numerous acquisition offers. Each time I perversed, steadfast, refusing to surrender.
行くか。
Guess I'm taking a trip. Okay. I responded agreeing to the next day, then got back to work. Once I finished a significant portion of my task, I checked at the time. It was already 2 a.m. Another day had passed without me being able to share quality time with my beloved wife. It'd be funny if it was like sleep with my wife. If he can't get the wife, he'll get the husband. Yeah. Fuck you. I'm trying to. Clearly. Prim, we're clearly trying to do that. Shelby didn't come home last night. The next morning, I left for the office from our home on 1st Avenue. As I commuted, I wondered if Shelby had gone to our 8th Avenue residue due to his hectic schedule. I arrived at the office expecting Shelby to already be there, but he was not. I thought his meetings were scheduled this afternoon. I wondered if he had overslept. It would be unusual for him. I went to check his calendar, which only he and his secretary has access to. It was a tool to keep track of his daily schedule. Let's see, there are 3 meetings. The schedule was suddenly changed to a business trip. I have no idea where the alteration occurred. Shelby had always informed me about any changes to his schedule. And yet, with concern mounting, I checked my phone for any messages from Shelby, but there was none. His failure to share his change to his schedule stirred a sensation of distrust within me. It felt as though he was keeping something from me. As his wife and secretary, I was taken aback. Regardless, it's time to work. If Shelby's on a business trip, then I should focus on task at hand. As I began to work, I overheard a disturbing conversation between some employees in the
で
lobby.
ね、その人不倫してたんだって。出張っていうのも全部嘘。仕事に行くふりして女と会ってたのよ。
They really don't want you to date a workaholic. Look at this. So he's actually cheating on his wife. His so-called business trip was just an excuse to meet another woman? Cheating.
え、最悪じゃない。奥さん気づかなかったの？
That's the worst. Couldn't his wife see what was happening?
それがね、その人家ではいい夫だったんだって。仕事も真面目で不倫するような人じゃなかったみた
He's
い
a
よ。
good husband, always working diligently at home. He doesn't seem like the type to cheat. Normally I'd brush off such rumors. They were the kind of office gossip everyone engaged in. But today their words hit home. Shelby hadn't come home last night, and he was suddenly on a business trip today, and I hadn't heard anything about it. I must be overthinking this. He's sure to return after tonight's meeting. If that trip was an excuse to cheat, he'd be gone for a week, but the calendar showed it was only for a day. Girl, do you know how long it takes to cheat? Does she think this is like a whirlwind romance kind of cheat? Nah. He was due back for a meeting at Cupid Corpse at 6. Work was his life, bro, or so I thought. But when Shelby failed to appear at our regular 7 p.m. meeting, my anxiety spiked. This is weird. Something is wrong. No matter how many messages or calls I sent, he didn't respond. This sudden secret trip, could it be a sign of infidelity? Shelby would never do that, I'm certain. Yeah, well, what about you? Would you? Would you ever, like, feel neglected and cheat? This was something I had full confidence and trust. Shelby and I may not have known each other forever, but we had shared significant moments. Yeah, and he's trying to get it up, but he's not trying to get it up with you. I'd seen his clumsy side, his serious side, his honest, and his sincerity. The idea of him betraying me or his work was unthinkable. That was why I couldn't shake the worry. I feared he might be in some kind of trouble. I even checked the news, hoping there was no reports or incidents or accidents involving him. When I heard the elevator arrive on my floor, I spun around. Shelby?
あ、すみません。
Sorry,
私です。
it's me. It shouldn't be. You don't work here anymore. It was Owen who stepped out. Owen, I'm sorry. What brings you here today?
実は、シェルビー社長と打ち合わせがありまして。
It took you one night to cheat. I don't think he needs a week. I was supposed to meet with President Shelby. A meeting? I checked the schedule, but there was no such appointment. I'm sorry, the president's out of the office.
あ、失礼いたしました。日付を間違えたかもしれません。
Excuse me, I may have gotten the date wrong. Huh. Mistaken the date. But that didn't seem like Owen, and he was always a detailed-oriented, but he also doesn't work here anymore. Before I could question him further, he handed me some documents.
では、こちらの書類を代わりにご確認いただき、シェルビー社長にお渡しいただけますか。
Could you review these and give them to President Shelby? What are these?
我が社からの提案書となります。私の要件は、こちらの書類をお渡しすることだけですので、これで失礼します。
Just a proposal from my company. I was only tasked to deliver these documents. I'll be going now. And with that, Owen was back on the elevator and gone. I didn't even have the chance to give him some coffee. He was there for literally only a minute. A proposal? Owen was working for Omar Holdings. Owen, yeah. Why would they give Owen and Omar a name in this? Their names are too close. I found it odd, and when I flipped through the documents, I was taken aback. It was an acquisition proposal. What's going on here? Shelby was clearly rejected an offer from Omar Holding before vowing not to sell Cupid Corpse, yet these documents contain details, further earnings estimates, and more. Eli hadn't even been around recently, so I thought he had given up, but this proposal said otherwise. Girl, I'm gonna take a drink of water because you talk too much. Did Shelby go to discuss it with him and get into trouble? I checked my phone again, still no response. Over what response? You didn't send him a message. In fact, you've never sent him a message, apparently. Thank you. Overwhelmed with worry, I left the president's office and headed to Diemoir Paradis. Oh, have we seen this at night? I knew it was a place where Shelby and I had honeymoon. Upon arriving, I saw Shelby at the entrance. He was standing there as if he was lost. He looked completely burnt out, so I ran up to him. Shelby! Huh? Shelby turned around and Eli was next to him.
ああ、君。いいところに来たね。君にも見てもらいたかったんだ。
Leah, you came at the right time. I wanted to show you this as well.
新しく我が社が始めた結婚相談所。オマールウェディングを。
This is the marriage agency we established. It's called Omar Wedding. I don't see it. Where nothing says Omar wedding. He turned around and I followed his gaze to a towering building. Okay. Huh? Oh, okay. Oh, cute. The tall building sported an elaborate sign that read Omar's wedding. Elaborate? Okay. The building was grand, sparkling in a way that enticed anyone to visit. Its exterior design made it clear that it was a marriage agency. The real surprise, however, was the staff was greeted guests at the entrance. To my disbelief, I recognized them all. They were my former colleagues from the advisor department. You gotta be kidding me. You headhunted Owen and everyone else too?
引き抜き
Headhunted. Shelby gave me a blank look. I nodded and pointed at the figures inside the building. Yes, those people, used to work with me at Cupid Corp.
なんだと
What? There was more than just coworkers. We used to hang out at cafes after work, bonding over shared experiences. Now here they were, working at this brand new marriage agency. Had I still been on the ground, I might have noticed the headhunting. But ever since I became a secretary, my focus shifted to the larger picture and the affairs affecting the company as a whole. That was why I hadn't noticed they were gone.
皆さん、快く我が新事業の手伝いを引き受けてくださいましたよ。おかげでとても助かっております。
They were more than happy to help out the new venture. Everything's going smoothly thanks to them.
よくもうちの社員を
How could you take my team like that?
何か問題でも？ただ、より良い待遇を私は約束しただけ。
What's the
法
problem?
律を犯したわけでも契約違反をしたわけでもない。
I promised them better paychecks. No laws were broken, no contracts breached.
人はステージアップを求める生き物です。そして顧客も。
People always want to move up in life. That includes our customers.
今後、このダムールパラディはさらに進化を遂げる予定です。
DMW Petades will continue to evolve, but do you have to take a ferry to get here just to go to this? It seems like it might not work out the best. Like, this is great for vacationing. Would you want to come here every day just to like learn if you have a potential match?
どの年代の人でも楽しめるような複合的なアミューズメント施設、ダムールパラディ。まさに愛の楽園だ。
It'll be an integral amusement facility catering to all ages. It'll be a true paradise of love.
御社が運命的な出会いから結婚までだとしたら、こちらはゆりかごから墓場まで
Ooh,
と
that's
いった
good.
ところかな。
He's got you there. That sounds cool. Your motto might be from your first encounters to your final vows, but ours will be from cradle to grave. Oh, that actually, I thought I said candle. I read that wrong. I read candle to grave. Like, oh, like when you go to dinner for the first time. Cradle to grave sounds worse. What does that mean? Wait, what does that mean?
デュベルソートンブ。
Okay, hang on. How romantic. Oh my god, I need Google Translate here, please. Is this right, Google? I just gotta know. Oh, my phone can't handle this. My phone's losing its mind. I got this, I got this, I got this. Hang on. Jay, did you already do it? Oh my god, Jay, you got your collector's edition. Cute, cute, cute. Okay, okay. Did I do it now? This is a song. There's a song by this. But it's not giving me the translation. Just give me the translation, please. No, I want the translation. I'm on translate. What are you doing? Alright, I gave up. It tried. It's a song though. It's a French song. And Jay got her collector's edition. I got that message as I was trying to take a photo. All Eli spoke with an air of confidence. He pulled out a document from his breast pocket. Go on. Show me. It's on Discord. It was the same acquisition paperwork I had seen previously at Cupid.
だが、7番街という立地は捨てがたい。あちらもぜひ我がオマールホールディングスが手に入れたいと考えているんですよ。
Type it out and I'll translate it. What do you mean? Type it out and you'll translate it. Oh wait, you're from Canada. You're so right. Hang on, this will have it on the screen for you. There it is. That's the word. La 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 a la tune. I'm waiting. Prim's got this. Prim knows. Okay. I'm waiting for Prim to be like, this game is dumb.
Diverso tombe.
Also, is he saying it right? Just curious.
Diverso tombe.
I thought he said like diverse a la tumble. Which is probably... Prim, are you there? I knew it. I knew it. Oh wow, all of a sudden everything Jay just said so much. Oh, the code realizes. Wait, they had English releases in America? Hang on. Hang on. I didn't recall all three of those coming out. What? It says from cradle to grave, literally. I need to correct Leah the code. I only remember seeing two of them. I don't remember seeing the first one in America. America specifically, but the rating on there is America. Now it's hard to find. Oh no! Well, I bought them all digitally. It's too late. We've been eyeing the 7th Avenue location Omar Holding was considering purchasing it too.
前回の倍以上の値段を書いてある。これを見た後でも断れますか？
This document offers twice the previous price. Can you really refuse after seeing that?
まあいい。返事は待つとしましょう。
Very well, I'll give you some time to think about it. Eli smiled with a seductive gaze, then lifted my hand and placed a light kiss on the back of it. It was a clear taunt aimed at Shelby.
もう夜も遅いし、一晩泊まっていくといい。船の最終便は終わってしまったからね。
It's getting late. The last ferry has left. You should stay the night.
実は君たちのために最上級のスイートルームを取ってあるんだ。 ぜひそこから島の全貌を見るといい。
Rival is a meanie. Fair enough. I reserved the highest grade suite for you both. Take some time to look out the island from there.
美しいダムールパラディの夜景を見ればどちらが人のためになるのかわかるだろうからね。
Let's see. Not everything is perfect and that's okay. Is that his penis? Other disapproving relationships. This is definitely a Cupid Parasite ending. Oh, I'm so scared for that one. Once you take in the beautiful night view of Diamor Petidis, you'll understand which of us truly serves the public's interest. We got a bingo. Eli handed the key to the suite to Shelby before departing. We stood in place for a moment, processing all that had transpired. It's like we got a bingo, but what at what cost? The fact that they put that forced kiss, no wonder they do weird stuff in this game. That forced kiss is dead center on their thing. Oh, is this the same room but in reverse? It's reversed! Hiccups hurt. The suite was gorgeous and comfortable, leaving us momentarily speechless. The decor was stunning, and we sat together on the sofa. The remaining lights of the sunset streamed through the window, and the first stars of the evening began to dot the horizon. It was a quiet night. How long was he on this island? What was he doing when he got to this island? Why is it 7 p.m. and she decides to go to this island? Like, I'm confused. Where are we flowchart wise? We're barely halfway, right? Like, dude. We're on chapter 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. My goodness. I don't know how far we're going to make it, guys. I'm hoping to end up here before we stop, but I don't even know if we'll get that far. Despite the beautiful vista, a weighty silence hung between us, a testament to the shocking revelation we had just encountered.
すまない。その、
I'm sorry, I
なんと
don't
言え
know
ば
what
いいの
to
か。
say.
すまなかった。すべて
I'm sorry, it's
私の
all
責任だ。
my fault. Well, you know what? Admission is the first step to recovery. Second is just selling the friggin' company and just doing something else. Like, you don't, like, that company doesn't make you, right? I should be the one to apologize. I failed to notice the
い
headhunting.
や、お前に責任はない。お前はただ、真面目に仕事をこなしてくれていただけだろう。
That's not on you. We've been working tirelessly for me.
こうなったのは、
All of this happened
すべて私のせいだ。
because did he just what the heck was that?
こうなったのは、すべて私のせいだ。
Ken, what are you doing? What was that sound? All this happened because of me. He sighed deeply, covering his face with both hands. Okay, so he did that right then, and that's why it changed the sound. Do I sound different? Can you tell? He's following the cues, but we're not getting the cues until afterwards, so... The weight of responsibility was clearly taking a toll on him.
どうやら、私は自分を過信しすぎていたようだ。
I guess I was overconfident in myself.
キューピッドコーポレーションを揺るぎない大企業に発展させるのが
I thought I
一
could
番の
turn
方策だと
Cupid
思っ
Corp
てきた。
into an unshakable major corporation in the matter of a couple weeks just by being at work going business for a few days. It's not how that works. Especially given the name of the game.
そうすれば、どんな手を使われても負けないと思い込み、会社を成長させることに躍起になりすぎていた。
I sound like I'm in a McDonald's fryer when you do that. This is what it sounds like to be in a fryer? Are you sure? I've never been inside a fryer before, so I can't argue that statement, but how would you know? I was sure we couldn't lose to them. I was consumed by the need to grow the company.
その結果、 社内を顧みられていなかったというわけだ。
As a result, I ignored the internal
全て
signs of trouble.
私が焦りすぎたせいだ。
Things.
結局私が動いている間に足元をすくわれてしまった。
In the end,
相手の方が何枚も上手だったようだな。
it felt like the rug was pulled out from under me. Eli Omar outclassed me in many ways, including how to wear a vest. Shelby. I reached out to place a comforting hand on his shoulder. He looked at me, looking defeated.
すまない。お前のことも私は顧みられていなかったというのに。
I'm sorry. I've been so focused on everything else that I neglected you too.
お前が来てくれなければ私はどうなっていたことか。
If you hadn't come here, I don't know what would have happened. I don't know how her being here has done anything, actually. His shoulders relaxed as he gave me a weak smile. I extended my hand to touch his cheek. He covered my hand with his own, as if to reassure himself of my presence.
ありがとう。来てくれて。
Thank you for coming here. It's okay, Shelby. Like, I didn't even know you were gonna be here, so it's good that you were.
だがどうしてここに来られたんだ。特にスケジュールの共有はしていなかったはずだが。
Why did you come unexpectedly? I don't remember sharing my schedule. Owen brought some documents to the office. I thought you might be here because of that.
オーウェンが書類を。
Owen brought documents. Yeah, he said he had a meeting with you and brought some documents, but apparently he mistook the date and left.
打ち合わせがある。特にそうした話はなかったはずだが。
Meeting? I don't recall scheduling any. Really?
ああ、オマールホールディングスからの打ち合わせは全て断っていたからな。
I've rejected every meeting request from Omar Holdings with Owen, huh?
もしかしたらイーライ・オーマールに言われてお前をここに向かわせようと手を打
Eli
ったのか
Omar
も
might
しれ
have
ない
sent
な。
Owen to lure you here. Owen isn't one to make a mistake with meeting dates.
おそらくあの婚活会社をお前にも見せるために
He
オーウ
probably
ェンを
sent
向かわ
Owen
せたのだろう。
to show you the new marriage agency. Is that so? If anything, it felt like Owen was trying to tell me something. It was as though he had kept a secret from Eli and was warning me about the danger Shelby was in.
しかしそうか。
So Owen really came.
Oh.
The realization that Owen now worked for Eli seemed to deepen Shelby's despondency.
オーウェンが新たな人生を歩み出せているのは喜ばしいことだ
I'm
が、
glad Owen has found a new path in life.
あれほど優秀な人材をもイーライ・オーマールに取られていたとはな。
I had no idea Eli Omar could attract someone of his caliber.
個人的にはオーウェンにはいずれ CC に帰ってきてもらいたいと思っていた。
I was hoping
彼
Owen
を
might return
苦
to
しめ
Cupid
たの
Corp
は事
one
実
day,
だからな。
despite the hardships he had been through and me pulling a gun on him.
オーウェンが納得できる時が来たらまた仕事を頼みたいと考えていたが、イーライ・オーマールに
I
先に
wanted
取ら
to
れて
work
し
with
まっ
him
た。
again, but Eli Omar beat me to with that bastard.
不甲斐ないな。私は経営者としても男としても
I feel so
未熟だ。
inadept, both as a business owner and as a man. That's not true, Shelby. You're doing your best. I placed my hand on his shoulder, offering him a comforting smile. Are we on sweet or spicy? I forget. I think we're on spicy. We are on spicy. Alright, time to figure out which one sounds spicier. Encourage him. Scold him. Ooh, you've been naughty. You may be doing well, but you need more competence. Otherwise, you'll just repeat the same mistake. Leah. I chose to use more direct words to stroke his determination. He looked back at me, his expression slightly troubled. Shelby, you built Cupid Corp from the ground up. It stands strong because of you, so what are you afraid of? Omar Holding is indeed a big company with a rich history, but that doesn't necessarily make them adaptable. With that pace, the world is changing. Companies that only value traditions are doomed. I saw a video on YouTube that encouraged this sentiment. So who cares if we have to confront them time to time? So spicy.
そうだな。
You're right.
お前の言う通りだ。
Absolutely right. The words, though reluctant, revealed a new spark of determination. It seems my stern words had awakened something within him.
とはいえ、相手の力量を見誤ったのは最大のミスだ。二度とこんなミスはしない。
Underestimating their strength was my greatest mistake. I won't repeat that error.
まだ負けを認めるわけにはいかない。これまでロサンヨーク市場を戦い抜いてきたんだ。簡単に手放すわけにはいかない。
I'm not ready to admit defeat. I've battled in the Lost York market for a long time. I won't relinquish this without a fight.
やすやすとよそから奪われるつもりはないんだ。ここで諦めてたまるものか。
They won't swoop in and steal it without a challenge. I will resist, but... His voice trailed off, and as he turned to look at me, his fighting spirit seemed to falter, replaced by a glimmer of vulnerability.
すまない。
A real word.
少しだけ疲れたようだ。
I'm sorry. I'm just tired.
今晩はお前を感じていたい。
Can I lean on you tonight?
お前に甘えてもいいか。
Back to when he was shirtless. Remember that? I remember.
いや、怒って当然だ。
Oh, I have to do this too. Sorry. My bad. I forgot. You single-handedly built Cupid Corpse to what it is today. Sure there are a step ahead, but they're Omar Holdings, a company with a much longer history. You've stood up to them as an equal, and the battle isn't over yet. That's a significant accomplishment. Thank you.
ありがとう。
His thanks was heartfelt, but he didn't seem entirely convinced. His gaze wandered over the room's decor as if it was a reminder of his shortcomings.
とはいえ、相手の力量を見誤ったのは最大のミスだ。二度とこんなミスはしない。
Aisha, did you play Roxy's route yet? I think she did before Silva's. I think so. Hi, Jay. I saw your post and I'm sad. I was commenting on it as you did it. I didn't realize Code Realize had a physical release for all 3 of those games, and I'm mad about it because I got the digital because I could have sworn the first one didn't have a physical release. But you have a lovely collection of collector's editions. However, underestimating their strength was my greatest mistake. I won't repeat that error.
まだ負けを認めるわけにはいかない。これまでロサンヨーク市場を戦い抜いてきたんだ。簡単に手放すわけにはいかない。
I'm not ready to admit defeat. I've battled in the Lost York market for long enough. I won't relinquish that without a fight.
やすやすとよそから奪われるつもりはないんだ。ここで諦めてたまるものか。だが。
Was on sale when Atomi was first being released a few years ago. The limited edition was cheaper than the standalone. Sounds about right. They won't swoop in and steal it without a challenge. I will resist, but... His voice trailed off, and as he turned to look at me, his fighting spirit seemed to falter, replaced by a glimmer of vulnerability.
すまない。少しだけ疲れたようだ。
I'm
今
tired.
晩は
Can I lean on you
お前
tonight?
を
It was a rare display of dependence from him, prompting a small smile from me. Absolutely. I nodded and he shifted his weight onto my shoulder. Just like the night he revealed his single status to the world, Shelby leaned on my shoulder at the bar. With his head on my shoulder and my head on his, we comforted each other in a silent embrace, hands interlaced, sorry.
すまない。なんとか一人でオマールホールディングスの手を引かせようと思っていたんだがな。
I apologize. I tried my best to persuade Omar Holdings to back off. So that's why you were so busy recently.
なあ CC からは手を引かせて二度とお前にも手を出せないようにするつもりだった。
Yes, I tried to get them to back off and to never lay a hand on you.
そのための準備を進めていたところに急にイーライ・オーマールから島に来るようにと連絡をもらってな。
While I was preparing my case, Eli Omar unexpectedly called me to the island.
だから私は反論材料を集めて向かったんだが、
I was gathering evidence to convince them otherwise, but
私が用意してきた手札はどれも太刀打ちできなかった。
no matter how I played
対
my
等な
cards,
立場になることすら
they
で
had
きな
no
かった
effect.
んだ。
Sorry, my voice cracked. No matter how I played my cards, they had no effect. I couldn't even get on equal footing with them. Shelby let out a long sigh and closed his eyes as though the weight of his failure was too much to bear.
すまない。お前を守れる男でいたかったんだが、何一つ成し遂げられなかった。
I like how you're like, I took 15 screenshots of Silva. Yeah, I took like 15 screenshots of Gil and I hated every moment of it. You know, like... I'm waiting for Leah to go to the summer event. I'm excited to hear what they announced. Dude, I'm so excited for the summer event. I need to finish my outfit. Because you saw the top, so I'm trying to dress up as Cupid for it. I'm sorry, I aim to be a man who could shield you from harm, but I failed.
安心してもらえるように、お前に気苦労をかけさせる前に終わらせておきたかったんだが。
I found an Eli keychain. Excuse me? Is it beautiful? Oh my gosh. Look at that lobster. Oh. That's from the limited edition special edition. Oh my goodness. Everybody needs that version. Yes. Yes. It is so beautiful. That's really glitzy. Honestly, it like if you wore that as a necklace instead of a keychain. Oh my goodness. Boil it. It's red, so I think it is boiled. I wanted to create an environment where you could always feel safe. I even tried to resolve issues before you even became aware of them.
結局、こうしてお前にまで負担をかけてしまった。
But in the end, I only caused you unnecessary stress. He must have been referring to how I sought him out because of the situation. Shelby always wanted to portray himself as flawless, so it was natural for him to feel that way. I reached out to hold his hand, honestly wishing he would let go. I have like probably the starts of a cold, maybe. I don't know. I had this yesterday too, where I felt like there's something in my throat. I'm gonna have to take some like allergy meds just to see. I reached out to hold his hand, honestly wishing he would let go of his need to be for perfection. Let's tackle this together. If we combined our efforts, we might be able to find a solution.
だが、お前にこれ以上負担をかけるわけには。
I can't put you under any more stress. We're married, Shelby, like my guy. His gaze shot up at my words as if the reality of our bond had only just hit him.
夫婦。
Married, yeah. Foo-foo. He mumbled more to himself than to me. He seemed to be assuring himself of our connection. I looked directly into his eyes and I was like, my guy. I want us to be equals, Shelby. If hardships lie ahead, I want us to face them together.
だが、私ばかりお前に苦労をかけているだ
I
ろう。
feel like I'm causing you pain all the time. Yeah, I don't know if that's your fault or the script writers, but one of you's doing it. I usually appreciate your voice, Ken. But we literally had a fight and you told me to quit my job, and I thought that was the dumbest conversation we could have ever had, but That's not true. From my perspective, you're the one under constant strain. You put on a brave face, hiding all of your troubles from me. It's the writer's fault. But it's not a contest of who struggles more. We should be a team, cooperating and supporting each other. So please stop suffering in silence. If something's happens, tell me about it.
お前
Leah, yeah, that's right, that's my name. Shelby let out a resigned sigh. His gaze shifting as he remembered. Embraced me.
いいのか
Are you sure about this? About what? Absolutely, we're married, aren't we? Let's go. I want to share everything, Shelby, both the joys and the burdens. Don't you want that?
嫌なものか私もお前の言う通りお前と分かち合っていきたい
Just as you said, I want to share everything with you. As his arms encircled me, I could feel them trembling slightly. Shelby tightened his grip as if needing to confirm I was still with him. His cheeks against my shoulder felt warm, familiar for some reason. It brought tears to my eyes. So warm.
温かいな
You're so warm, dude, Shelby, please. He embraced, tightened further at my words as if craving my presence. The scent of his cologne mingled with his natural aroma tickled my senses. The sheer happiness of being in his arms seemed to sweep away the tense atmosphere that had hung over us.
そうだな確かに私は一人
You're
で
right.
気負いすぎたのかもしれない
I think we know where this is going. Yeah, to another uneventful evening. You're right, I have taken on too much by
どうしても
myself.
お前には情けないところを見せたくないと思ってしまってな
I just didn't want you to see me at my weakest. Why would showing me that side of you be a bad thing?
そんなところをお前に見せれば愛想をつかされるのではないかと不安だったんだ
I was afraid that if you saw me like that, you'd lose respect for me. Shelby, you were worrying over nothing.
当然だろうお前に幻滅されたらさすがに立ち直れないからな
I know, but I kept thinking of how I would be crushed if you became disillusioned with me. I could never be disillusioned with you, Shelby. I've already know that you're trash. It's
だ
fine.
が好きな女の前ではかっこつけたい生き物なんだ
Every man wants to look good in
Otoko
front of
to
the
いう
woman
ものは
they love. Okay, sure. But does that involve sleeping in a different room every night and like never touching or being near me?
何よ
I'm
り
complaining.
結婚は誰かとこうして暮らすのはお前が初めてなんだ
Being married and living together, it's still new to me.
完璧な SS でなければと今もまだ思う
Because I
お
love
前
you,
を
I feel
愛している
compelled
か
to
ら
be my best
なお
self.
さらだ
I'm afraid of disappointing you. So much so that the one time I disappointed you, I left the room instead of like trying to at least please you in the process. Like that's how much I hold you in such high regard. His fear of me losing interest in him rang in his voice. I smiled and held him tight. I love you for who you are, Shelby, with all your imperfection.
お前は
Oh my god. It said you, but it said Leah. I loved your quirks, your dedication, your selflessness. I love every part of you, Shelby, perfect or not. That's why I married you. I could never be disillusioned, so please open up to me. It saddens me when you hide things.
そうか
Leah, do you believe I'm Cupid now?
わかったこれからはきちんと相談する
Alright, I promise to communicate more openly with you from now on. He brushed my cheek gently and touched the touch sending tingles down my spine as our lips met. Those fingers must have been banging work instead. Wow, despite kissing every day until recently, this is our first in a while and it felt more intense than usual. Okay. He brought his hand up to the nape of my neck and pulled me close for a deeper, more intimate kiss. It was filled with longing and passion. What followed were kisses upon kisses, each more passionate than the last. It felt as if he was making up for lost time. I gasped when I felt something hard press against my thighs. Oh. Oh. Oh, I thought she was like the back of the bed. Glancing down, I noticed a stark difference from the last night. The desolation I had seen when he was replaced by a vibrant intensity that made me blush, causing me to look away. Dear God, we are describing this. This game is rated T. Did the cinnamon nana already happen? Yes, the cinnamon nana already happened. The God. Shelby. It
すっぽんの効果だ。
We ate the turtle! No! It's thanks to the soft-shell turtle? Just tell me that you released it back into the wild and you said I couldn't live like this. No! So he did eat it. Oh, no. A silent moment of mourning for the turtle passed in my mind, interrupted by Shelby's hand on my arm. You made eye contact with that turtle, Cupid.
いいか。
Don't you want to get it on with him? I think we did this game, right? Would I rather da-da-da or da-da-da? And I said I would rather cheat on him than have him eat a turtle. So, you know what? Can we? I guess. I mean, that'd be funny if I said no. His voice was a whisper, the question unfinished. He didn't need to say because I desired it to. With a nod, I gave him my agreement. Better name that baby after the turtle. Okay. Okay. That's a lot of tongue. How did he eat it? I'm sure he made a soup out of it. Something like that. There's so many layers of clothing here. I'm not mad at the CJ. I hate this game. As our kiss deepened, he gently laid me down on the bed, his fingers pressing into my arm. I felt the atmosphere around Shelby shift, charged with a heady masculine aura. Okay. His lips left mine only to find a new home on my lower lips, teasing and tasting before shifting the angle of our kiss. I was wondering when we were going to have a CG. It feels like it's been a while. I don't know if we earned this one, though. This was a man filled with passion, yearning, eager to express his desire, a complete departure from the Shelby I knew that weary night. His aggression was a sign of his arousal, a raw need that I had not seen before. He began to undress me with his new urgency. I clung to his arm, a slight tremor of uncertainty running through me. Shelby, wait.
待てない。本当はずっとこうしてお前と触れたかった。
I just have to imagine him recording this line and he's just like and he's just like so ready. I can't. I've seen that before, maybe during some of these Kiss and Virgin. What? What if that Eli dude has cameras in the room? Perfect! Post it on social media, please. I can't. I've waited to touch you like this for far too long.
あの晩からずっと気にしていた。お前が欲しいのにと。
He's just gonna reveal the fact that he ate a turtle. I've been concerned about this since that night, but I know that I want you. Okay. The man's breathing too much. That's what he does. Ken breathes. It's not the first time Leah's been watched by someone else. Oh, yeah, that's true. But last time they were in the room.
だがもう大丈夫だ。今晩は覚悟してくれ。
His voice is hella shaky. So now that it's okay, brace yourself for tonight. His voice was a soft growl in my ear as he planted biting kisses along my neck. My pleas for him to wait were ignored, which does not bode well for me as we entwined, losing ourselves in each other. The amor paradis, our paradise of love. We discarded the sigh of the night, burying ourselves in the bed, craving each other. The extravagance of the room was irrelevant. Being in each other's arms was all that mattered. Closing my eyes, I focused solely on the warmth of his touch. I'd rather sleep outside than with you, Shelby. First off, that's not true, but I would rather that than him eat a turtle. I don't want people eating turtles. That's too much, man. Turtles don't deserve to be eaten for food. Not for arousals. What the heck? Maybe in like a you'll die otherwise kind of scenario. It's a choice but no image, but there's a image in the next one, I guess. How close are we to 5? Alright, this will be the one that gets us to 5. Cool. The next morning, after experiencing firsthand the potent effects of the soft-shell turtle, we were out strolling and discussing our next steps.
新しい結婚相談所か。
A new marriage agency, huh? Our gazes fell upon a new marriage agency that Omar Holding had recently opened.
ねえねえ見て、結婚相談所だって。
Look, it's a marriage agency.
しかも今なら相性診断を無料で体験させてくれるって書いてあるわね。どんな相手がおすすめか教えてくれるみたい。
The flyer says they're offering a free compatibility diagnosis. They'll give you their recommendation.
ちょっと見てみよっか。
Really? Maybe we should give it a try. The guests of Diamor Paradis entered the establishment with an air of casual curiosity. I noticed some already registered members stepping inside too. It was clear business was booming.
うまくやったものだな。無料体験と称して遊びの一環と捉えられるようにうまく誘導しているのか。
They're clever, offering free trials to lure people in as if it's all fun and games. Kinda. It's true that it would make matchmaking more accessible. Ordinary people might hesitate before visiting a marriage agency. One would ask themselves if they're really ready to meet someone. They would then reevaluate their ideal marriage before deciding to join. It was impressive how they encouraged even a group of friends visiting for leisure to consider the idea of matchmaking. Do you think we should pose as customers and go inside?
いや、CC の元スタッフが働いているんだ。私もお前もすぐにバレるだろう。
There's former Cupid Corp staff working. They'd recognize us instantly.
だが、実際のサービス内容は気になるな。誰かに頼むか。いや、いっそ変装という手も。
I am curious about the services they offer. Maybe we could ask someone, or perhaps we could even disguise ourselves.
エロス
Eros! Mama! I recognize the distinctive voice behind me. Mom? Yes, it was Venus, the goddess of beauty, who also assumed the role of my mother. Dad, you're here too?
Cupid! 元気だったか?
Cupid, how have you been?
え?
Huh? I've been fine. What brings you guys to the human realm?
そんなのあなたたち夫婦を心配してきたに決まってるじゃない。
We were concerned about the two of you.
二人がすれ違ってるのを空から見て本当に心配してたんだから。でも仲直りできたみたいで安心したわ。
We saw your misunderstanding from above and it had us worried, but we're relieved to see you made up. They're literally watching her. See, someone's always watching her have sex. Wait, you've been watching us? I told you not to.
あら当然よ。神だもの。深海から覗けば見えちゃうんだもの。全部お見通しよ。
Of course, we're gods. If we decide to peek from Celestia, we see everything. That's how we know everything.
神深海
Gods? Celestia? Shelby stood there, looking bewildered, clearly struggling to keep up. Then Mom gave a playful smile.
驚いたかしら。そう私こそ愛と美の女神ヴィーナスよ。
Surprise! Yes, I am Venus, the goddess of love and beauty. Shelby, I believe you met them at our wedding, but let me reintroduce you. These are my parents from my days as Cupid. They're actual gods, Venus and Mars.
いや、ご両親というのは分かっているが、神というのは。
I know they're your parents, but gods? Typically, gods stay in Celestia up in the sky. They watch over humans, so they've likely seen our entire lives up until now.
いきなり神が来るだなんてびっくりしたかしら。
It must be quite a surprise to have God suddenly visit you.
まあ私の存在は当然知っていると思うが、軍神マーズはあらゆるモチーフに使われているからな。
I'm sure you heard of me, Mars, the god of war. It's a popular figure.
愛と美の女神ヴィーナス、軍神マーズ。
Venus, the goddess of love and beauty. Mars, the god of war.
驚くのも無理はない。私は人間界でも特に有名で人気な軍神だからな。
I understand your surprise. As the god of war, I'm among the most famous and popular god in the human realm.
お前たちのことはよく深海から見ている。お前が仕事に躍起になっていたところもな。
I've been watching you two from Celestia, and I've noticed how frantic you are about your work.
最近は随分と娘を寂しがらせていたようじゃないか。
You've been causing my daughter to feel lonely recently, haven't you? Dad seemed to be on the verge of physically growing larger, but Mom gently rested her fingers on his arm to stop him.
あらあらまずったら。怒って大きくなっちゃダメよ。
Mars, don't get mad and grow bigger, alright?
ここは人間界だったか。つい怒りで我を忘れそうになってしまった。
I almost forgot we were in the human realm. I was so angry, I almost went berserk.
だが一人、夫の帰りを待つキューピッドは本当に寂しそうでな。
But seeing Cupid so lonely, waiting for her husband to return home.
愛する妻を寂しがらせるなど、男としてあってはならん。だから我々神が直々に。
Is Shelby taller than my dad? Seems unlikely. A man should never make his beloved wife feel lonely. That's why we gods came directly to...
そうよね、まず。妻を一人にしてロボット掃除機に浮気なんて絶対にあっちゃダメよね。
Yes, Mars. Leaving your wife alone to flirt with a robot vacuum cleaner is certainly a no-no.
ロボット掃除機。
Robot vacuum cleaner. It's a long story. A lot has happened in the past. I quickly attempted to change the subject. I've been playing dumb with Shelby this entire time, hiding my godhood even after we got married. Shelby didn't know why Owen had a sudden change of heart or why our kidnappers fell in love with us all of a sudden. Shelby, you might find this hard to believe, but gods do have some power to manipulate people.
何？
What? I could almost see a big question mark on top of Shelby's head. I tried to find the words that would make things easy to understand. Have you read about Greek mythology before? There are stories of gods controlling the weather and changing their forms. And as part of that, the gods often play pranks on humans by exploiting their weaknesses and desires, right?
そういう書籍は確かに大学時代に読んだことがあるが。
I think I read something like that in college. Great, great. Remember that. Mom and Dad haven't changed since the days of mythology. To tell you the truth, it was Dad who manipulated Owen. And half of the incidents that happened before were Dad's doing. So as a punishment, I used my Cupid's arrow to make Dad fall in love with a robot vacuum cleaner.
なるほど。
I see.
なるほど。なるほど。
Okay. Okay, I think. Shelby said he understood, but his face told a different story. However, he wasn't outright denying it like before. He might have been confused, but he was trying his best to understand.
人間のあなたには難しいかもしれないけど、これは本当の話よ。この子、本物のキューピッドだったのよ。
As a human, it might be hard to accept, but it's the truth. She used to be the real Cupid.
と言っても人間に恋しちゃったからこの子はもう人間になっちゃったのだけれど。
But she fell in love with a human, so she's human now.
そうなんですか？
Is that so?
ええ、私たちも寂しいけれどこの子に好きな人ができたのは嬉しいことだもの。
Yes, so while it saddens us, we're overjoyed to learn she's fallen in love.
ああ、だからお前は責任をきちんと取るのだ。神を人間にしたのだからな。
And that's why you must take responsibility. After all, you're the reason a god turned into a human.
でもまずはその方がいいんじゃなくて、エロースの矢はとっても効果が強いもの。
Isn't this better for you, Mars? Eros's arrow was pretty effective.
確かにまたロボット掃除機に恋をするとは避けたいものだな。
I certainly don't want to fall in love with some robot vacuum cleaner again.
でしょ。
See?
分かっていてもあの時のマーズのロボット掃除機の鼻の伸ばしっぷりを思い出すと私今でも引っかきそうになるんだから。
Even though I understand why, seeing Mars act so romantically over a robot vacuum made me want to tear him apart.
ヴィーナス、おお我が女神よ、あの時は本当にすまなかった。私が愛しているのはお前だけだ。
Is this necessary? Sorry. Venus, my goddess, I'm truly sorry for that time. You're the only one I love.
マーズったら待っていてちょうだい。
Say it more.
我が愛、我が生命、愛と美の女神ヴィーナスよ、お前のために世界中に神殿を建てるとしよう。
Well, Venus is known for her jealousy, and she has ruined people's lives over things, so sure she dealt with it. My love, my life, the goddess of love and beauty, Venus, I vow to build temples for you all over the world.
この肉体も命もすべてお前のものだ、ヴィーナス。
My flesh and life belongs only to you, Venus.
マーズ、そのたくましい腕で私を抱きしめて。
Oh, Mars, wrap me in your strong, thick arms.
もちろんだとも。
Of course.
仲睦まじいいいご両親だな。
Your parents are very close. This is embarrassing.
そうなの。私たちもう何千年も愛し合っている夫婦なのよ。
Yes, we've been a loving husband and wife for thousands of years.
おお、そうだとも。
That's correct.
と言ってもマーズが戦に夢中で私をないがしろにした時は100年ぐらい別居したものだけれど。
But when Mars was so focused on war and neglected me, we lived separately for about 100 years.
ヴィーナス、あの時はすまなかった。もうあのように寂しい思いはさせないと必ず約束をする。
I will never leave you feeling that lonely again. I promise. And I apologize. What am I meant to say?
そうしてちょうだい。
I hope you mean that,
Mars.
Mars. Amidst the romantic atmosphere they generated, Mom glanced at Shelby and smiled warmly.
私たちのような夫婦でもこうしてすれ違うこともあるわ。でも愛し合っているなら大丈夫だから安心なさい。
Just know even couples like us have misunderstandings, but with love, there's never a problem that can't be resolved.
私たち先輩夫婦からのちょっとしたアドバイスよ。
We speak from experience as a long-standing couple. Does that make sense?
はい。
Understood. Shelby's hesitant reply made me doubt whether he really comprehended who my parents were or what was being discussed. Despite my strong attempts to convince him I was the former Cupid, he just assumed I was
軍神マーズに美の女神ヴィーナス。
the god of war Mars and the goddess of beauty Venus.
すまない。これは冗談を言っているわけではないという認識で合っているか。
I'm sorry, Leah. This
ジョークではないんだよな。
Some kind of joke, right? My parents were openly revealing their divine identity to Shelby, and his continued confusion was all too clear. We're on sweet. We're on sweet. Okay, cool. Do 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 do. It's not a joke. Yes, they are telling the truth. They may seem unbelievable, but they truly are divine.
そうか。そうだよな。
I see.
お前も
You
キューピッドだったと言っていた
mentioned
からな。
being Cupid before. Though he seemed doubtful, he didn't outright deny the claim. Even if he didn't understand completely, I could tell he was trying his best.
それにしても愛の楽園だなんて言うからどんな場所かと思ったけれど本当に素敵なところね。
This place is supposed to be a paradise of love, and it's truly beautiful. Alright, we're gonna save.
「すまない」「少しだけ」
What if he denies it again? The trauma of his previous denial lingered, making me hesitant to resort to declaring the opposite. It's just a joke, a prank. Oh, Shelby, please tell me you didn't believe that. My family has a knack for humor.
ああ、その反応ジョークではないんだな。もう頭から否定することはしない。
She's like, tee it's so
本当のこ
funny.
とを教えてくれ。
That reaction, it's not a joke, is it? I won't dismiss your claims anymore. Please just be honest with me. It seemed my voice cracking was what finally made him understand. I'm sorry, you're right, Shelby. This isn't a joke. As I said before, I'm the former Cupid, and my parents really are gods. Spicy. That's spicy.
そうか。
I see.
うわ、
Sorry, that was. Though he seemed doubtful, he didn't outright deny the claim. Even if he didn't understand, he was trying his best.
それにしてもエロスはあちらに行った？素敵な椅子もあるし海が見えてとっても素敵だったわ。
Eros, you've been here before, right? There's a scenic spot with a chair overlooking the ocean. It's wonderful. The cape at the edge of the island, you mean? It does have a romantic feeling, and it's a great spot for photos.
撮影スポットかどうかはわからないが私の神殿があるあたりだ。
Ah, a photo op. I'm not sure what that is, but my temple is around there. You have a temple, Dad? I don't recall there being one in Lost York. I really do wish the spicy ends were actually spicy. You just wish that it was just like them covered in habanero peppers and going spicy. But instead, that's not what you're getting at all. I'd always believed that the temples of the Greek gods would be in Greece. I'd never heard of one in Lost York. Observing my surprise expression, Dad nodded with pride.
ふん、
They're all
無論だ。
controversial and
この
taboo.
マーズの神殿は世界中に作られているからな。ロサンヨークにも一つはある。海の中だがな。
No, spicy as in hot. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought this was gonna be the game where they're just like all down. Always down. Always down. Always down. Nope, not the case. Temples dedicated to Mars can be found all around the world. There's one in Lost York, but it's submerged in the ocean.
海の中ですか。
Ocean?
ほら何千年前だったか覚えてないけど海の中に沈んじゃったのよ。
It sank thousands of years ago.
私の神殿も一緒に立っているのよ。
My temple and his are both there.
ああ、海の底だろうと神殿があるのは事実だ。この地が愛の楽園だと有名になれば私の神殿もそのうち人間どもが発見するだろうな。
The temple's location doesn't matter. If this place becomes known as a paradise of love, people may eventually find it.
そうすればさらに信仰する人間も増えるに違いない。なんといってもこの軍神マーズと美の女神ヴィーナスの神殿だからな。
And that discovery might lead to more people worshiping me. After all, it is the temple for Mars and Venus. Ooh.
はあ。
Right. The idea of an underwater temple intrigued me. If discovered by a scuba diver, it could be a new tourist attraction. I find it interesting that mom and dad's temples are together and reflect their shared escapades in mythology. If in mythology tales of their shared adventures frequently surface, perhaps that was why their temples were constructed in close proximity. Whether in mythology or reality, I hold a deep respect for their endearing bonds as a couple. Perhaps someday, Shelby and I could share that kind of bond.
まずったら。あ、見てちょうだい。あそこに可愛い乗り物があるわ。
Mars, look at that! Isn't that auto rickshaw the lovey-dovey adorable? Mom seemed captivated by the vehicle. We might not share blood, but there was no denying our familiar
ラビ
ties.
ダビゴ
Lovey-dovey go.
ね乗ってみましょうよ。私屋台にも行ってルーローハンを食べてみたいの。
Still very hot. Let's go on a ride. Also, I spotted a street vendor selling minced pork and rice, and I want to try that too.
お前が望むならばこのマーズどこまでも行くと約束しようヴィーナス
Follow you anywhere, Venus. Let's go.
じゃあ行きましょう。ロース、シェルビーさん、仲良くね。
Hello, Shelby. Take care, okay? We'll see you later.
ええ。ぜひまた改めてご挨拶をさせてください。
Yes, I look forward to seeing you again. And then they're gone. With their arms linked, my parents walked briskly towards the lovey-dovey. Their cheerful wave suggested that they were already enjoying the ride. Shelby, on the other hand, stared after them in stunned silence.
すまない。少し驚いてしまって。だが、結婚式では話せなかったからな。
Ooh, I gotta head up to my D&D
こうして
meeting. Thank you for the
話
great
せて
stream,
よかっ
girl.
た。
What character are you playing in D&D? Is it a rogue elf? I'm sorry, that was quite surprising. I didn't get a chance to speak to them during the wedding. I'm glad I had the opportunity now. Imagine not speaking to the person you're marrying's parents during the whole wedding. My apologies, Shelby. My parents are unique.
いや、勉強になることもあった。
No need to apologize. It was enlightening for me. Was it? He gave me a wary smile.
あのように仲睦まじい夫婦でもすれ違うことがある。それでも仲直りできると分かってよかった。
It's comforting to know that even couples as close as your parents can have misunderstandings and still find ways to reconcile. Aw, I'm a sunshine druid. Tiefling. Oh, that sounds adorable. Well, I hope you have a good session. My parents' experience as a couple spanned thousands of years, but they weren't so different from us.
それに、お前の両親の年齢でもこの島を楽しめているというのは貴重な意見だ。
Besides, seeing your parents enjoy this island regardless of their age provides valuable insight.
やはり、この島が優れているのは事実のようだな。ターゲットを狭めていないのはよくできている。
This island's design is objectively good. They've done an excellent job at catering to wide demographics. Shelby's gaze surveyed the landscape, his expression firm. It was the face of a business owner, the president of Cupid Corp. I nodded in agreement, initiating a discussion about how to protect our beloved company, Cupid Corp. Oh, perfect. I know she just left, but I think I'm going to Midnight Secret Kiss. Wait, what? I think I'm going to too, because I have to be at work in less than an hour now. And I want to eat food before I leave, because I didn't. Because I'm really responsible, and all I ate before I started my stream was some boba that I made, which was fine. It was fine. Do we have a... Do I have a thingamabob? Hang on. What time is it? But hey, we got further. Let's see if there's anybody to raid. Thank you, Prim. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Asia. Thank you, Luma, who just left before me. Thank you, Ray, who popped in for a minute. Thank you, Yoon, for being here, even though you're in the other room. Playing Fortnite, I might add. Let's see. Oh, great. Well, we're going to raid Bailey. Which reminds me, so Bailey is an artist who I've followed her art for a very, very long time. She makes clothing too. She does embroidered clothing. And she had done some tests once on it, and she gave me the tester because I said the tester looked like Chomper, so I got to turn them into t-shirts. So you can tell her hi. She's playing Elden Ring, which is I could never. But thank you guys so much for being here today. If you're watching this on YouTube, you can check me out on Twitch. I stream about 3 times a week. As always, if you're here in Twitch with me right now and you want to remember the super fun adventures we're having, you can always check out the VODs on YouTube. We do have some fun stuff coming up this upcoming week, so keep an eye out on the Discord. I'll be posting stuff over there. I hope you guys have a lovely day. Mwah, 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 mwah. Bye, 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 bye.